Chapter 690. The three elders attacked Li Changsheng at the same time. All three of them were at the Carnate realm and possessed extraordinary auras. However, the first one had just gotten close when Li Changsheng slapped him into a bloody mist. When the remaining two saw this scene, they were scared out of their wits. They wanted to stop, but in the next second, Li Changsheng gently flicked his finger again, and the two fell to the ground at the same time. A bloody hole appeared where their hearts were, and they couldn't be more dead. At this moment, the entire place fell silent. The disciples brought by the three elders were so scared that they didn't dare to move. Li Changsheng helped Yarrow Fengchun up and removed the seal on her body, helping the disciples of Mount Shenhuang recover their cultivation. When Li Changsheng led the group outside, the disciples opened up a path for him. Several figures were rushing over from the distance. The other guards had probably heard the commotion. 4 elders and several dozen disciples arrived in a grandiose manner. They blocked Li Changsheng's path. "Scram if you don't want to die." Li Changsheng's killing intent surged. However, none of them moved aside. They only sneered, clearly not taking Li Changsheng seriously because they had the advantage in numbers. One can survive a heaven-sent disaster, but one cannot forgive a self-inflicted disaster. Li Changsheng waved his hand, and sword light swept forward like a wave. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Dozens of heads flew into the air. Several seconds later, the 4 elders and several dozen disciples were all decapitated. Not a single one survived. At this moment, the disciples were so scared that their legs went weak. They had never seen such a savage person. "I said that if you help me protect the incubation item, I will guarantee your position in Mount Shenhuang. Tomorrow, you can announce to the outside world that Mount Shenhuang belongs to me, Li Changsheng. No one will dare offend you again," Li Changsheng said to Yarrow Fengchun. "But what if they don't listen?" A Mount Shenhuang disciple boldly interjected. Indeed, Yarrow Fengchun had mentioned Li Changsheng's name many times during the gathering of the major sects at Mount Shenhuang, but those people didn't care at all. After this experience, the people of Mount Shenhuang were already traumatized. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Now, as long as you mention the name Li Changsheng, no one will dare to be disrespectful. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the disciple still had some doubts in his heart, but he didn't dare to speak again. "I've already obtained the divine item from Mount Shenhuang, so I'll take my leave now. In a month, I'll be establishing a sect in the capital. You can come and observe the ceremony then." After Li Changsheng finished speaking, he left with Tong Xian. Yarrow Fengchun didn't dare to ask him to stay. She led the disciples back to the main hall of Mount Shenhuang. At this time, many disciples began to descend the mountain. Yarrow Fengchun asked the disciples to scout for information. Half an hour later, the disciples who had gone to inquire about Li Changsheng's battle at the top of the mysterious Yellow Mountain was now known to everyone. The disciple who originally doubted Li Changsheng only felt shock in his heart at this moment. Just this battle alone had made Li Changsheng's name known to all cultivators in the world, let alone the cultivators of the northern lands. He had become famous in one fell swoop. Li Changsheng left Mount Shenhuang and returned to the capital with Tong Xian. The journey was calm and uneventful. As soon as he entered the capital, the prosperity of the capital left Tong Xian in awe. He had only seen descriptions of the capital in textbooks before. A village child coming to a first-tier metropolis in the country was full of surprises. Many village children were mesmerized by the bright lights of the capital as soon as they entered. In fact, it was completely understandable. With the changes in life and the temptation of money, how many people could scrupulously abide by their nature? Even cultivators found it difficult to do so. This was also why there was such a thing as mortal heart tempering. After leaving the station, they hailed a taxi and headed to the suburbs. When the taxi driver heard the destination, he immediately showed an "I understand" expression. "Brother, you're also going to see the strange scenery at the top of the mountain, right? I heard that there's a villa on the mountain where immortals live. It's surrounded by clouds all day long. Nowadays, many people go to see it. However, the villa on the top of the mountain is private and not open to the public. The taxi driver was very talkative and talked non-stop along the way. Is there really an immortal on the mountain? Tong Xian looked at Li Changsheng next to him and asked. In his heart, Li Changsheng was an immortal. There's no such thing as an immortal. What era is this? Superstitions are still involved. Furthermore, experts have come out to refute the rumors. They said that the clouds on the mountain are completely normal weather changes. They even listed a lot of evidence. Although I don't understand it, it seems to make sense. Hearing the driver's words, Li Changsheng could not help but smile. Experts and beasts were the same, they were both creatures that could not be trusted. The car stopped at the foot of the mountain. Li Changsheng took Tong Xian up the mountain. Along the way, they saw many people taking pictures with cameras. Li Changsheng had originally built the villa in the suburbs because he did not want to attract attention. He did not expect that it would be like a market now. It seems that I have to think of a way to prevent these tourists from gathering here. Otherwise, with so many people coming and going every day, how can the people living on the mountain cultivate in peace? When they were halfway up the mountain, they saw a stone tablet in front of them. On it were the words "Tourists are not allowed." Many people stopped when they reached this place. They were more self-aware. This stone tablet should have been set up by Liu Chong and the others after Li Changsheng left. Li Changsheng took Tong Xian directly over the stone tablet and walked forward. Hello. Come out quickly. The people on the mountain are very fierce. A few days ago, someone didn't listen to advice and was beaten black and blue. I heard that he's a company's CEO and has a lot of power. Originally, he wanted to find trouble with the owner of the villa, but then there was no news. I heard that the owner of the villa is very powerful, and ordinary people can't afford to offend him. When Li Changsheng heard the other party's words, he finally understood why so many tourists did not cross this line. It turned out that it was not because of good manners, but because they had learned a lesson from the mistakes of others. It's okay. I know the owner of the villa, Li Changsheng said. They continued to walk forward. However, the other party rolled his eyes and muttered, "These days, people don't even think about how to brag. Since you don't listen to advice, you deserve to be beaten out later." The other party's muttering was not loud, but how could it escape Li Changsheng's ears? Li Changsheng just smiled and continued to walk forward. However, less than 10 steps later, a loud roar suddenly came. Stop. Tourists are not allowed to enter the Cloud Top Villa. Leave now. A fair-looking young man with a wooden stick in his hand was staring at Li Changsheng. He probably wanted to put on a dignified look, but because he was too young, no murderous intent could be seen. However, the moment this young man appeared, many tourists put down their cameras. They heard from the crowd, it was this young man who broke the boss's leg that day. That guy is finished. This young man is not to be trifled with. Chapter 691. The Cloud Top Villa is not accepting visitors. Please leave quickly. The young man looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. At this moment, he was glaring at Li Changsheng fiercely. I'm the owner of the Cloud Top Villa. How can I be stopped when I'm returning to my own villa? Li Changsheng smiled. Although it was his first time seeing the young man, he could guess that he should be someone recruited by Liu Chong. Looking at the young man's bright eyes, it was obvious that he had already embarked on the path of cultivation. He was a good seedling. T. What a load of nonsense. You're the owner of this villa. Why haven't I seen you before? The young man looked at Li Changsheng with an unfriendly expression. Li Changsheng was about to explain something when the other party suddenly rushed toward Li Changsheng. His fist brought a gust of wind and directly hit Li Changsheng. When the surrounding spectators saw this situation, they all stared at the scene to watch the show. Although this young man is young, he's very powerful. Whoever dares to provoke him will be in for a bad time. I heard that the person who went up the mountain a few days ago was carried down the mountain on a stretcher. The young man was young, but it was obvious that he was notorious in the vicinity of this villa. Seeing that his fist was almost in front of Li Changsheng, and Li Changsheng still hadn't reacted, the young man's face showed some disdain. But soon, the expression on his face became stiff because the punch that he thought was extremely powerful was easily caught by Li Changsheng's raised hand. He struggled a few times, but he couldn't break free. In the next second, Li Changxing's hand shook slightly, and the young man took a few steps back like a marionette. When he looked at Li Changxing again, his eyes were full of shock. He knew that he had met a tough opponent this time. The surrounding spectators were also shocked. They didn't expect that Li Changxing, who looked ordinary, was actually an expert. "Enemies are here to challenge us," the young man shouted at the top of his lungs. Since he was no match for him, he naturally had to find help. As soon as he shouted, there was movement at the top of the mountain. Several figures could be seen rushing over. Beating up the young has provoked the old. This young man's martial arts is so high. When his elders come, they will be even stronger. It's over. This kid has poked a hornet's nest this time. Last time, the rich merchant was beaten so badly that he couldn't even get up. This time, I'm afraid that his legs will be broken. More and more people gathered to watch, and they were discussing animatedly. He cast a pitiful look at Li Changxing. Li Changxing, however, had an indifferent look on his face. He just stood there and waited quietly. A few minutes later, several figures appeared. "Wang Hua, who is causing trouble?" A figure in a daoist robe appeared beside the young man and asked. "It's him." Wang Hua pointed at Li Changxing. The other party raised his head. His face was filled with surprise at first, but it quickly turned into joy. "Mr. Li, you're back?" The one in front was Taoist Master Liu Chong. Soon after, Azhu and Zhu Hong arrived. After seeing Li Changxing, Zhu Hong hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. "Greetings, Master." The crowd below was in an uproar. It was said that there were immortals living in the cloud-top villa. Looking at the skills of Liu Chong and the others, even if they were not immortals, they were still hidden masters. However, these people all saluted a young man. The young man named Wang Hua was completely dumbfounded. He stammered, "Senior brother Zhu Hong, is he really master?" After seeing Zhu Hong nod, Wang Hua knelt on the ground with a plop. "I, Wang Hua, am unfilial. I didn't know master's true face and offended you. Please forgive me, master." Disciple? Li Changxing was also a little dumbfounded. However, seeing more and more people gathering, he said to Zhu Hong, "Let's go up the mountain and talk." Zhu Hong naturally didn't dare to disobey Li Changxing's order. Several people clustered around Li Changxing and walked to the top of the mountain. Along the way, Zhu Hong explained to Li Changxing. Only then did Li Changxing know that Wang Hua was sent up by a martial arts family after Li Changxing left. That martial arts family discovered Wang Hua's cultivation talent, but because of the family's limited resources, they heard about Li Changxing's deeds from somewhere and sent Wang Hua up the mountain, wanting to become Li Changxing's disciple. Zhu Hong saw that Wang Hua's martial arts talent was very unusual, but because Li Changxing wasn't in the capital, he didn't dare to make the decision. He decided to let Wang Hua stay first and wait for Li Changxing to come back to see what Li Changxing wanted to do. Wang Hua had a young temperament and good cultivation talent. He practiced martial arts from a young age and was more powerful than the average martial arts master. He was also unlike Zhu Hong and Liu Chong, who could stay. When he learned that many tourists came to the mountain every day to take photos, which annoyed Liu Chong and the others, he volunteered and named himself Mountain Patrol Envoy and set up a stone tablet on the mountain path. Whoever dared to cross the stone tablet, he would immediately teach them a lesson. A few days ago, a boss broke through and insulted Wang Hua because of his identity. As a result, he was beaten half to death by Wang Hua. In the past, he was restrained by the elders at home. Now in the villa, Zhu Hong was busy cultivating every day, and Liu Chong was difficult to discipline because he was likely to become Li Changxing's disciple. After beating someone, Wang Hua wasn't punished. Wang Hua was completely relieved. Every day, he hid in the dark and quietly waited for people to cross the stone tablet so that he could teach them a lesson. But he didn't expect that the rich man he beat was so ruthless that he was already infamous. For several days, no one crossed the line. Today, he happened to meet Li Changxing. But who would have thought that Li Changxing was that mysterious master? Wang Hua had been warned by the elders at home that the master he was going to study under was a super strong master. He must not make his master unhappy. So when he learned about Li Changsheng's identity, he immediately knelt down and apologized. At this time, Li Changsheng was walking in front, and he was following behind dejectedly. At the same time, he was quietly looking at Li Changsheng's back. Li Changsheng's image was very different from what he had imagined. In his imagination, Li Changsheng should at least be like Liu Chong, wearing a daoist robe with fluttering sleeves and having an awe-inspiring immortal aura. But Wang Hua didn't expect that Li Changsheng would look like this, wearing casual clothes with short hair. If Li Changsheng hadn't blocked his punch, he might not have recognized him as his master. My family has been praising him so much. Is he really that powerful? Wang Hua muttered. They went up the mountain, and Li Changsheng sat down in the main seat. Zhu Hong, Tong Xian, and Wang Hua stood aside. Liu Chong and Azhu also sat down under Li Changsheng's signal. At this time, Li Changsheng announced, "Tong Xian is my new disciple, my second disciple." Then, he introduced to Tong Xian, "This is your eldest senior brother, Zhu Hong." Tong Xian hurriedly cupped his hands and saluted, "Greetings, eldest senior brother." Wait a minute. At this time, Wang Hua couldn't help but say, "If he is the second disciple, won't I be the third disciple?" I'm not convinced. Wang Hua was a proud son of God. He had been spoiled at home since he was young, and he fought for the first place in everything. Because he had seen Zhu Hong's power after coming up the mountain, he naturally didn't dare to compete with Zhu Hong for the position of eldest senior brother, not to mention that Zhu Hong had been Li Changsheng's disciple for a long time. But Tong Xian was different. He was younger than him, and his strength seemed to be weaker than him. He didn't necessarily enter Li Changsheng's disciple earlier than him, so he immediately protested. The ranking of senior and junior brothers is determined by the time they entered the sect. Your protest is useless. Besides, you haven't officially entered my sect yet. My aptitude is so good. Many people want to take me as their disciple. It's your gain to be your disciple. Wang Hua said loudly. Li Changsheng couldn't help but shake his head. Your aptitude is indeed qualified to be my disciple, but you are so arrogant. You dare to talk back to me before entering the sect. It's hard to guarantee that you won't become a rebellious disciple in the future. I'll let you be a nominal disciple first and observe for a few days. If your conduct is not good, I'll inform your family elders to take you back. Li Changsheng said coldly. Chapter 692. How can you do this to me? Wang Hua looked at Li Changsheng in surprise. He didn't expect that such a good disciple like him would be treated like this. One had to know that in the past, even the most dignified grandfather in the family would still smile whenever he made a mistake. As for the sect masters of those small sects, they would try every means to accept him as a disciple. It was the first time he met such a strict master. If you are not satisfied, you can inform your parents to take you back now. Li Changsheng said coldly. Respecting one's master was definitely not just a saying. He had already accepted a traitor before. Now, no matter how good his aptitude was, he had to look at his character first. What's more, although Wang Hua's aptitude was good, he was still a little worse than Tong Xian. Wang Hua was still a child after all. He pouted and almost cried. He felt very wronged. But Li Changsheng didn't even look at him. He turned his head and discussed with Liu Chong about the establishment of the sect. The establishment of the sect naturally needed to send out invitations to invite people from all the major sects to attend the ceremony. But Li Changsheng thought about it and only the Sword Dao Alliance. The rest were almost all enemies. As for the name of the sect, Li Changsheng decided to name it the Verdant Sect, which symbolized prosperity. The specific matters would be prepared by the eldest disciple, Zhu Hong. Wang Hua was put in his place by Li Changsheng. After returning home, he called home. His grandfather, who had always doted on him, directly reprimanded him. On the third day, Old Master Wang brought a group of descendants of the Wang family to the mountaintop villa to apologize to Li Changsheng. As soon as they entered the door, they all knelt down and asked Li Changsheng to calm down. Originally, when he heard that the elders of the family were coming, Wang Hua thought that his grandfather would reprimand him over the phone, but in fact, he was here to seek justice for him. When he saw this scene, he suddenly realized how wrong his thinking was. Old Master Wang was almost 70 years old. Although cultivators had a longer lifespan than ordinary people, his qi and blood had begun to decline. Li Changsheng was not an unforgiving person. He allowed them to stand up and finally agreed to accept Wang Hua as his disciple. While Zhu Hong was busy preparing for the establishment of the sect, Li Changsheng left the cloud-top villa and went to the Yi family. Yi Shuang did not know that Li Changsheng had returned to Beijing. When she saw Li Changsheng, she was pleasantly surprised. The originally scheduled itinerary was immediately changed, and he didn't even go to the company. After sitting down in the living room, Li Changsheng told Yi Shuang about some of the things that he had experienced during this period of time. Yi Shuang knew that Li Changsheng was not an ordinary person, and her eyes shone as she listened. When he heard that an entire fire dragon had turned into a bracelet, he was even more surprised. He carefully touched the bracelet on Li Changsheng's wrist with his finger. As soon as she touched it, she let out a cry of surprise. When she retracted her hand, she saw that her finger was already red and swollen. "Are you okay?" Li Changsheng was also shocked. He hurriedly grabbed Yi Shuang's hand, took out a pill from his Chenkuan bag, dissolved it in water, and applied it. The red and swollen hand disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Why is it so hot?" Yi Shuang stared at the bracelet on Li Changsheng's wrist with lingering fear. "It's nothing. I forgot that it is a fire dragon, and its body temperature is very high. Sorry, it was my mistake." Li Changsheng looked at the bracelet on his wrist, and a trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes. This fire dragon was arrogant and unruly. It was unhappy that Yi Shuang was pointing at it, so it deliberately put Yi Shuang in her place. "You are my beast pet. How dare you casually hurt people? I can't forgive you," Li Changsheng said coldly. Then, he flicked his finger on the bracelet. Immediately, dense electric light could be seen with the naked eye. It was like a thin net that wrapped around the bracelet. The bracelet kept twisting, like a snake that had its tail nailed. At the same time, Li Changsheng heard a shrill scream in his mind, mixed with pleas for mercy. "Master, I won't do it again. Please let me go." Li Changsheng ignored him. He took the apple from Yi Shuang and chatted with Yi Shuang. "By the way, where did Uncle Yi and Auntie Yi go?" Li Changsheng didn't see Yi Haoran and his wife after coming in, so he asked curiously. "My father, he went to a temple in the west of the capital to worship Buddha. Originally, our family didn't believe in Buddhism and Taoism, but since they knew that there were immortals like you, they began to believe in it. A few days ago, an eminent monk came to the temple in the west of the capital. It was said that his wishes there were very effective. My father and the others went there a few times. When they came back, they said that the master was a really capable person. When you come back, they will help you introduce him. The master is very resourceful and will definitely be helpful to you." Hearing Yi Shuang's words, Li Changsheng shook his head. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but what kind of master in the world today was qualified to guide him? Yi Shuang seemed to have read Li Changsheng's mind and said, "Changsheng, I know you are very resourceful, but there is always someone better than you out there. Maybe that master is really an immortal. My dad said that the master can change a person's fate and let a mortal embark on the path of cultivation. I remember you said that if you want to embark on the path of cultivation, you must have enough talent. It is not easy for you to let a mortal embark on the path of cultivation. I was thinking about going to pay my respects to that master one day. If I can also embark on the path of cultivation, then I can live with you." Speaking of this, Yi Shuang's cheeks turned red for no reason. This was actually equivalent to a disguised confession. Yi Shuang secretly glanced at Li Changsheng, wanting to see Li Changsheng's reaction. However, to her disappointment, Li Changsheng didn't notice the message in her tone at all. Indeed, what Li Changsheng was paying attention to now was what Yi Shuang said about being able to let an ordinary person embark on the path of cultivation. Based on this sentence alone, she was definitely a liar. Li Changsheng didn't think much of what Yi Shuang said about a master before. After all, although there weren't many masters of cultivation in the world, there were definitely a lot of them. It was not surprising that there were some people who knew spells. However, the master that Yi Shuang said was obviously full of nonsense. Just as he was thinking about it, The sound of the door opening came from outside. A black Maybach drove into the yard. My father and the others are back. Yi Shuang hurriedly got up to open the door. Li Changsheng's eyes were fixed on his bracelet. In his eyes, he could see a fire snake with small horns on its head constantly rolling. Its body was covered in wounds and looked very miserable. It was constantly begging him. Master, I was wrong. That lightning was a kind of thunder method that Li Changsheng cultivated. Once attached to it, it was like going through 1,000 cuts. While he was talking to Yi Shuang, that fire snake had already walked through the gates of hell several times. If Li Changsheng didn't get rid of the lightning, he was afraid that the fire snake would really die in a while. This is just a small punishment for you. If you dare to not listen to my orders and hurt people in the future, I will skin you and pull out your tendons and refine you into a power item. Li Changsheng put away the lightning as soon as he finished speaking. That fire snake crawled there with a look of awe. Chapter 693. The black sedan stopped in the courtyard. Yi Haoran and his wife got out of the car but did not enter the house. Instead, they waited respectfully in the courtyard. Dad, Mom, why don't you enter the house? Yi Shuang asked in confusion. Shuang, didn't you go to work today? Yi Haoran was surprised. Li Changsheng walked out of the house after dealing with Fire Snake. Changsheng, you're here. Why didn't you tell me in advance so that I could prepare some food for you? It's okay. Uncle Yi, you're welcome. Li Changsheng smiled and walked into the courtyard. At the same time, he looked in the direction of the door. Sure enough, a business car stopped slowly at the door. Then, Yi Haoran and his wife walked up quickly. This time, the door opened and a monk in a yellow robe walked out. The 9 commandment scars on his head were particularly eye-catching. There were 4 young monks beside the monk. They had an extraordinary aura and gave people the feeling that they were bodyguards instead of monks. Benefactor Yi, is this your house? It's really impressive. The monk seemed to want to say something but stopped. Master, please speak your mind. Yi Haoran was the head of the Yi family, but he was respectful to the monk. It's just that there's something wrong with the feng shui of this courtyard. If this continues, I'm afraid that you and your family won't live long. What? Yi Haoran's expression changed drastically. Madam Yi, who was next to him, also turned pale. Master, what's going on? Please enlighten us. The ancestral grave of the Yi family is buried on the dragon vein. It should be noble for generations to come. However, because of the problem with the feng shui of this villa, there's a murderous aura in the air. Fortunately, the ancestral shadow of the Yi family offset most of the murderous aura. Otherwise, the Yi family would have been destroyed. Monk Huaikong shook his head with a pained and hateful look. Yi Haoran and his wife's faces had turned as white as paper. Master, you must save our Yi family. Yi Haoran almost knelt down to Monk Huaikong. Li Changsheng looked at the scene with a sneer in his eyes. Since when did monks know how to read feng shui? Wasn't that ridiculous? What master? He was just a charlatan. Thinking of this, Li Changsheng was about to expose him, but he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. This was because he sensed that there was a very powerful spiritual energy fluctuation on Master Huaikong's body. This meant that the other party was not purely a swindler, but was truly capable. But how could a capable cultivator be full of nonsense? Li Changsheng stared at Monk Ruo Kong's face. He felt that although the monk looked kind, he gave him a very strange feeling. Especially his eyes, they were a little thievish. If this fellow were to retract his head and lie on the ground, he would probably become a coward. Thinking of this, Li Changsheng suddenly had a flash of inspiration. How is this a monk? It's clearly a demon, and it's even a turtle. Li Changsheng had lived for countless years. During the pre-Qin period, there were a few great demons that roamed the world. However, it was difficult for demons to cultivate and they were very rare. Generally speaking, even when the spiritual energy was at its most abundant, there were only a handful of demons that could truly cultivate into a human form. In the current era where spiritual energy was scarce, it was almost impossible to find a demon that had truly attained the Tao for thousands of years. At most, there were those who could not transform into a human form and used some illusions to confuse people. Even if there were such existences, most of them were subdued by some righteous sects. Seeing Li Changsheng staring at him, Monk Huaikong immediately raised his eyebrows. This benefactor is young, but he's really handsome. If I'm not wrong, he should be Benefactor Yi's son, right? Ahem. Yi Haoran couldn't help but cough twice. This. Master Huaikong, you're wrong. This is my daughter's friend. Of course I'm not wrong. An awkward look flashed across Huaikong's face before he said seriously, a son-in-law is half a son. I've observed that this little brother will definitely become your Yi family's son-in-law, so it's not wrong to say that his benefactor Yi's son. Yi Haoran suddenly understood. Master, you're really brilliant. His face was filled with joy. Even the master said that his daughter and Li Changsheng could be together. That was really too delightful. Li Changsheng was the son-in-law he liked. Let's not talk about these things first. Let's talk about the layout of this courtyard first. The Tiansha is a very powerful evil spirit that ordinary people can't resist. Even if the Yi family has the protection left behind by their ancestors, it won't last long. Then how can we change the feng shui of this courtyard? Yi Haoran couldn't wait to ask. It's almost impossible to change the feng shui. Once the Tiansha is touched, it's very difficult to remove it. Then what should we do? Yi Haoran immediately became anxious when he heard this. In fact, it's very simple. You should be glad that you met me. I have a few talismans that I personally refined. As long as you wear them on your body, they can block the erosion of the evil spirit. Under my Buddha's light passport, the evil spirit in this courtyard will slowly be worn away. After 10 years, the evil spirit will be completely removed. Your Yi family will not only not have a disaster in the future, but it will also improve. Thank you, Master. Please give us the talismans. Yi Haoran pretended to kneel down to Monk Huaikong. Huaikong hurriedly supported Yi Haoran. Benefactor Yi, you don't have to be so polite. It's just that I can't give you this talisman for free. I heard that Benefactor Yi has a big business in the capital. Recently, I've been planning to enter the secular world to cultivate. I want to have a place to stay in the capital. Okay. Yi Haoran hurriedly nodded. I'll get someone to buy a house for you. Monk Huaikong nodded with a smile. His eyes were almost narrowed into slits. Huaikong took out 3 sewn talismans from his chest and handed them to Yi Haoran, his wife, and Yi Shuang. Finally, he looked at Li Changsheng. Little brother, I'm really sorry. I only made 3 talismans. But don't worry. When I go back, I'll immediately consecrate a talisman for you and get someone to send it over. Master is really merciful. Yi Haoran sighed. It's only right. Monk Huaikong smiled. No need. I don't need your talismans. There's no evil spirit in the world that can infect my body. Moreover, I don't think Uncle Yi and the others need it either. There's no evil spirit in this villa. As soon as Li Changsheng spoke, Monk Huaikong's expression changed. However, before Huaikong could say anything, Yi Haoran had already said, Changsheng, don't be rude to Master Huaikong. Although you're very resourceful, Master Huaikong is more like a god. You've been to my Yi family several times, but you couldn't see the problem with my Yi family's feng shui. However, when Master Huaikong first saw me, he knew that there was a problem with my family's feng shui. The few strange things that he casually said did happen in my Yi family. 1,000-year-old tortoise. The tortoise shell was originally a tool used by the Daoist in the past for divination. For Huaikong to be able to cultivate a favor, he must have lived for countless years. Although he couldn't compare to Li Changsheng, he was still an old monster. With a tortoise shell, he could naturally calculate many things. No wonder he could deceive Yi Haoran to be so loyal. Chapter 694. Upon hearing Li Changsheng's words, Huaikong's face immediately sank. He never thought that a mere mortal would dare to question him. Young man, I know that many people don't believe in the existence of gods and monsters in the world, but that doesn't mean that they don't exist. This villa has offended the heavens, and the people who live here will be corroded by the baleful aura. In the end, they won't live for long. As he spoke, he muttered something, and his clothes fluttered without any wind. Rays of light flashed on his back. If his clothes were removed, one would see a golden tortoise shell shining on his back. This was Huaikong's innate ability, which allowed him to use the tortoise shell to deduce everything. He relied on the accuracy of his deductions to become famous in the capital in a short period of time. Li Changsheng watched quietly with a smile on his face and didn't say anything. Since he could see Huaikong's true form, he naturally knew what tricks he was playing. However, even for a talented existence like Huaikong, this kind of deduction technique could only be used to deduce mortals who were many times weaker than him. Even the most ordinary cultivator would find it extremely difficult to deduce because the path of cultivation was to defy the heavens and change one's fate. If someone else changed their own fate, how could he possibly deduce it? Not to mention a powerful expert like Li Changsheng. After a full 3 minutes, Huaikong's face was covered in fine sweat. However, in his eyes, Li Changsheng's body was covered in fog and he couldn't find a trace. How could this be? Could it be that you're a cultivator? Huaikong blurted out. This was because only cultivators who defied the heavens and changed their fate were difficult to deduce. That's right, Mr. Li is a Dao expert. He's also very famous in the capital. Yi Haoran was afraid that Li Changsheng and Huaikong would become enemies, so he hurriedly explained. No wonder. Huaikong snorted coldly, so what if you're a cultivator? Haven't you heard of baleful aura? Young man, although we're on the same path, I still have to remind you that you have to be careful. Huaikong no longer sold his consecrated talismans to Li Changsheng as he lectured with the tone of a senior. In his opinion, even if Li Changsheng was a cultivator, how could he compare to a monster that had cultivated for thousands of years? Even though it was difficult for demons to cultivate, and his strength was only equivalent to the congenital realm of human cultivators. However, according to Huaikong's knowledge, congenital realm experts were extremely formidable experts in this era where spirit energy was scarce. I was just being careless, so I don't need you to remind me. However, I do need to remind you not to talk nonsense. Li Changsheng retorted without backing down. Huaikong's face instantly darkened. Yi Haoran was a little anxious. Changsheng, you have to speak properly with Master Huaikong. Brat, it seems that if I don't show you what a real divine ability is, you won't be convinced. Monk Huaikong suddenly took a step forward and formed a seal with his hands. As he stomped heavily on the ground, it was as if a clap of thunder had sounded out of nowhere, causing Yi Haoran, his wife, and Yi Shuang to feel their heads buzzing. Then, a gust of wind rose from the ground, and a huge tortoise phantom appeared above his head. The tortoise's shell was covered in green hair, and when it opened its mouth, a green light shot into the sky. The moment the green light flew out, all kinds of ghostly wails and howls sounded in the courtyard. In an instant, it was as if they had arrived in a gloomy hell. What's going on? Yi Haoran and his 2 daughters were completely stunned as they stared at the sky, trembling. These are the wandering ghosts that were attracted by the baleful aura in your courtyard. These wandering ghosts and vengeful ghosts are constantly absorbing the yang energy in your bodies. Now, I'll help you get rid of them completely. Monk Huaikong revealed a smug expression. With a loud roar, the green light swept down, and all kinds of ghostly phantoms were cleansed. A few minutes later, the strange phenomenon in the sky disappeared, and the courtyard became clear again. The warm sunlight shone on people's bodies, making them feel as if it was yesterday. How is it? Now you know how powerful I am, right? Monk Huaikong said proudly. The Yi family of 3 barely managed to calm their minds, and their reverence for Monk Huaikong grew even stronger. The gloomy feeling just now was a stark contrast to the warm feeling now, and it made Monk Huaikong's image in their eyes countless times greater. Master is very resourceful, you're a true expert. Yi Haoran said with emotion. Yi Shuang kept gesturing to Li Changsheng, hinting for Li Changsheng to say a few words of concession to build a good relationship with Huaikong. However, Li Changsheng only had a faint mocking smile on his lips. What exorcising ghosts? It was just an illusion that Monk Huaikong played. This kind of illusion looked awe-inspiring, but it was actually fake. How could it escape Li Changsheng's fiery golden eyes? At this moment, Monk Huaikong's gaze landed on Li Changsheng. How is it, little brother? Do you still insist on your idea? As soon as Monk Huaikong finished speaking, Everyone present focused their attention on Li Changsheng. However, they saw Li Changsheng smiling faintly. Of course I insist. This is just a little trick to deceive others. How dare you make a fool of yourself in front of me? Monk Huaikong's face instantly turned gloomy. Yi Haoran and his family turned pale with fright. Some of them blamed Li Changsheng for being insensible. At this time, he was still speaking arrogantly and offending the expert. It seems that you're very disdainful of my magic. There was anger in Monk Huaikong's eyes as he said coldly, "Little brother, you're also a cultivator. Since you don't like my magic, why don't you show it to me?" As he spoke, he gave a look to a disciple standing beside him. The burly monk took a step forward and sneered at Li Changsheng. "This is my disciple. He has received 1/10 of my true teachings. Do you dare to spar with him, little brother?" "Sure." Li Changsheng had a faint smile on his face from the beginning to the end. The burly monk threw a punch at Li Changsheng from 3 meters away. The fist force brought along a strong wind and surged towards Li Changsheng. Seeing that the punch was so fierce, Yi Haoran and his family were so nervous that their hearts were in their mouths. However, Li Changsheng stood there without moving much, allowing the fist force to hit his body. Bang! There was a dull sound as the fist force hit Li Changsheng's chest. However, Li Changsheng's clothes only swayed a few times. He stood still as if he had taken root on the ground. "Your fist is too soft. Why don't you take one of my moves too?" Li Changsheng suddenly opened his mouth. Then, he gently flicked his finger forward. Bang! It was like a thunderclap. The fist force instantly hit Huaikong's disciple. His disciple flew out like a kite with a broken string and landed outside the courtyard. Chapter 695. Brat, you're courting death. When Huaikong saw his disciple being sent flying by Li Changsheng with a single finger, he immediately flew into a rage. His expression was ferocious as he clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. He didn't expect Li Changsheng to be so powerful. When he attacked just now, that powerful force even made his heart sway. "Changsheng, Master Huaikong, don't be rash. Let's talk things over." Yi Haoran hurriedly stepped forward to mediate when he saw that both sides were about to fight. At this moment, Li Changsheng waved his hand. The talismans sewn from the 3 cloth bags that Master Huaikong had given to Yi Haoran's family flew into the air and landed in his hand. A flame ignited in his palm and burned them to ashes. "Changsheng, what are you doing?" Yi Haoran was a little anxious. Until now, he still treated Huaikong as an immortal. If it wasn't for the special relationship between Li Changsheng and the Yi family, he would have reprimanded him a long time ago if he was just an ordinary junior. This so-called talisman is just a trick to deceive people. This monk doesn't know anything about feng shui. He only knows divination. When he came in just now, he said that I'm the son of the Yi family. It's because I'm a cultivator that ordinary divination techniques can't calculate the trajectory of my life. That's why he made such a mistake. As soon as Li Changsheng finished speaking, Yi Haoran looked at Huaikong in confusion. At this moment, Huaikong no longer cared about the feelings of the Yi family. He just looked coldly at Li Changsheng. The 4 disciples that followed him were actually his 4 sons. It was only to deceive others that they addressed each other as master and disciple. Now that his own sons were beaten to such a state, how could he not hate Li Changsheng to the core? "Brat, if I don't kill you, I swear I'm not human." Huaikong gnashed his teeth and said. The murderous aura on his body continued to rise. "You're not human to begin with," Li Changsheng said indifferently, unmoved. It had been a long time since he had seen a monster, especially an old tortoise that had lived for thousands of years. Li Changsheng had heard that turtle shells were good for divination and had a strong defense. He was planning to capture this old turtle and refine it into a magic tool. There was also the fire snake that he had subdued. It had an irritable temperament and refused to be disciplined. If it dared to cause trouble again, he would directly refine it into a magic tool. A 1,000-year-old tortoise and an innate divine object would definitely be able to refine a powerful magic weapon. "Die, brat." When his aura reached its peak, a huge tortoise once again appeared above Master Huaikong's head. The tortoise's body was surrounded by a green glow, and a gust of wind appeared out of nowhere. Yi Haoran and his family felt as if their souls were about to be blown away by the wind. Their faces were pale and their bodies were cold. Seeing this, Li Changsheng waved his hand and the bracelet on his wrist gave off waves of heat, causing Yi Haoran and the others' expressions to improve. Li, give me your life. Huaikong finished speaking. The huge tortoise opened its mouth and spat out a green light that shot towards Li Changsheng. Within the green light, there were streaks of black qi, which carried a pungent smell in the air. I didn't expect an old tortoise like you to be an expert in using poison. Li Changsheng could see the poison contained in the green light at a glance. Hee. So you will definitely die today. Monk Huaikong laughed proudly. Be careful. Yi Shuang shouted anxiously, afraid that Li Changsheng would be injured. Yi Haoran kept muttering, it's over, it's over. However, Li Changsheng, who was facing the green light, did not have any expression on his face. He only said indifferently, you want to deal with me with a mere poison? Li Changsheng shook his head. With a wave of his hand, the heart-wishful sword appeared in his hand. He softly spat out a word, break. In an instant, the sword light was resplendent and streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning. The sword light formed by the heart-wishful sword carried a biting cold sword chi and directly slashed down to meet the green light. Under the sword light, the green light was directly cut down from the middle and turned into wisps of green smoke. After shattering the green light, the sword light's power did not weaken at all and slashed on the huge tortoise shell above Monk Huaikong's head. Boom! 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 The huge tortoise was split from the middle and all the illusions disappeared without a trace in an instant. Monk Huaikong took a few steps back with a pale face and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock and he no longer had the calmness and viciousness from before. There was only fear and terror. However, what was even more shocking was that the sword light still did not dissipate. Under Li Changsheng's command, it continued to slash towards Monk Huaikong. Monk Huaikong was scared out of his wits and no longer dared to block it. He directly knelt on the ground with a plop and kowtowed to Li Changsheng. Immortal Master, I was wrong. Please spare my life, spare my life. Monk Huaikong had completely recognized the gap between himself and Li Changsheng. He knew that if he dared to go against Li Changsheng again, only death would await him. Therefore, even though he knew that he would die if the sword light slashed down, he still chose not to resist. In fact, he had made the right choice. Li Changsheng did not let the sword light continue to fall. The moment the sword light was about to slash his head, it suddenly dissipated. Monk Huaikong, let me ask you. Did the Yi family's villa offend the heavens? Will the Yi family members' lives be in danger if this goes on? Li Changsheng's voice was like rolling thunder and was incomparably dignified. No, I'm just talking nonsense. I want to cheat the Yi family of their money and get them to give me the villa in the capital. There's no heavens at all and I don't know anything about feng shui. Then let me ask you again. What's your background? Why did you pretend to be a monk to deceive people? Immortal Master, my original form is a 1,000-year-old turtle. I was cultivating in a river cave and encountered a bottleneck. Therefore, I wanted to enter the human world to see if I could find an opportunity to attain Tao. Then let me ask you again. How many demons like you are there in this world? I don't dare to lie to Immortal Master. There should be a few hundred demons like me. They are all under the jurisdiction of the Demon Alliance. Where is the Demon Alliance? Li Changsheng's eyes flickered. He did not expect the demons to have an organization. The Demon Alliance is built on the sea and is jointly managed by a few demon kings. Alright, that's all I want to ask. Seeing that it wasn't easy for you to cultivate, I'll spare your turtle life. Now, scram. Don't step into the human world in the future. There's a difference between humans and demons. If I see you again, I'll cut off your head and stew it in a pot of turtle soup. Yes, yes. Monk Huaikong hurriedly got up from the ground and bowed to Li Changsheng. He brought his 3 sons and went outside to help the son that was severely injured by Li Changsheng before fleeing in a panic. Yi Shuang's family only reacted a few minutes after Master Huaikong left. They had heard the conversation between Master Huaikong and Li Changsheng and realized that they had been deceived. Yi Haoran's face was a little awkward when he thought about how he had asked Huaikong to guide Li Changsheng. He did not expect that he could not compare to Li Changsheng at all. Chapter 696. The matter of establishing a new sect was in full swing. According to Li Changsheng's request, invitations were sent to his friends in the cultivation world. On the third day after the invitations were sent out, Ding Qingyang and Ding Qingxue of Shu Mountain, as well as Elder Yu Feng, arrived in advance. The two siblings had a special relationship with Li Changsheng and helped him with various matters. In addition, several sacred grounds of Wudang, Qingcheng, and Miaojiang had also received Li Changsheng's invitations. The cloud-top villa was decorated with festive decorations. A huge plaque with the words Green Sect hung high above the lintel. Two huge black jade Qilin statues were transported up the mountain by Yi Haoran with tremendous effort. They stood on both sides of the aisle, looking majestic and imposing. Now, Li Changsheng had three main disciples, Zhu Hong, Tong Xian, and Wang Hua. Liu Chong was appointed as the guardian of the sect by Li Changsheng, and Azhu was the hall master. These were all the members of Li Changsheng's Green Sect. They could be said to be 2 or 3 big cats. However, the sect master, Li Changsheng, and the eldest disciple, Zhu Hong, were both figures who could hold their own. On this day, Li Changsheng came from Nanyang with more than a dozen disciples. They were all children with cultivation aptitude that he found in Nanyang. However, although these people had the potential to cultivate, they were many times worse than geniuses like Tong Xian and Wang Hua. Li Changsheng checked their aptitude one by one, but in the end, he could only shake his head and let these people be ordinary disciples of the sect. They could not become his disciples. As the time approached, the mountain became more and more lively. You are the first batch of elders of the Green Sect. In the next few days, I will teach you cultivation methods that are suitable for you. Li Changsheng set up an array formation inside the villa and explained to them the difficulties on the path of cultivation. Ding Qingyang and Ding Qingxue were also lucky to be able to listen. Li Changsheng had lived for more than 10,000 years and had collected countless cultivation methods. Coupled with his rich experience, everyone was improving every day under his guidance. On this day, Li Changsheng, who was preaching, suddenly stopped talking and looked outside the formation. Everyone in the room was puzzled. Li Changsheng slowly stood up and walked out of the array. On the wide road outside, a figure in snow-white clothes was looking at Li Changsheng with a smile. The number one person in the world of cultivation is indeed worthy of his reputation. You sensed me as soon as I appeared. The person who came looked to be in his 20s. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he had an otherworldly temperament, just like an immortal. However, this was only in the eyes of ordinary people. In Li Changsheng's eyes, the other party's aura was as deep as the abyss, and there was a black fog behind him. You are like an ancient ferocious beast hibernating in his body, your demonic aura soaring to the heavens. Your Excellency has come uninvited. Is there anything I can help you with? Li Changsheng asked. I have a subordinate who has encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, so I suggested that he live in the human world for a period of time and comprehend the will of the heavens and his heart in the mortal world so that he can break through as soon as possible. However, he was frightened by you and fled back to the sea. I came to see what kind of person could scare my subordinate into a coward. He is a coward to begin with. Li Changsheng said coldly. After hearing what the other party said, he knew why he was there. It was because of Monk Huaikong. It doesn't matter what he is. What's important is that I'm here today to exchange a few blows with you. Let's see if the number one expert of the human race is stronger, or if I, the Demon King, am stronger. You should be one of the Demon Kings in charge of the Demon Alliance that Huaikong mentioned, right? Your strength is equivalent to the peak of the mysterious finger in our human cultivation. No wonder you dare to come here and behave atrociously. However, your strength is not enough in front of me. Golden Silkworm Demon King's expression changed when Li Changsheng exposed his cultivation. However, being looked down upon by Li Changsheng still made him furious. We'll only know if it's enough after we fight. Golden Silkworm Demon King took a step forward and 6 flying swords appeared behind him. 3 swords lined up in a row and slashed at Li Changsheng. It turned out that the 6-winged golden silkworm had attained the Tao. Li Changsheng recognized the other party's background when he saw the other party make his move. The 6 flying swords were actually refined from Golden Silkworm Demon King's 6 wings. Compared to a sword cultivator's intrinsic flying sword, it was even easier to control. This was because no matter how a sword cultivator's intrinsic flying sword was ultimately an external object. However, since it was refined from one's own wings, it was originally a part of the body. The 6 flying swords flew over with sword chi, but Li Changsheng remained unmoved. When the flying swords were about to reach him, he suddenly punched out. The fist force wreaked havoc and enveloped the 6 flying swords. With a single punch, the 6 flying swords were smashed back. Golden Silkworm Demon King's face turned pale with fright. Seeing that Li Changsheng was about to attack again, he turned into a streak of white light. He actually directly turned into a streak of white light, disappearing into the horizon, escaping just like that. "You're really fast." Li Changsheng felt a little regretful. The 6-winged golden silkworm was the same as the fire dragon bred by the mysterious Yellow Mountain. In particular, the 6-winged golden silkworm was born from the innate Gungjin Qi, which was of great benefit to those who cultivated the sword Dao. However, the 6-winged golden silkworm was also very fast. Li Changsheng knew that even with his current speed, the possibility of him stopping him was very slim, so he didn't chase after him. There was still half a month before the official opening ceremony. On this day, Li Changsheng came to the city after finishing his sermon. According to the information he received, Jiang Dao and the others were now working in the capital. He found Jiang Dao's number from the address book. When he learned that Li Changsheng was in the capital, Jiang Dao immediately asked for Li Changsheng's location. Half an hour later, he drove his BMW 5 Series over at lightning speed. Zhong Xiaofeng and Yang Fan are at work. I've already called them. They said they went to ask for leave from their leaders. Seeing Li Changsheng again, Jiang Dao was very excited. He told Li Changsheng that he had bought a house in the capital and planned to settle down in the capital in the future. He also insisted on dragging Li Changsheng to his house for dinner. After not seeing him for so long, Li Changsheng found that Jiang Dao had changed a lot. He was more mature and steady. The only thing that hadn't changed was his sincere heart. Zhong Xiaofeng wore thick glasses. After seeing Li Changsheng, he only knew how to giggle. They also knew a little about Li Changsheng's identity. They knew that the most unassuming roommate in this dormitory was the real boss. When Yang Fan came over, he drove a blue Maserati. Compared to Jiang Dao's BMW 5 Series, he seemed to have made the most progress among the three. Jiang Dao told Li Changsheng that Yang Fan was chosen by the company's CEO because of his ability to do things. He married the company's CEO's daughter. Now, he had worked 20 years less and had reached the sky in one step. He was already the company's CEO. Li Changsheng congratulated Yang Fan. Yang Fan was very modest. He said that there was still a big gap between him and Li Changsheng, but the trace of pride in his eyes could not be concealed. Chapter 697. Jiang Dao was originally a rich second generation. Now, it was said that he was working in a relative's company and was already a project manager. Being related and not being related were two completely different treatments. In comparison, Zhong Xiaofeng, who had the strongest professional skills and was also the best at studying, was still an ordinary employee. Jiang Dao lived in a very high-end neighborhood located in the center of the city. It was close to the subway station and had all kinds of supporting facilities. The only drawback was that the traffic jam was too bad. It was also the first time Zhong Xiaofeng and Yang Fan came to Jiang Dao's house. People were always making new friends. After joining the workforce, everyone had a new circle. Their lives were busy, so naturally, they didn't have much time to gather. If it wasn't for the appearance of Li Changsheng, it was unknown when they would be able to gather together again. Yang Fan didn't know the way to Jiang Dao's house, so he needed Jiang Dao to drive and lead the way. Fortunately, the road here was too congested. The speed was as slow as a snail, so there was no need to worry about losing them. After waiting for half an hour, they finally passed through the crowded road and arrived at Jiangdao's neighborhood. After parking the car in the underground garage, they took the elevator to Jiangdao's house. After knocking on the door, a beautiful woman wearing an apron walked in. "Little Ying, these are the brothers I told you about. They are Li Changsheng, Yang Fan, and Zhong Xiaofeng from the same dorm. Hello, come in. Jiangdao often mentions you guys to me." After seeing little Ying, Li Changsheng and the others were a little surprised. Jiangdao had a girlfriend in school. Li Changsheng and the others had met her before. They were quite familiar with Xu Ying, but no one would say anything at this time. How many people in college could have a happy ending in their relationships? Out of the ivory tower, facing a more exciting world, their original ideas were changing. Little Ying's cooking skills are very high. You guys are in for a treat today. After Li Changsheng and the others sat down on the sofa, Jiangdao took out a bottle of good wine from the cabinet. "This bottle is my collection. It's worth 30,000 yuan. Even I can't bear to drink it." The dishes were quickly served. At first, everyone was still a little restrained. After all, Jiangdao's girlfriend was beside them. However, after a few glasses of wine, they immediately relaxed. When they talked about their years in school, everyone had some feelings. Although it hadn't been long, many of the stories seemed to have happened a long time ago. "Changsheng, after you left the capital last time, there was someone who kept asking me about you. How many people have you hurt unknowingly?" Jiangdao suddenly laughed. "Who is it?" Li Changsheng was a little curious. "Lin Yin. Her family owns a bar. The last time I brought my colleagues to her bar, her father specially mentioned you. Looking at Lin Yin's attitude towards you, I'm afraid that as long as you agree, she will immediately get married to you. Her father is very fond of you. Tell me, when did you quietly capture the heart of such a big beauty?" "Yeah. Changsheng, be honest." Zhong Xiaofeng and Yang Fan were eyeing Li Changsheng covetously. If he didn't tell the truth, they would drink him to the ground. Of course not. Although there was nothing between Li Changsheng and Lin Yin, he felt a little guilty for no reason. Jiangdao's girlfriend, Xiao Ying, looked at this scene with a smile. Especially toward Li Changsheng. Jiangdao's circle was not small, and there were many outstanding young talents and rich second generation with extraordinary family backgrounds. However, in several conversations, she found that Jiangdao valued Li Changsheng the most, so she had long been curious about who Li Changsheng was. It was just that when she saw Li Changsheng, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He was too ordinary, very different from what she had imagined. However, seeing the happy scene between the three, she thought that perhaps Jiangdao valued Li Changsheng not because of Li Changsheng's ability or background, but because of their carefree youth. "Speaking of Lin Yin, why don't we go to the bar?" Zhong Xiaofeng suddenly suggested. "I'm afraid you have an ulterior motive." Yang Fan laughed, with a playful expression. "What's the matter? Are you two hiding something from me?" Jiangdao looked at the two suspiciously. Zhong Xiaofeng's face turned slightly red. Jiangdao was now more certain that Zhong Xiaofeng was hiding something from him. "It's like this," Yang Fan said. Zhong Xiaofeng wanted to stop him, but it was too late. "Xiaofeng's company is not far from ours. One of his colleagues' girlfriend happens to work in our company. I heard that Zhong Xiaofeng has taken a fancy to a girl in the company. That girl especially likes to go to nightclubs, and coincidentally, she often goes to Lin Yin's bar. Zhong Xiaofeng is now a regular at Lin Yin's bar in order to meet her." "Is that so? So you have an ulterior motive." Being stared at by several people with playful eyes, Zhong Xiaofeng felt even more embarrassed. "For the sake of my brother's happiness, let's go to the bar tonight." Jiangdao waved his hand and decided. After saying that, he couldn't help but look at Xiao Ying with a guilty conscience. "Wife, what do you think?" Xiao Ying smiled. "Of course. Okay, it's decided." This time, Jiangdao spoke with even more confidence than before. "Then I'll call my wife and ask her to come," Yang Fan said. After saying that, he immediately explained, "I'm not afraid of my wife. I just think it's boring for her to stay at home alone." "Hey, Several people exclaimed in unison. Young Fan immediately scratched his head and said righteously, "Well, then I'll be honest. If I go to a nightclub, my wife will inevitably be suspicious. If I take her with me and let her supervise me at all times, she can rest assured. Come on, don't just talk. Drink. Drink." Jiang Dao raised his glass. After drinking, he looked at Li Changsheng. "Changsheng, what about you? Did you contact Bai Chenxue later?" "Nope." Li Changsheng shook his head. Speaking of Bai Chenxue, he still couldn't help but feel pain in his heart, as if it was gently knocked by a small hammer. "What about you, Yue? Yue is studying at Northwestern University. I haven't seen her for a long time. I heard that you had a good relationship with the beauty Wu Xiaowan when you were in school. After you left school, I heard a lot of rumors about you too. Is it true?" Jiang Dao suddenly became gossipy. Li Changsheng got up to pick up the tea and hurriedly changed the topic. Jiang Dao's girlfriend, Xiao Ying, looked curious. From the meaning of their words, this Li Changsheng seemed to be very popular with women. However, no matter how she looked at him, she couldn't see the charm of Li Changsheng. Maybe everyone has their own taste. Xiao Ying thought so. Seeing that Li Changsheng only poured half a cup of tea and the teapot was empty, she hurriedly went to get the freshly boiled water. Chapter 698. They kept drinking until the sky was about to turn dark. Yang Fan drove back to pick up his wife. Li Changsheng, Jiang Dao, and Zhong Xiaofeng rushed to Lin Yin's bar first. Because they came early, there were not many people in the bar yet. Jiang Dao called Lin Yin and asked her to come to the bar, saying that a mysterious guest wanted to see her. Lin Yin asked, "Who is it? Why are you being so secretive?" Jiang Dao kept her guessing and said, "You'll know when you come." As soon as he hung up the phone, he saw Yang Fan walk in with a girl. When he walked to Li Changsheng, he put his arm around the girl's shoulder and said proudly, "My wife, Bai Shujie." Yang Fan introduced Li Changsheng and the others to Bai Shujie. "Hello, everyone." Bai Shujie had heard a lot about Yang Fan's friends in the same dormitory as him. "You're Li Changsheng? I often hear my Yang Fan mention you. He admires you very much." Bai Shujie was different from Xiao Ying. Yang Fan had already told her about Li Changsheng's amazing deeds. Especially Yang Fan, who liked to brag. According to him, Li Changsheng was definitely someone who could reach the heavens. "Hello." Li Changsheng stretched out his hand and shook Bai Shujie's hand gently. Bai Shujie was a little surprised to see that the powerful figure her husband talked about was so approachable. At the same time, she knew her husband's character quite well. She couldn't help but wonder if her husband was bragging to her again. However, this was obviously not the time to question Yang Fan. "Sister-in-law, do you drink?" Jiang Dao asked as if they were close. Bai Shujie hurriedly shook her head. "I've never touched alcohol." "Really? Then how did Yang Fan get away with it?" Jiang Dao obviously knew some of the stories between the two. Bai Shujie immediately glared at her husband Yang Fan. At this time, a figure entered the door and walked straight to them. "Jiang Dao, I wonder which mysterious guest has tricked me here in the middle of the night." A pleasant voice rang out. It was the bar owner's daughter, Lin Yin. After Lin Yin walked over, her voice suddenly stopped. "Li Changsheng, is it really you?" At this moment, Lin Yin was completely dumbfounded. "Long time no see." Li Changsheng smiled faintly. "Yes. Long time no see." Lin Yin was silent for a moment before she said, "When did you come back? Why didn't you give me a call so that I could welcome you back?" "Aren't I here now?" Li Changsheng said with a smile. "How is it, Lin Yin? Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" The relationship between Jiang Dao and Lin Yin was obviously very good. Lin Yin's emotions had already calmed down. She took the initiative to pour herself a glass of wine, then raised her glass to toast Li Changsheng. "Thank you for last time." Li Changsheng naturally knew what Lin Yin was referring to. "It's a piece of cake." Lin Yin sat down beside Li Changsheng. As time passed, more and more people entered the bar. "Look. That's the woman that Zhong Xiaofeng likes," Yang Fan suddenly yelled. A group of men and women walked in from outside the bar. Among them, There was a woman with smoky makeup and an afro. Although her style was very shocking, she was really good-looking. Her name is Wang Li, a new intern in our company. I fell in love with her from the first time I saw her. Since Yang Fan had already pointed it out, Zhong Xiaofeng had nothing to hide. He slowly told the story. Does she know that you like her? Lin Yin seemed to empathize with Zhong Xiaofeng's experience. She took the initiative to fill Zhong Xiaofeng's glass with wine, as if saying, "You have a story, I have wine. I confessed to her last week, but she rejected me." Speaking of this, a trace of sadness flashed in Zhong Xiaofeng's eyes. It's okay to be rejected once. Keep up the good work. Lin Yin encouraged Zhong Xiaofeng. Why don't you call her over for a drink? Yang Fan, who had left school and gone through the experience of society, became more eloquent and tactful. Dealing with strangers was his forte. That's not good, right? Zhong Xiaofeng was a little hesitant. What's not good about it? Watch me. With that, Yang Fan got up and walked toward Wang Li, ignoring Zhong Xiaofeng's objection. But soon, he came back with his head drooped. How was it? Did you die before you even got started? Jiang Dao joked. More than that. When I said that I wanted to treat her to a drink, she was still smiling. But when she saw Zhong Xiaofeng, she directly told me to get lost. Xiaofeng, it seems that the possibility of you getting this girl is very slim. I think she really doesn't like you. Zhong Xiaofeng's eyes flashed a trace of sadness. He forced a smile and said, "Yeah, I'm just a fresh graduate. I have no background and my business ability is not strong. How could she like me?" Sigh. Hearing Zhong Xiaofeng's words of self-abandonment, several people sighed. But what can they say? Love is like drinking water. Only the person who knows the temperature, others can't help much. Zhong Xiaofeng was in a bad mood, so his drinking speed was inevitably faster. Therefore, while others were only in a tipsy state, he was a little drunk. After going to the washroom, he stumbled over to where Wang Li was. Where did Zhong Xiaofeng go? Is he going to confess under the influence of alcohol? Jiang Dao wondered. That's really possible. Yang Fan looked like he was watching a good show. Wang Li, I like you. Even if Zhong Xiaofeng was a little drunk, he still summoned great courage when he said this sentence at this moment. I don't like you. Wang Li shook her head, and I already have a boyfriend. You said last time that you don't have a boyfriend. Wang Li's words were like a bolt from the blue to Zhong Xiaofeng. He reached out and tried to give Wang Li a hug. Just when he opened his arms, a figure suddenly jumped out from beside Wang Li and kicked his lower abdomen. Plop. Zhong Xiaofeng's body fell heavily on the ground. You even dare to have ideas about my girlfriend. It was a young man with curly hair. After kicking Zhong Xiaofeng to the ground, he didn't stop and rushed up to Zhong Xiaofeng to beat him up. On this side, Li Changsheng and the others saw this scene and hurriedly rushed over. Yang Fan and Jiang Dao stopped the man, while Li Changsheng helped Zhong Xiaofeng back to his seat. Wang Li already had a boyfriend, but Zhong Xiaofeng still wanted to hug her. Even if he was beaten, he deserved it. Li Changsheng also didn't want to stand up for him. After Jiang Dao and Yang Fan came back, they also complained to Zhong Xiaofeng. But Zhong Xiaofeng was like a wooden man and didn't refute. He just stared blankly at Wang Li's direction. Looking at his soulless appearance, even Li Changsheng couldn't bear it. There are plenty of fish in the sea, why hang yourself on a crooked tree? Jiang Dao sighed and patted Zhong Xiaofeng's shoulder. At this time, the man who finished beating Zhong Xiaofeng pointed his finger in Zhong Xiaofeng's direction and cursed something. There were many people around watching the show, but they were quite disappointed when they saw that the two sides didn't fight. Chapter 699. Drinking to drown one's sorrows made one even more sorrowful. Zhong Xiaofeng drank as if he was drinking water. Li Changsheng and the others didn't know how to persuade him. They just looked at him and felt sad for him. On the other side, the man who hit Zhong Xiaofeng was very proud. He held Wang Li's hand and twisted on the dance floor, shaking his head. When people were proud, they would easily forget themselves. Because the man twisted too much, he accidentally bumped into a guy behind him. It was a young man who was as thin as a bamboo pole. After being bumped, he immediately cursed. Probably because he had just taught Zhong Xiaofeng a lesson and felt that he was shining, Wang Li's boyfriend turned around and punched the thin bamboo pole. The thin bamboo pole was too thin and weak. He fell to the ground after being punched. Wang Li's boyfriend didn't intend to let it go. He rushed up and punched and kicked the thin bamboo pole. The thin bamboo pole awkwardly escaped from the dance floor and ran to the door of the bar. He turned around and fiercely said, "You wait for me." Then he disappeared without a trace. Wang Li's boyfriend, Ba, with a look of disdain. His several companions next to him showed a look of admiration, making him feel even more radiant. Lin Yin, who had witnessed everything, said, "That thin bamboo pole often comes to the bar. He has a very powerful brother." Lin Yin just said it casually. Jiang Dao and the others didn't take it seriously. Anyway, it was none of their business. If Wang Li's boyfriend could be taught a lesson, that would be the best. Just now, he hit Zhong Xiaofeng so hard. If it weren't for Zhong Xiaofeng being unreasonable, Jiang Dao couldn't help but hit him. Thin bamboo pole came back. Behind him was a group of fierce-looking strong men. Next to him was a man who looked similar to him, but his body was many times stronger than him. "Who bullied my brother?" The man who looked like thin bamboo pole shouted as soon as he came in. The music in the bar was too loud and drowned out his voice. Wang Li's boyfriend was still twisting in the dance floor. He didn't know that someone was looking for him. Thin bamboo pole led his brother to the dance floor and pointed at Wang Li's boyfriend. The man who looked like thin bamboo pole patted Wang Li's boyfriend's shoulder. "What's the matter?" Only then did Wang Li's boyfriend turn around and look at her from head to toe. "Were you the one who hit my brother?" There was a cold smile on the other party's face. "He's your younger brother. What's wrong? So what if I hit him?" Wang Li's boyfriend's attitude was very firm. Bang! The next moment, the other party directly made a move. A knee hit Wang Li's boyfriend's lower abdomen, causing him to retreat a few steps. The other party followed closely behind, grabbed Wang Li's boyfriend's hair, and used his knee to hit him a few times. The dance floor instantly fell into chaos. Although Wang Li's boyfriend seemed to be exceptionally brave when he beat up Zhong Xiaofeng and Xiao Zhuji, at this moment, in the hands of Xiao Zhuji's brother, he had no strength to fight back at all. He was beaten to the point that he hugged his head and squatted on the ground, not daring to move. Wang Li screamed in fright. She wanted to help her boyfriend, but she was grabbed by the arm by a strong man behind her and pulled to the side. Wang Li's boyfriend was also dragged out of the dance floor. "Brat, you've got guts. You even dare to hit my brother. Tell me, what should we do?" The other party picked up a wine bottle from the side. "I think your girlfriend is not bad. Let her accompany me for a night, and I'll let you go. How about it?" Wang Li's boyfriend suddenly raised his head and wanted to say something. Only to hear a cracking sound. The wine bottle had already smashed down on his head, making him dizzy. "I'm asking you how about it?" The other party's face was gloomy. Okay. Wang Li's boyfriend was completely scared. "Okay, take this little girl away for me." The other party waved his hand, and the strong man pulled Wang Li away. No matter how Wang Li struggled, it was useless. At this time, Zhong Xiaofeng, who was originally watching the scene, suddenly stood up. Ignoring Jiang Dao's dissuasion, he staggered over there, with a wine bottle in his hand. "Let her go," Zhong Xiaofeng shouted. "Yo! A hero saving a damsel in distress?" The man curled his lips in disdain. He ordered his men, "Get this girl out of here first. I'll deal with this brat." Zhong Xiaofeng raised the bottle and threw it at the other party. However, because he drank too much, the bottle didn't hit him at all. Instead, he fell on his face with a plop, which immediately caused a burst of laughter. "Friend, with your virtue, don't come out to be a hero saving a beauty." The man ridiculed, picked up the bottle that fell from Zhong Xiaofeng's hand, and smashed it at Zhong Xiaofeng's head. However, halfway through, the bottle stopped moving. He saw a hand holding his wrist, preventing him from smashing the bottle down no matter how hard he tried. "Friend, you don't have to be so ruthless, right?" The man raised his head and saw a very ordinary smiling face. "Ruthless your mother." The man cursed and waved his other fist at Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng's hand was as fast as lightning. He grabbed his neck and pushed him back against the square pillar. Because he used too much strength, his face immediately turned red. Beat him. The group of strong men brought by the man saw Li Changsheng make a move and immediately rushed toward Li Changsheng. Let me see who dares to make a move. At this moment, a dignified voice sounded. One by one, strong men with rubber sticks surrounded a middle-aged man. It was the owner of the bar, Lin Zhenhua, Lin Yin's father. Lin Zhenhua was the owner of the bar and had a lot of power on this street. As soon as he appeared, the people on the other side didn't dare to move. The music in the bar completely stopped, and the lights were no longer flickering. They were replaced by bright spotlights. Mr. Lin Zhenhua came up and greeted Li Changsheng. Only then did Li Changsheng let go of the man. How dare you make trouble in my bar? Are you tired of living? Lin Zhenhua said coldly. Lin Zhenhua was smiling when facing Li Changsheng, but when he turned to face others, a dignified aura rushed toward them. Being able to run such a big bar in Beijing, Lin Zhenhua was not someone to be trifled with. The young man seemed to know Lin Zhenhua's identity and immediately wilted. Boss Lin, they hit my brother first. Is this the reason for you to make trouble in my bar? Lin Zhenhua snorted coldly. The other side suddenly became quiet. Mr. Li, what do you think we should do? Lin Zhenhua looked at Li Changsheng inquiringly. Ask them to leave. Li Changsheng was too lazy to argue with them. If they didn't make a move on Zhong Xiaofeng, Li Changsheng would just sit on the side and watch the show. Get out of here. Lin Zhenhua said coldly. The other side felt as if they had been pardoned and fled with their bamboo brother and a group of subordinates. Wang Li stood there in a daze. Her boyfriend's behavior just now was too disappointing. Actually, Zhong Xiaofeng is a good person and he is sincere to you. You can try to give him a chance. Li Changsheng said to Wang Li and then went over to help Zhong Xiaofeng up. Zhong Xiaofeng drank a little too much. Although he was sober after being beaten up, he still couldn't stand properly. Chapter 700. Zhong Xiaofeng, are you okay? Wang Li stood there and hesitated for a few minutes before walking over to Zhong Xiaofeng. I'm fine. Zhong Xiaofeng's face was bruised and swollen, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. But hearing Wang Li's words still made him very excited. Thank you for just now. Wang Li handed a packet of tissue to Zhong Xiaofeng. Zhong Xiaofeng held it in his hand and only knew how to giggle. Hurry up and wipe your face with a tissue. Wang Li looked at Zhong Xiaofeng's silly look and couldn't help but be speechless. The tissue you gave me, I can't bear to part with it. Hearing Zhong Xiaofeng's words, Wang Li didn't know what to say. On the other side, Li Changsheng couldn't help but shake his head. Lin Zhenhua also sat down beside Li Changsheng. Mr. Li, when did you return to Beijing? Why didn't you inform me in advance? I could have treated you well. Thank you for your help last time. Hearing Lin Yin's words at that time and hearing Lin Zhenhua's words now, Bai Shujie and Xiao Ying were a little curious. Uncle Lin, what did Li Changsheng do to help you? I met an enemy that I couldn't afford to offend, and it was Changsheng who helped me settle it. Changsheng is a big shot. It's really an honor for him to grace my bar with his presence. Although Lin Zhenhua only said a few words, Xiao Ying and Bai Shujie both had a thoughtful look on their faces. To be able to open a bar in Beijing, Lin Zhenhua's ability was unquestionable. And Li Changsheng was able to settle an existence that even Lin Zhenhua couldn't afford to offend. This already explained the problem. Mr. Li, if you need anything else, just let me know. All your expenses today will be free of charge. Lin Zhenhua waved his hand. How can I accept this? Without waiting for Li Changsheng to speak, Jiang Dao waved his hand. Just as he finished speaking, he waved at the waiter, "Give me a bottle of your best red wine." Suddenly, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Lin Zhenhua even slapped Jiang Dao's head. You really don't need to be polite with your Uncle Lin. Everyone knew that Lin Zhenhua was joking. On the other side, Zhong Xiaofeng and Wang Li had walked to the side and were talking about something. Using today's opportunity, it was obvious that the relationship between the two of them would become much closer. However, whether or not it would bear fruit in the end would depend on fate. No one could say for sure. Mr. Li, Why did you return to Beijing this time? Lin Zhenhua asked casually. Me. I'm preparing to establish a sect and accept a few disciples. When Li Changxing said that, Xiao Ying and Bai Shujie couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. What era is this? You're still opening a sect and accepting disciples? Changxing, don't tell me you're a martial arts expert. Little Ying giggled. You don't say. Changxing's kung fu is really powerful. Jiang Dao said. His memory of Li Changxing's strength was still fresh. Even if he is good at martial arts, he shouldn't be able to establish a sect, right? While they were talking, the entire bar suddenly shook. Earthquake. Many people raised their heads in shock, not knowing what had happened. They saw two men fighting in the middle of the dance floor. Lin Zhenhua's face couldn't help but darken. His bar had always been known for its cleanliness and good security, attracting many petty bourgeoisie to spend their nightlife here. Wang Li's group was fighting just now, and now someone was making trouble here. If his bad reputation was spread, it would have a great impact on his business. Lin Zhenhua gave a look to the brawny man who was responsible for maintaining security not far away. Immediately, a group of brawny men surrounded the two fighting parties. However, these brawny men were all 1.8 meters tall. As soon as they approached, they were thrown back like sandbags. Moreover, they didn't fall to the ground, but flew 2 meters off the ground and several meters away. At this moment, the whole place fell into silence, comparable to a movie blockbuster. Everyone finally realized that the vibration just now wasn't an earthquake, but was caused by the two fighting and their footsteps on the ground. There's really a martial arts expert. Bai Shujie and Xiao Ying both widened their eyes, their faces full of disbelief. Lin Zhenhua was also dumbfounded. At the beginning of the fight, nothing could be seen. However, as the fight became more and more intense, they became more and more unrestrained. One of them stomped a palm-sized gap on the cement table, and the table made of steel was also smashed with a punch. It was so fierce that it made people's eyelids twitch. Changxing, why don't you stop them? Jiang Dao couldn't help but look at Li Changxing next to him. However, Xiao Ying pulled his sleeve and whispered, "Are you stupid? Those two people are so powerful, just like human-shaped beasts. Aren't you sending Li Changxing to his death?" Bai Shujie also looked at Jiang Dao doubtfully. However, Jiang Dao shook his head. You don't know Changxing's ability. Although these two people look very brave, if Changxing takes action, they will be nothing but dregs. Indeed, if Jiang Dao saw such a powerful person in the past, he definitely wouldn't dare to let Li Changxing go. However, the last time, Soul Master Tony was like a ghost, and he still died in the hands of Li Changxing. In the hearts of Jiang Dao and the others, Li Changxing was already synonymous with omnipotence. Jiang Dao is right. In front of Changxing, they are just ants. Yang Fan also nodded in agreement. Li Changxing's identity as an ability user had always been a secret in the dormitory. However, even if they didn't keep it a secret, no one would believe it. Is he really so powerful? Xiao Ying and Bai Shujie both had doubts in their eyes. However, they saw that Li Changxing had already stood up and walked towards the two fighting people. Although the two were fighting, their eyes and ears were alert, and Li Changxing was noticed as soon as he approached. One of them coldly shouted, "Another brat who doesn't know life from death. Hurry up and scram, or I'll smash your head with one palm. Yes. Get out of here." The other one also said. These two guys had one thing in common, which was that they both gave people the feeling of barbarians. Their fists were as powerful as iron hammers, and they should be masters of the Grandmaster realm. If they were in the secular world, they would be able to move unhindered. This is my friend's place. If you two want to fight, go outside. Also, you have to compensate for the destroyed facilities just now. Li Changxing didn't care about the threats of the two and just said coldly. However, when he said this, everyone around was dumbfounded. The two sides who were fighting stopped at the same time and stared at Li Changxing with disbelief in their eyes. "Boy, what did you say? You dare to use the word get out to us? Yes, and you want us to compensate for things. I think you are tired of living. I will give you one more chance. Get out of here right now, or we will kill you first and then compete." Chapter 701. For some people, if you don't f*ck their mother, they won't even know you're their father. Li Changsheng's expression was playful. The two brawny men were stunned. They didn't understand the meaning of Li Changsheng's words. However, when they heard the laughter of the people around them, their eyes suddenly popped out of their sockets. They were furious. One of the brawny men in a black shirt took the lead and rushed towards Li Changsheng. Every step he took shook the entire bar. His fist was accompanied by the sound of the wind. His aura was extraordinary. However, although he rushed over quickly, his flying speed was even faster. Just as he got close, Li Changsheng kicked him in the stomach. His whole body hit the roof and fell down. He kept rolling on the ground with a ferocious expression on his face. The other guy was about to make a move. However, when he saw the brawny man who was on par with him being beaten to such a state by Li Changsheng with just one kick, he immediately knew that he had encountered a real expert. He didn't dare to make a move. Li Changsheng hooked his finger at him and said with a smile, "Come on, didn't you want to slap me to death?" The brawny man's expression was very interesting. After a few changes, he squeezed out a very ugly smile and said with a chuckle, "Expert, we offended you just now. Please forgive us." "Why should I?" Li Changsheng said coldly. "When you were stronger than me, you wanted to slap me to death. Now that you can't beat me, you want me to be magnanimous to you? What kind of logic is that? If the two of you don't leave a part of your body, don't even think about leaving this bar." As soon as Li Changsheng finished speaking, the brawny man's face turned green. "Expert, we're here to participate in the Green Sect's grand opening ceremony. Do you know Mr. Li from the Green Sect? He's the #1 expert in the cultivation world. Please forgive us this time for his sake. You're here to participate in the grand opening ceremony?" Li Changsheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No wonder such a powerhouse appeared in such a small bar. It was because of him. On the other side, Bai Shujie, Xiao Ying, and the others were dumbfounded. The strength of those two strong men was already terrifying enough, but Li Changsheng took care of them in a matter of minutes. Immediately, Li Changsheng's ordinary appearance became a great image in their eyes. "Which sect are you disciples from?" Li Changsheng asked in a deep voice. Although the other party was here to participate in his opening ceremony, wouldn't he be ruining his reputation by recklessly causing trouble in the secular world? Furthermore, who knew how many sects had come to participate in his sect opening ceremony? If they were all as reckless as they were, then the entire capital would be turned upside down. "I am a protector of the massive bear gang, while he is an elder of the massive whale gang. He said that the massive whale gang's body tempering technique is the most powerful, while my massive bear gang is also famed for our body tempering techniques. That's why we decided to have a showdown here." Whale gang? Giant bear gang? Li Changsheng couldn't help rubbing his temples. He had never heard of these two sects before. They weren't even on his invitation list. "As far as I know, your two sects weren't invited to the Green Gate's opening ceremony, right? Why are you here?" Li Changsheng asked. "Although the Green Gate didn't invite us, how could we not come? Sir Li is the #1 cultivator in the world of cultivation. His name resounds far and wide. Our sects all admire him greatly. And it's not just us. Which sect in the world of cultivation dares to not give Sir Li face? As far as I know, apart from those hidden sects, all the other major sects have sent emissaries to congratulate the Green Gate's opening ceremony. So that's how it is." Li Changsheng had thought that he didn't have many friends in the world of cultivation, and that there wouldn't be many people at the opening ceremony. Little did he know that his current influence was equivalent to that of the Wulin Alliance Master. When they heard that the Green Gate was going to be established, no one dared to turn up, for fear that the Green Gate would hold a grudge against them. "But what should I do with these two? If I teach them a lesson, there might be a lot of troublemakers. I have to think of a way. It's better to lock them up first and then make a decision." Li Changsheng was in the middle of thinking. Bai Shujie, who was completely stunned, suddenly thought of something and looked at Jiang Dao next to her. "Jiang Dao, didn't you say that this Li Changsheng is a psychic? Although his kung fu is very powerful, I've seen in movies that psychics can breathe fire, control lightning, and even fly. This Jiang Dao scratched his head. Last time, he saw that Tony's secret spiritual technique was very powerful. He also heard the term psychic from others. He didn't know what kind of psychic ability Li Changsheng had. Yeah, I think he's only good at kung fu. There's no psychic in the world. Xiao Ying also nodded in agreement. At this time, Li Changsheng suddenly raised his hand. Now, I'll suppress you first, and then let your sect's sect master come to pick you up. When the time comes, I'll punish you. His voice faded. With a bang, the two burly men directly flew from the ground toward Li Changsheng's palm. They became smaller and smaller, and were actually taken into Li Changsheng's sleeve. Universe in the sleeve. This was a technique that Li Changsheng evolved from the fingers of the universe, which allowed him to take people into the space in his sleeve for a short period of time. Except for Li Changsheng, almost no one in the world could use this technique. This required a very deep understanding of the laws of space to be able to use it. Li Changsheng was just thinking about how to deal with the chaos in the capital. When he cast the technique, he didn't hide it from everyone. Therefore, when this scene fell into the eyes of everyone present, they were all stunned, feeling like they were in a mythical world. Bai Shujie and Xiao Ying stared with their eyes wide open, their faces full of disbelief. There really are psychics in the world. I actually saw it with my own eyes, Bai Shujie muttered to herself. At this moment, after Li Changsheng took in the two men, the entire bar fell into silence. After more than 30 seconds, a person suddenly knelt on the ground with a plop. Then, the entire bar knelt down and began to kowtow to Li Changsheng. This time, even Li Changsheng was completely at a loss. He didn't know what to do. Mr. Li, let's leave the bar first. After all, Lin Zhenhua was a person who had seen the wind and waves. He was the first to react and walked to Li Changsheng's side and whispered. However, he didn't dare to look into Li Changsheng's eyes. Li Changsheng was like a god in his heart, but he was more excited in his heart. His family actually had a connection with an immortal like Li Changsheng. No wonder Li Changsheng was able to suppress the aristocratic families in the capital to the point that they didn't dare to raise their heads. With a friend like Li Changsheng, Lin Zhenhua felt that he wouldn't have to be afraid of anyone in the world in the future. Li Changsheng hurriedly nodded and gave Jiang Dao and the others a look. The group then left the bar in a hurry. Chapter 702. Li Changsheng and the others ran out of the bar. He couldn't stand the pious looks of the people in the bar. Changsheng, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Jiang Dao and the others sighed with emotion. They already knew that Li Changsheng was not an ordinary person, but after seeing Li Changsheng's unfathomable means today, they still felt shaken. In the past, when he read fairy tales, he had imagined that a white-bearded old man would appear in front of him and give him a secret book of cultivation. From then on, he would be granted immortality and enter the immortal sect. Only when he grew up did he realize that it was only a beautiful dream. It wasn't until they met Li Changsheng that they realized how big the world was and that they were just frogs at the bottom of a well. Just as they were walking towards the parking lot, Li Changsheng suddenly stopped in his tracks. Changsheng, why aren't you going? You guys go first. I have something to do. Li Changsheng looked at the night sky in the direction of a rooftop. Jiang Dao and the others followed Li Changsheng's gaze, only to find that it was pitch black and they couldn't see anything. Changsheng, let's go together. Jiang Dao said again. Some friends are here to see me. I need to deal with them. Friends? Jiang Dao and the others didn't know how to react for a while. What's that? Yang Fan suddenly pointed to the rooftop in the distance. Everyone looked up and saw a few black dots jumping down from the rooftop and quickly approaching. As they spoke, the figures had already arrived in front of them. Golden Silkworm Demon King, I didn't catch you last time and make you into a Dharma artifact. Don't you remember? You're here to die. Li Changsheng said coldly when he saw the newcomers. Among them, the one in white was a Demon King from the Demon Alliance. Last time, he was defeated by Li Changsheng and fled. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the Golden Silkworm Demon King sneered and said, Li, I, the Golden Silkworm Demon King, have dominated the world for many years. This is the first time I've suffered such a great humiliation. Today, I'm here to get back at you. Although I admire your strength, I've brought my 4 Taoist brothers with me. Unless you're an earthly immortal, no matter how powerful you are, you'll die without a burial place. I'm very curious. I don't have any grudges with your demon league. I even let that old bastard go in the end. Why do you insist on killing me? Li Changsheng knew that he was already sufficiently merciful to Monk Huaikong. If it was a more ruthless cultivator, they would have definitely refined that old bastard into a magic tool. He had been merciful, but the people of the Demon League did not appreciate his kindness. Instead, they kept causing trouble for him, which made him very puzzled. Li, how can you offend the dignity of our demon alliance? It's fine if you're afraid. You're so young and yet you have such strength. Hand over your cultivation technique and that powerful natal flying sword of yours and we'll spare you. When the other party spoke, Li Changsheng finally understood the reason. A man's wealth was his own ruin. It turned out that they had taken a fancy to his cultivation method and magic treasures. The dignity of the Demon League was just an excuse. Li Changsheng sneered. Everything in the world is indeed connected. Whether it's demons or humans, it's difficult to escape the bad habit of greed. Li, you'd better be obedient today. Do you know the identities of the Taoist friends I've brought here today? Each of them is equivalent to the peak of the middle finger profound realm, and their strength is many times stronger than yours. After saying that, the 4 demon kings actually reported their names. I'm the White Bear Demon King. A burly man said in a muffled voice. Heavenly Eagle Demon King. This person was relatively thin, but his eyes were exceptionally sharp. Mighty Elephant King. A fat guy with a fist like a futon. Through his appearance, Li Changsheng could see a white elephant roaring. Giant Bone Snake King. The last one to report his name was shrouded in a black robe. Only his bright red eyes were like 2 lanterns. They were particularly conspicuous, and his body had a dangerous aura. Among the 5, Li Changsheng felt that he was the most dangerous. I didn't expect that there would be a half-step earth immortal among the demons. How rare. Li Changsheng stared at the giant Bone Snake King and said coldly. Although the giant Bone Snake King's face could not be seen clearly, after Li Changsheng spoke, the giant Bone Snake King's aura fluctuated. The fact that Li Changsheng was able to see through its cultivation level with a single glance made the giant Bone Snake King, who had been indifferent to Li Changsheng, finally take him seriously. The half-step Earth Immortal realm was the highest realm on Earth now, especially for demons. Their physique was countless times stronger than humans, and they could completely crush human powerhouses in the same realm. The giant Bone Snake King could be said to be the strongest powerhouse Li Changsheng had ever seen. The strength of the 5 of you should be at the peak of your kind. I am honored to have all of you come together today. However, I would like to ask one thing. Could it be that the 5 of you have cultivated for so long that you feel that there is no meaning in living? Why do you have to come here to die? What do you mean? The Golden Silkworm Demon King frowned. Do you think that the 5 of us together can't defeat you? Yes. Do you think the 5 of you are very powerful? Li Changsheng was completely dismissive of them. Jiang Dao and the others hid in the side. They now understood that the 5 of them were not humans, but demons. What should we do? Bai Shujie pulled Yang Fan's arm. I don't know. Yang Fan stammered. Changsheng should be able to handle it. As soon as he finished speaking, the White Bear Demon King took a step forward and instantly transformed into his original form. He turned into a huge white bear that was as tall as a 2-story building. He opened his ferocious mouth and pounced on Li Changsheng. When Yang Fan and the others saw this scene, they were so scared that they sat there paralyzed. They felt cold all over and didn't dare to move. It's really a demon. Their minds suddenly went blank. Facing the White Bear Demon King, Li Changsheng curled the corners of his mouth and suddenly punched out. Rumble. The huge fist force, along with a blast of air, hit the White Bear Demon King directly. Bang! The white bear, which was as big as 2 houses, was directly sent flying by this punch. He fell to the ground and crushed a car. A deep pit appeared on the ground as if there was a big earthquake. Hiss! Yang Fan and the others were completely stunned. Even the other 4 demon kings had solemn expressions on their faces. Since they listened to the Golden Silkworm Demon King and came to deal with Li Changsheng together, they actually looked down on Li Changsheng in the beginning. But until now, when they saw Li Changsheng's attack, they suddenly realized how powerful Li Changsheng was. When I was very, very young, I wanted to get a beast as a mount, but I never had the chance to do so. Ordinary beasts without wisdom are uncomfortable to sit on, so it's better to ride on a horse. Those with a little bit of wisdom are strange and can't catch my eye. I didn't expect 5 of them to come today. Other than Golden Silkworm, which I don't like, the others are more in line with my aesthetic standards. 4 Demon Kings as mounts, just thinking about it makes me excited. Chapter 703. Li Changsheng's words completely infuriated them. They were Demon Kings, high and mighty. Now, someone actually threatened to take them as mounts. It was a great humiliation. Hiss. The White Bear Demon King, who had been sent flying by Li Changsheng's punch, once again transformed into a human. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a snow tornado, sweeping towards Li Changsheng. Wherever the snow tornado passed, the ground was covered in thick ice. So it's a polar bear that's become a demon. Li Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. In the past, he had envied those generals who rode white horses. They were all snow white without a single stray hair. This white bear was much more impressive than a white horse. The White Bear Demon King's dharmic powers have improved again. It seems that he has gained a lot of insights from his last cultivation in the ice field. The Heavenly Eagle Demon King sighed. At their level, it was extremely difficult to improve even a little, so he was especially envious of the White Bear Demon King. The ice tornado wreaked havoc, and the area within a few miles instantly froze as if it was winter. However, Li Changsheng was unmoved. So you can spit out ice for fun. It seems that subduing you will bring great benefits. In the hot summer, you're like a walking air conditioner. While talking and laughing, he raised his hand to suppress the raging tornado. He casually grabbed it and squeezed it into his hand. Finally, he squeezed and squeezed it until it turned into an extremely cold bead, which Li Changsheng swallowed in one gulp. Not bad. This spiritual qi is quite pure. It's much better than eating ice cream. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the White Bear Demon King was even more furious and let out a roar. An ice blade, as tall as a 3-story building, slashed down at Li Changsheng. It seems that this big stupid bear has some ability. Turning spiritual energy into ice is already a very clever spell. Demons used to mostly rely on the strength of their bodies to fight, so their spells could only be considered crude. However, the White Bear Demon King has made several moves, and his spells are no less exquisite than those of human cultivators. However, animals will always be animals. How can they be compared with humans, who are the most intelligent creatures? As soon as Li Changsheng finished speaking, he raised his hand and condensed the willing heart sword into a thin thread, slicing across the sky. Boom! The giant ice blade that was as tall as a 3-story building was sliced in half from the middle. Then, it exploded into a pile of snow mist that fluttered down like a heavy snowfall. On the other side, Jiang Dao and the others were so cold that their lips had turned purple, and their bodies were shivering. However, when they saw this magnificent divine technique, they couldn't help but be shaken. After breaking the White Bear Demon King's attack, Li Changsheng remembered Jiang Dao and the others. He thought to himself, I only cared about myself and forgot that they are still made of flesh and blood. If they were careless and brushed by the spell, they would immediately be reduced to ashes. He clapped his hands and pointed at Jiang Dao and the others. Immediately, a red cover appeared out of thin air and enveloped them. In an instant, the cold snow was isolated outside, and Jiang Dao and the others' faces became ruddy. You dare to be distracted while fighting with me? You're simply courting death. The White Bear Demon King roared. Li Changsheng's actions were clearly an insult to him. Go to hell! He leaped up and his body rose into the sky, once again transforming into his white bear form. He opened his bloody mouth, and each of his sharp fangs was like a divine weapon as he pounced at Li Changsheng. You really don't learn from your mistakes. Li Changsheng waved his hand and struck the White Bear Demon King's mouth. With a heart-wrenching cry, the White Bear Demon King's huge body crashed down again. It could be seen that half of his teeth had been broken. This time, the White Bear Demon King was really hurt. After transforming into his human form, he stared at Li Changsheng, not daring to rush up again for a while. "I'll help you." The Sky Eagle Demon King's eyes were already filled with fighting spirit. Seeing the White Bear Demon King suffer, he finally couldn't help but join the battle. A black spear appeared in his hand, and he stepped into the air, directly stabbing at Li Changsheng. Like a bolt of lightning lighting up the night sky, the black spear burst out with a resplendent white light, enveloping Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng only raised his hand and flicked his finger, and the light was shattered. The Sky Eagle Demon King's figure retreated explosively. The place where he was in the air earlier was cut open by a sword light. While Li Changsheng used his finger to block the enemy, he also controlled the Heart Wishful sword to sneak an attack from behind. If the Sky Eagle Demon King had not instinctively sensed the threat and dodged in time, he would have been cut in half by the sword. Even so, the Sky Eagle Demon King was quite frightened, and his eyes were filled with shock. His fierce attack was actually easily broken by Li Changsheng, and he could even multitask and launch a sneak attack on him. This was simply the most powerful human he had ever seen. "I'm coming too." The mighty Elephant King was a fatty. He raised his huge fist and charged at Li Changsheng. With every step he took, the ground shook violently. His speed was not fast, but he was like a moving mountain with an oppressive aura. When he got close to Li Changsheng, he smashed down on Li Changsheng's body. This punch felt like the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. Just by looking at the half-foot-deep footprints where he had just passed, one could tell how powerful this punch was. It was like a god beating a drum, with 1,000-fold gravity. However, Li Changsheng did not dodge at all. He raised his fist and met the mighty Elephant King's attack head-on. Since the other party was called the Mighty Elephant King, his strength was naturally terrifying. When he saw Li Changsheng's actions, he could not help but reveal a cruel smile. Boom! The earth shook. At that moment, the mighty Elephant King only felt intense pain coming from his hands. Following that, the fat all over his body shook like waves. Then, there was a sweet taste in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang, bang, bang. He took a few steps back, and his eyes were filled with shock. He had actually lost to a human in a contest of strength. After Li Changsheng exchanged a punch with the mighty Elephant King, his body did not move at all. "Li Changsheng, take my sword." The Golden Silkworm Demon King finally found the right time to strike. 6 swords lined up in a line and blasted down on Li Changsheng. The Golden Silkworm Demon King was born of the chi of Gang metal, and among humans, he had an innate sword body. In particular, these 6 swords were all transformed from his wings and were extremely sharp. At this moment, he was taking advantage of the moment when Li Changsheng and the mighty Elephant King were at a disadvantage. It could be said that he was taking advantage of the critical moment. Li Changsheng did not use the Heart Wishful sword to fight this time. Instead, he stared at the 6 flying swords that were falling down. When the 6 flying swords were close to his body, he suddenly punched out more than a dozen times. The strength of each punch was constantly increasing. When the 29th punch was out, the 6 flying swords were all smashed into the sky. One could see that there were cracks on the blades of each flying sword. After fighting with the 3 Demon Kings, his combat strength was not affected at all. How terrifying! The Golden Silkworm Demon King felt a chill in his heart. Li Changsheng's strength was beyond his expectations. Chapter 704. I originally thought that the Golden Silkworm Demon King was exaggerating. Li Changsheng, you are really the strongest person I have ever seen. The giant Bone Snake King, who had not made a move until now, spoke sinisterly. Among the 5 Demon Kings, the giant Bone Snake King gave Li Changsheng the feeling that it was the strongest. His black robe changed, and his entire body turned into a cloud of black mist. It rolled in the air and surged towards Li Changsheng. At the same time, a sharp sound pierced one's eardrums. When the black mist surged above Li Changsheng's head, it turned into a huge black snake. It opened its mouth, and its sharp fangs carried black poisonous gas. No wonder it's called the Giant Bone Snake King. It turns out that it's a snake bone that has taken shape through cultivation. Li Changsheng was a little surprised. The giant bone snake king was not like the other demon kings, who were living beings that absorbed the essence of the sun and moon to attain the Tao. Instead, it was the skeleton of a dead giant snake that had encountered a fortuitous encounter and developed spiritual consciousness to form a demon body. This was equivalent to a skeleton that had already died, but had gained spiritual consciousness and was resurrected. From life to death, from death to life, it was an extreme sublimation. This giant bone snake king was amazing. One had to know that after an ordinary skeleton died, it would have lost its vitality. It was no different from a withered tree or stone by the roadside. The fact that the giant bone snake king could take shape through cultivation meant that it must have been an extraordinary existence in its previous life. Only such an existence would have bones that contained spiritual energy and nurtured vitality. Although Li Changsheng was amazed by the giant bone snake king's extraordinary foundation, his face did not change. When the huge black snake fell, he had already punched out. The fist force wreaked havoc and smashed on the giant snake's head. With a bang, the giant bone snake king exploded into clouds of black mist from head to tail. However, a few seconds later, the black mist condensed into a snake shape again. Li Changsheng, even if you can break my attack, so what? How many punches can you throw like this? And I am immortal and indestructible. The giant bone snake king's wild laughter came from the black mist. The giant snake opened its mouth again and rushed down towards Li Changsheng. It doesn't matter how many punches I can throw. What matters is how many punches you can take. Li Changsheng's body rose from the ground and punched out again. Bang bang bang. Like setting off firecrackers, they exploded into clouds of black fog. Then came the second punch and the third punch. Before it could condense again, Li Changsheng's fist landed on the black fog. Bang 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 bang. The heavens and the earth were filled with rumbling sounds. In a single breath, he actually continuously threw out close to 100 punches. The black fog was scattered by him and could no longer gather. 120th punch. Li Changsheng roared and punched out. This time, the black fog was directly dispersed by him, and a mournful and resentful cry could be heard. A few seconds later, 100 meters away, the giant bone snake king in a black robe appeared again. However, it was obvious that the aura on his body was very unstable and was countless times weaker than before. He looked at Li Changsheng with a fearful expression and did not dare to approach him easily. At first, he originally wanted to rely on his ability to condense after being injured to exhaust Li Changsheng to death. However, he was not confident now. He was not sure if he would exhaust Li Changsheng to death or if Li Changsheng would exhaust his energy bit by bit. Let's attack together. Seeing that even the giant bone snake king was at a disadvantage in the hands of Li Changsheng, the other demon kings tacitly channeled their magic power and rushed towards Li Changsheng at the same time. The first to attack was the golden silkworm demon king. The 6 swords were cracked by Li Changsheng, but the sword chi was still sharp. The second to attack was the heavenly eagle demon king. He was the fastest. The spear in his hand turned into a white light and stabbed towards Li Changsheng. The white bear demon king once again spat out an ice and snow tornado that connected heaven and earth. The mighty elephant king still chose to fight Li Changsheng in close combat. As for the giant bone snake king that had just fought with Li Changsheng, after swallowing an elixir in his mouth, he immediately rushed forward. Obviously, they thought that Li Changsheng had just punched more than 100 times, so the true essence in his body was definitely not enough. They wanted to seize this opportunity to kill Li Changsheng in one fell swoop. Good timing. Li Changsheng laughed loudly. First, he used the Heartswell sword to block the 6 flying swords of the golden silkworm demon king one by one. Then, he opened his palm and formed a giant palm print to block the black spear of the heavenly eagle demon king. When the white bear demon king's ice tornado was not far from Li Changsheng, a huge energy shield suddenly appeared, blocking all the wind and snow outside. Finally, it collided with the mighty elephant king's body, causing the earth to shake. The mighty elephant king retreated a few steps, but Li Changsheng still stood in the same place, not moving an inch. The moment the giant bone snake king was within 10 meters of Li Changsheng, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. The crimson bracelet on Li Changsheng's wrist suddenly turned into a huge snake and crashed into the black fog. A ball of flame burned from the inside out. The black fog seemed to have met its nemesis and was instantly burned by 1/10. Although the fire dragon's realm was not high, it just happened to restrain the giant bone snake king. Moreover, the giant bone snake king had been weakened by Li Changsheng before, so it was hit almost instantly. After a series of bitter screams, the black fog disappeared again and reappeared dozens of meters away. However, it was obvious that the energy in its body had weakened again. The 5 demon kings were actually blocked by Li Changsheng one by one. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear, and their previous confidence was swept away. The 5 demon kings are only SOSO. Just now, you were the ones who took the initiative to attack. Now, it's my turn. Li Changsheng turned into a shadow and rushed toward the golden silkworm demon king. He waved his hand and a sword light slashed down, cutting the 6 swords in the sky. Then, he evolved the seal of mountains and river, and a mountain fell from the sky and pressed down. The golden silkworm demon king hurriedly raised his fist to meet the attack, but the mountain smashed into him and made him vomit blood. Li Changsheng was unforgiving. He then evolved the overturning sky seal and the human emperor's seal, beating the golden silkworm demon king until he kept retreating. When he finally dodged the 3 seals, Li Changsheng was already in front of him before he had time to catch his breath. The huge fist mercilessly smashed into the golden silkworm demon king's chest. After a series of changes, his original form was revealed. He was a 6-winged golden silkworm the size of a house. You're too ugly to be my mount, but the innate gunmetal chi is very good for refining into a magic weapon. Li Changsheng laughed and the giant palm print appeared again, directly grabbing the golden silkworm demon king. Then, a purple flame rose from his palm. He was going to refine the golden silkworm demon king into a magic weapon on the spot. It's the fire of the underworld. The other 4 demon kings in the distance could not help but exclaim. There were many kinds of flames in the world, but only a few were the most powerful, including the true fire of the sun, Nanming Li fire, and the fire of the underworld was one of the top flames. The moment the fire of the underworld appeared, the golden silkworm demon king was completely terrified. He begged for mercy loudly, "Immortal master, please spare my life." However, Li Changsheng did not pay attention to him at all. The flame in his hand burned fiercely. Accompanied by the golden silkworm demon king's shrill scream, his golden body turned into a ball of golden liquid. Hiss! The 4 demon kings sucked in a breath of cold air. They knew that the golden silkworm demon king's soul had been scattered, leaving only the innate gunmetal body. Every demon king looked at Li Changsheng with fear in their eyes. A demon king was destroyed in body and soul just like that. Chapter 705. The 4 demon monarchs were terrified. How can he be so powerful? Run! Almost at the same time, 4 figures fled in all directions. Demons were originally beasts that had attained the Tao. They innately had the awareness to seek fortune and avoid calamity, so they did not choose to escape in one direction. Want to escape? It's not that easy. Li Changsheng stomped on the ground. Rumble! Rumble! Pillars of light rose up from all directions, illuminating the night sky. As for the 4 demon kings who flew out, they were knocked back by a powerful force when they reached the edge. Array formation. The 4 of them did not expect Li Changsheng to set up such a powerful array formation so casually. It was simply terrifying. At this moment, Li Changsheng had already turned into a stream of light and charged towards Demon Monarch Sky Eagle, who was flying the fastest. Submit or die. Li Changsheng hovered in the air and said coldly. In the next second, Demon Monarch Sky Eagle suddenly thrust out the black spear in his hand, piercing through the void. The 4 demon monarchs were the kings of thousands of demons. They were extremely arrogant, especially eagles. Even ordinary eagles were difficult to tame, let alone such a king. However, in the face of the flying spear, Li Changsheng only stretched out his finger and tapped lightly. Crack! A visible crack instantly appeared on the black spear. Below it, the heavenly eagle demon king spat out a mouthful of blood. This was his natal weapon, connected to his heart. Li Changsheng had injured his soul in an instant. I said, if you don't submit, die. A black fog surged behind Li Changsheng, and then he transformed into an ancient godfiend that was several stories tall. Seeing this, demon monarch Sky Eagle hurriedly transformed into his true form and wanted to escape, but the godfiend reached out and grabbed him. "I'll give you one last chance." Li Changsheng's voice became extremely loud as he stared at demon monarch Sky Eagle in his hand. In the distance, Jiang Dao and the rest were completely stunned. Could it be that this Li Changsheng is also a monster? Xiao Ying and Bai Shujie were scared out of their wits. "I won't." A haughty voice came out of White Eagle's mouth. The next moment, Li Changsheng stuffed him into his mouth. Catcher, catcher. Just like that, a demon king was eaten by Li Changsheng. The remaining 3 demon kings were scared out of their wits. Each of them activated their secret techniques and fled for their lives. Li Changsheng's array formation was actually smashed open by them, and they disappeared into the night sky. "You want to run? It's not that easy." Li Changsheng returned to his original appearance. He took a step forward and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the night sky. 100 miles away, the White Bear Demon King sat down on a large rock, panting heavily. Just now, in order to break through Li Changsheng's formation, he had used up all of his demon core, leaving him with only a thumb-sized amount. Now, his strength was not even 1/10 of his peak. He let out a long sigh of relief and muttered, "I'm so *King unlucky to have met such a ferocious person. It seems that the human world is too dangerous. I can't casually step into it in the future. Do you think there will be a future?" At this moment, a cold voice sounded in his ears. He turned around and saw Li Changsheng with his arms crossed, looking at him with a playful expression. The White Bear Demon King's face fell. "I'll say it again. Submit or die." However, when the word die came out of his mouth, the White Bear Demon King had already knelt on the ground and turned into a huge polar bear. The Heavenly Eagle Demon King's miserable state was still vivid in his mind. Since he was being chased by Li Changsheng, he had no other choice. The White Bear Demon King used his actions to express his intentions. Looking at the 2-story white bear, Li Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. Such a mount must be very domineering. It's just that you can't ride it in modern society. Otherwise, no matter where you go, people will turn their heads. Since you've submitted to me, sign a contract. Otherwise, a demon like you will go back on your words. It's very annoying. Li Changsheng bit his finger and a drop of essence blood flew into the night sky. It shone brightly and landed on the White Bear Demon King's forehead. However, the moment it came into contact with the White Bear Demon King's forehead, it suddenly shattered. In the next second, Li Changsheng directly slapped out, and the White Bear Demon King's body, which was several stories tall, flew out. He crushed countless trees and spat out blood. "Since you're willing to submit, why are you still resisting? Do you want to end up like the Heavenly Eagle Demon King?" Li Changsheng's voice was filled with coldness. The White Bear Demon King struggled to get up from the ground and lowered his huge bear head. "I was wrong. Please give me another chance, Master Celestial." Li Changsheng snorted coldly and dripped another drop of essence blood. This time, it smoothly landed between the polar bear's eyebrows. At this moment, the White Bear Demon King's body trembled slightly. Then, he turned into a normal-sized white bear and crawled at Li Changsheng's feet, showing his submission. The Chenkuan bag couldn't keep living things. Li Changsheng thought for a moment and used his blood to draw a white bear pattern on his arm. Then, with a gentle wave of his hand, the white bear turned into a white light and flew into the pattern. Soon, the outline of the pattern on his arm became incomparably clear. The lifelike white bear covered his arm like a tattoo. There was a fiery red bracelet on one hand and a white bear pattern on the other. Li Changsheng was quite satisfied with his masterpiece. He muttered to himself, "He runs quite fast." In an instant, he chased in the southwest direction again. At that time, when the White Bear Demon King, the Mighty Elephant King, and the Giant Bone Snake King broke through Li Changsheng's formation, they didn't know that a trace of Li Changsheng's divine sense had fallen on them. That was why Li Changsheng was so relaxed. No matter where they ran to, they couldn't escape Li Changsheng's senses. It was as if they had been installed with a locator on their bodies. In the endless wilderness, an Elephant King was running with all his might. Every step he took covered a distance of dozens of meters, like a fast-moving train. Bang! However, when the mighty Elephant King was running at full speed, he suddenly felt as if he had hit a small mountain. The impact made him dizzy. When he shook his head, he looked up and saw a huge godfiend several stories tall looking down at him. When the mighty Elephant King saw the godfiend, he turned around and ran. At that time, he had already seen Li Changsheng's changes. However, he had only run 2 steps when he saw that his limbs had already left the ground and he was already caught in the hand. The godfiend opened his bloody mouth, emitting endless baleful aura, and was about to stuff him into his mouth. Thinking of the end of the heavenly eagle demon king, the mighty Elephant King immediately shivered and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Immortal Master, please spare me. I'm willing to submit to you and be your mount." He was really scared. It was especially difficult for beasts to cultivate. He was only able to transform into a human by chance and step onto the demon Dao. How could he bear to let his hundreds of years of cultivation go to waste just like that? "You're quite sensible." Li Changsheng threw the mighty Elephant King to the ground. According to the process of dealing with the White Bear Demon King, he made him sign a contract and then turned into another pattern to attach to his arm. However, when he was done, he suddenly let out a cry of surprise. This was because he discovered that the trace of divine sense attached to the giant Bone Snake King had disappeared. Chapter 706. Li Changsheng didn't expect the giant Bone Snake King to be able to erase his divine sense. His face also showed some surprise. However, he didn't give up on the pursuit. His divine sense had just disappeared, so he still knew the general direction the giant Bone Snake King had fled in. He stepped into the air and turned into a stream of light, quickly speeding towards the east. Among the 5 Fey monarchs, the giant Bone Snake King was the strongest. Originally, Li Changsheng had planned to deal with the other Fey monarchs before slowly dealing with the giant Bone Snake King. He had not expected the giant Bone Snake King to erase his divine sense. Li Changsheng flew extremely fast, like a gust of wind, passing through the night sky. Especially at this time of night, Li Changsheng didn't have to worry about being seen by ordinary people and causing panic. After half an hour, Li Changsheng appeared in an open space. This was the place where his sense of the giant Bone Snake King had disappeared. The giant Bone Snake King had actually erased his divine sense. It must have known that its previous traces were all exposed to his senses. Li Changsheng furrowed his brows. Everything in the world was traceable. Although the giant Bone Snake King had escaped his senses, it was impossible for a person to disappear into thin air. A demon king like the giant Bone Snake King could fly in the air, so it naturally wouldn't leave any traces on the ground. Got it. Li Changsheng had a flash of inspiration. With a slap of his arm, the White Bear Demon King appeared beside him. Beasts had a keen sense of smell. The giant Bone Snake King could leave no traces on the ground, but the smell wouldn't disperse in a short time. You have a good relationship with the giant Bone Snake King. You should be familiar with the smell on his body. Follow the smell to find him. With that, Li Changsheng's body floated up and directly rode on the back of the white bear. The White Bear Demon King had been ridden for the first time in its life. At first, it resisted, but after feeling Li Changsheng's cold killing intent on its back, it immediately became obedient. With the White Bear Demon King leading the way, Li Changsheng was relieved. He sat cross-legged on the White Bear's back and closed his eyes. White Bear walked east for more than 10 hours. Suddenly, he stopped and said, "Master, the sea is in front of us. The giant Bone Snake King must have entered the sea. I can't sense his presence anymore." Hearing this, Li Changsheng opened his eyes. Unknowingly, they had already arrived at the seaside. However, when he thought about it, the White Bear Demon King was extremely fast. If he didn't have to search for the scent left behind by the giant Bone Snake King in the air, he would probably arrive in 2 hours. The sea was blue, and seagulls were flying. Looking at the endless sea, Li Changsheng's heart also became more open. As for his killing intent towards the giant Bone Snake King, it had lessened by quite a bit. "Alright, let's go back the way we came. Since he's already in the middle of the sea, I'm too lazy to chase after him." Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the White Bear Demon King was a little surprised. With Li Changsheng's strength, even in the middle of the sea, he could do whatever he wanted. After returning to the capital, Li Changsheng called Jiang Dao and the others. After knowing that they were fine, Li Changsheng was relieved. Regarding the fierce battle that night, although there were many rumors circulating in the dark, there was no newspaper that reported it. Li Changsheng knew that the government had a special organization to deal with this kind of thing. They wouldn't let ordinary people know and cause panic. After returning to the villa, the opening ceremony of the Verdant sect would be held in a few days. The next day, as soon as Li Changsheng got up, a disciple of the sect came in to report that there were people in uniforms at the foot of the mountain. They said that they were members of a special department and wanted to see Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng guessed that it must be about the battle with the 5 demon kings. Although the government suppressed the news, they definitely wouldn't pretend that it didn't happen. "Let them come up," Li Changsheng said. At the foot of the mountain, there was a man and a woman in uniforms, each holding a briefcase in their hands. Their temperament was very unusual. "Senior brother Zheng, do you think this Li Changsheng is really that powerful? I saw the scene yesterday. It looked like it was hit by a cannonball. How can a person's strength cause such a big impact? You and I are both ability users. Is he that much stronger than us?" The woman with long black hair thought of the place where the battle took place and still felt a little incredulous. "I don't think it was caused by him alone. It's just that he was involved. That's why the leader asked us to investigate. Paranormals like us can't create such destructive power alone, but if dozens of us work together, it's still possible." The man surnamed Zheng said, according to witnesses, they saw several big monsters. It's very likely that they have mutated physiques and can transform into beast men. A colleague in another group of our department is such a mutant. He can transform into a crocodile. Even bullets are like tickles to him. The two of you, our sect master invites you in. Sect master? Both of them had a strange look in their eyes. When they came to the top of the mountain and saw the luxurious villa and the surging spiritual aura around it, both of them looked a little dignified. This should be a Taoist array. It seems that the identity of this ability user is not simple. It's very likely that he's a Taoist disciple. Cultivators are supposed to be under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. It's really not good for us to intervene. The two of them walked into the hall. When they saw Li Changsheng sitting in the main seat, they were a little surprised. "You're Mr. Li?" The woman surnamed Guo looked at Li Changsheng from head to toe. "Yes, what's the matter?" Li Changsheng didn't know how these people found him, but since they were here and they were from the government, he would be polite enough. "Mr. Li, give us an explanation for what happened last night." The woman surnamed Guo said coldly, "Ability users and cultivators are not allowed to use their abilities in the secular world. Mr. Li, this is our investigation order. You'd better come with us." "Come with us? Where to?" "I'm going to hold the opening ceremony in a few days, so I can't leave here. Besides, what do you mean by what happened last night? I was sleeping at home last night. I think you've got the wrong person, right?" When Li Changsheng heard that they wanted to take him away, he knew that he couldn't admit it. When they first came in, Li Changsheng's attitude was quite good. The woman surnamed Guo was quite satisfied with Li Changsheng's performance, but she didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, Li Changsheng would act shamelessly and deny what happened last night. She suddenly didn't know what to say. The man surnamed Zheng snorted and said, "Mr. Li, it's useless for you to deny it. We've asked Jiang Dao, Yang Fan, and the others. They all said that you were the one who fought with others. So that's how it is." Li Changsheng finally knew why they were looking for him. Yang Fan and Zhong Xiaofeng were witnesses, so they naturally didn't dare to hide anything from the government. They must have seen wrongly. "It's definitely not me." Li Changsheng shook his head innocently. The man surnamed Zheng immediately frowned and abruptly slammed the table and stood up. "Mr. Li, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Chapter 707. "Is that so? You want to force yourself on me?" Li Changsheng suddenly narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile. At that moment, the man surnamed Zheng felt an intense sense of danger. Li Changsheng slowly stood up. In an instant, he felt a majestic aura that was like a surging wave, covering the sky and covering the earth as it howled towards him. Both of their expressions changed. In the next second, Li Changsheng left his seat and took a step forward. When he took that step, it was as if countless claps of thunder were ringing in their minds. Rumble. At the same time, they felt their blood boiling, and their scalps were about to explode. When he took the second step, the chairs under their butts shattered and turned into a pile of dust. The two of them fell to the ground with horror in their eyes. When he took the fourth step, both of them spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. They felt as if their chests were hit by a huge hammer. When Li Changsheng took the fifth step, the man surnamed Zheng hurriedly begged for mercy. "Mr. Li Changsheng, please spare our lives. Please don't take another step." Indeed, every step Li Changsheng took caused them to suffer multiple times more damage. They couldn't imagine that if he really took the fifth step, the two of them would probably die on the spot. At that moment, they felt a deep fear in their hearts. Only then did they realize how powerful the person in front of them was. What happened in the capital city that day has nothing to do with me. Do you understand? When Li Changsheng spoke, the two of them hurriedly nodded like chickens pecking at rice. They didn't dare to insist on what they said before unless they didn't want to live anymore. Also, go back and tell your leaders that I am the Northern Elder of the Heavenly Tao Union. Even if there is anything, the Heavenly Tao Union will handle it. You don't have to worry. Indeed, the Heavenly Tao Union was an official organization that was in charge of managing the affairs of the cultivation world. It was similar to this department. One was equivalent to the embroidered uniform guards, while the other was equivalent to the East and West factories. The units were different, but the mechanism was similar. So you are the elder of the Heavenly Tao Union. We were too reckless. The man surnamed Zheng cupped his hands and then left the cloud-top villa with the woman surnamed Guo supporting each other. After walking down the mountain peak, the man slammed his palm on a boulder beside him, splitting the boulder in half. This is a great humiliation. This Li Changsheng has gone too far. Yeah. The woman's eyes were filled with indignation. We only asked him to cooperate with the investigation. How could he be so unreasonable? But this person is too strong. He injured us without even making a move. He is not someone we can fight against. Thinking of Li Changsheng's methods, the woman's eyes were filled with deep fear. Their special ability group claimed to have gathered all the cultivation experts in the country, but after careful consideration, there was almost no one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Li Changsheng. Are we just going to take this lying down? The man's voice was extremely sinister. Since he was a child, he had been tested to have a talent for cultivation. When he was only a few years old, he was already able to control flames and take things from a distance. He was regarded as the reincarnation of an immortal. Later, he joined the superpower group, which was equivalent to the East faction in the cultivation world. Even the disciples of the sects that had been passed down for hundreds of years had to be respectful to him. He had never suffered such a great humiliation. Why don't we report this to the team leader and let him deal with him? The man thought for a moment and said in a deep voice. But he is a member of the Heavenly Tao Union. If we attack him, we might offend the Heavenly Tao Union. So what? He dared to attack the two of us. Can't we do the same to him? Otherwise, I won't be able to take this lying down. Meanwhile, in the cloud-top villa, Li Changsheng was looking down the mountain with a cold smile on his face. These two ignorant fools actually dared to plot against me. The entire cloud-top mountain was enveloped in a formation. Moreover, with Li Changsheng's hearing, nothing could escape his ears. However, Li Changsheng didn't attack them again. Although it seemed like he was teaching them a lesson, he was also warning them not to provoke him. Unfortunately, there were always people who didn't know the difference between life and death. If the special ability group really did come looking for trouble, Li Changsheng didn't mind teaching them an unforgettable lesson. The next few days passed peacefully. Finally, the day of the Green Sect's grand opening ceremony arrived. All the formations on Cloudtop Mountain were removed, and it was open to the public. Crowds of people gathered at the foot of the mountain. 3 hours before the grand opening ceremony, two majestic middle-aged men came to pay a visit. This one is the leader of the whale gang, Hong Dao. This one is the leader of the whale gang, Yang Dali. Greetings, Sir Li Changsheng guessed why they had come as soon as he heard them introduce themselves. With a wave of his hand, 2 figures flew out of his sleeves. They were the 2 brawny men from the whale gang and the whale gang that he had put away. The 2 of them had been trapped in Li Changsheng's sleeves for a few days, and had been living a torturous life without freedom. Now that they saw the light again, they couldn't quite get used to it. Once they got used to the light, they saw their leaders. Sir Li, it's my fault for not disciplining them properly, causing my disciples to cause trouble in the capital. I hereby apologize to Sir Li. That's right. Sir Li, it's also my fault for not disciplining my disciples well enough. They almost caused trouble. Seeing that their attitudes were good, Li Changsheng didn't say much. After treating them to a cup of tea, he had someone send them to the guest room. 3 hours later, the grand opening ceremony officially began. The Shu Mountain sect's leader, Ding Qingyang, and his sister, Ding Qingxue, congratulate the opening of the Green sect. The Ding siblings present their gifts. The martial arts sect's leader, Song Zhan, presents a jade ruyi. The Qingcheng sect's leader, Yang Shuangying, the Heavenly Dao Alliance's elder, Wei Gengqiu, voices rang out one after another. People from all the sects in the cultivation world came to congratulate him. Congratulations on establishing a sect, sir. Xu Xiaolin and his son, as well as Jiyu Mangong, came one after another. They had all prepared generous gifts. Congratulations to Li Changsheng for establishing a cultivation sect. The Green sect was established. Liu Chong was the guardian, Zhu Na was the hall master, and Zhu Hong's 3 disciples were the 2nd generation of the Green sect. In addition, Jiyu Mangong found more than 10 disciples from Nanyang. Although there weren't many people, they finally had the basic framework of a sect. Today, the Green sect is established. I declare to the world that we will protect the world's peace, punish evil, promote good, and uphold justice. A loud and clear voice came from the Cloud Villa and echoed in all directions. After all the formalities were completed, Li Changsheng suddenly took a step forward, rose from the ground, and flew into the sky. The capital city is the land of the dragon vein, but it's not a suitable place for cultivators like us to cultivate. I found a suitable place a few days ago, and today, I will officially move the sect to the sea. As soon as Li Changsheng finished speaking, before everyone could react, Li Changsheng suddenly transformed into a huge godfiend in the sky and shouted, "Rise!" The entire cloud-top mountain shook violently. With a loud bang, the entire mountain left the ground and floated in the air. In the next moment, Li Changsheng carried the entire mountain and flew east. He flew for thousands of miles, and when he stopped, he was already above the sea. He gently let go of the mountain and the mountain slowly fell. Boom! On a small island in the endless sea, a huge mountain fell from the sky. The entire island was shaking as if there was an earthquake. Countless living beings on the island were scared out of their wits. Moving the mountain. This was the most powerful divine ability that Li Changsheng had ever used. He moved an entire mountain above the sea. It could be said that no one had done it before or since. Chapter 708. A huge mountain fell from the sky and landed on the island, causing a deafening sound. In the sea, huge waves were stirred up under the powerful force. Countless divine senses approached from all directions. In the center of the deep sea, vague and sharp auras were rising. The sea had always been the territory of the demon clan. As the huge mountain fell, countless old sleeping demons were alarmed. However, no one dared to go forward and ask. Being able to move a mountain was already a silent show of power. When Li Changsheng landed from the sky, the people from the various sects who came to congratulate him were all very excited. Moving mountains and moving seas was a legendary ability that only immortals could do. In an underwater mansion deep in the ocean, 3 great demon beasts were gathered together. They were the overlords of this region of water. Brother Li, do you know that the huge mountain that fell from the sky just landed on Azure Dragon Island? A young man in a long robe asked. I'm so close to Azure Dragon Island. How could I not know? I don't know where this great divine ability came from. He actually has the ability to move a mountain directly. I asked my subordinates to go over and secretly investigate. It seems to be a human cultivator. Another middle-aged man with a long horn on his head said. A human expert. Why would they come to the sea? Could it be that the immortals of Penglai and Yingju Islands have come? Impossible. Penglai and Yingju Islands are full of immortal qi. Why would they come to our sea area, which is barren of spiritual qi? No matter what his background is, what should we do next? This is originally our territory. Suddenly, there is another force in the middle. According to our previous practice, we should work together to drive him away. The middle-aged man with a long horn on his head droned. He was a rhinoceros named Nyoshi, but the word rhinoceros was reversed. The other one in a green robe was a carp demon named Li Gan. The third one was a sea serpent who called himself the ocean-flipping general. After hearing Nyoshi's words, the sea-flipping general hurriedly waved his hand. Absolutely not. Indeed, he can move a mountain here. How can we deal with him if he dares to come to our place and establish his power? If we provoke him, I'm afraid that the three of us will be secretly skinned alive. Li Gan and Nyoshi both fell into silence when they heard the sea-flipping general's words. Then what should we do? Why don't the three of us pay him a visit and pledge our allegiance to him? If we're willing to serve him as the Demon King, he probably won't be able to kill us. But he's clearly a human. What's the deal with conferring him the title of Demon King? Since we're on the sea, let's just address each other as we do on the sea. This way, not only will we be able to eliminate a strong enemy, but we'll also have a powerful backer. Nyoshi and Li Gan felt that the sea-flipping general's words made sense. Many people in the cultivation world were shocked by Li Changsheng's generosity in establishing a sect on the sea. However, this was indeed a good place to stay away from the bustling city. After a moment of hesitation, Ding Qingyang could not help reminding Li Mu, Mr. Li, although this place is good, the sea is the active area of demons. Demons are different from humans in terms of ferocity. I'm afraid it will cause a lot of disputes. It's okay. Li Changsheng smiled indifferently and said, if anyone dares to provoke me, I'll wipe out all the demons within a radius of 500 kilometers. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, everyone couldn't help but feel excited. How heroic was that? Wiping out all the demons within a radius of 500 kilometers? In the world, only Li Changsheng dared to say that. At this moment, a disciple outside came in and reported, Leader, there are 3 strange-looking people outside who want to see you. Strange-looking people? Li Changsheng couldn't help but be amused by the disciple's description. Let them in. I'd like to see how strange they are. Li Changsheng sat down in the main seat of the hall. The leaders of the other sects also sat on both sides of the hall. Because the people who came to congratulate him hadn't had time to leave yet, the entire Mount Yunding could be said to be full of masters. The 3 aggressive demons walked up the mountain with generous gifts prepared by the little demons behind them. They couldn't help but tremble with fear. There were more than 1,000 people who came to congratulate Li Changsheng, and they were all the higher-ups of various sects. When the 3 demons saw this, they couldn't help but be secretly shocked. They thought to themselves, who exactly is this new neighbor? There are so many powerful disciples. Even if the masters of the entire demon alliance were added up, there would only be so many of them. When they walked into the hall, they felt the extraordinary aura of the leaders of the various sects in the hall and trembled with fear. They thought to themselves, fortunately, I didn't recklessly start a war with them. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died. I'm Li Gan, Nyoshi, Sea-Flipping General. Greetings, Immortal. The 3 demons had long been shocked by Li Changsheng's aura. At this moment, they bowed their heads respectfully. Are you demons from around here? Li Changsheng's gaze swept across the group. No wonder the disciples said that they were strange-looking. How could a normal person have a single horn on their head? Why are you looking for me? Is it because I'm occupying this island and invading your territory? Li Changsheng said indifferently. However, the 3 demons were frightened. They lowered their heads and didn't dare to look up at Li Changsheng. I heard that you demons each have your own territory. Once your territory is invaded, you will fight to the death. Are the three of you here to challenge me? To tell you the truth, I'm going to occupy this territory. If you're not convinced, you can attack me. You can fight me one-on-one or the three of you together. I'll accept any challenge. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, sea-flipping general shook his head. No, Immortal Master, you've misunderstood. We're here to visit you because we want you to be our leader in the future. Demon powerhouses are respected. Immortal Master, you're very powerful. In the future, you'll be the Demon King of our three forces. Demon King is a good title. Since you're not here to cause trouble, please take a seat. Li Changsheng instructed and someone immediately brought chairs. The three of them sat down. Since the three of you are here, why don't you tell me about the distribution of forces on the sea? That day, Li Changsheng rode the white bear and chased after the giant bone snake king. Although the giant bone snake king escaped in the end, he released his divine sense at the seaside and happened to discover this island. He thought about how the capital city was a place where the country's dragon veins gathered and how the cloud-top villa soon attracted a large number of tourists. He didn't know how much trouble there would be in the future. It was a good opportunity to build the sect on the sea and set up an array formation so that it wouldn't be disturbed. Of course, the premise was that the demons on the sea had to be subdued first. Li Changsheng couldn't kill humans, but he wouldn't have any psychological burden when dealing with demons who weren't of his race. If the nearby demons were willing to listen to him, he would give them a way out. If they dared to be his enemy, he would wipe them out. Chapter 709. Reporting to Immortal Master, the sea is the territory of 100,000 demons. Apart from them, there are also many rogue human cultivators who live on various islands on the sea. Most of these rogue cultivators are powerful, and even the demons are reluctant to provoke them. Among the demons, the Demon Alliance is the most powerful. Apart from that, there are also a few great demons who call themselves kings. In a few days, it will be the 380th birthday of the leader of the Demon Alliance. At that time, half of the demons on the sea will go to congratulate him. Demon Alliance. Li Changsheng fell into deep thought. Before this, he had already formed a feud with the Demon Alliance. If his sect wanted to establish itself on the sea, it seemed that he had to get rid of the Demon Alliance. Otherwise, his base would be in danger at any time. As long as Li Changsheng left the sect, it was hard for him to feel at ease. Have you heard of the giant bone snake king of the Demon Alliance? Li Changsheng wanted to judge the overall strength of the Demon Alliance from the giant bone snake king and the others. The giant bone snake king is the most powerful among the 9 great demon kings of the Demon Alliance. It's said that he's only inferior to the leader of the Demon Alliance. Immortal Master, do you know the giant bone snake king? General Fan Hai and the other two were overjoyed. Although they were considered great demons among the demons, there was still a world of difference between them and an existence like the giant bone snake king. If their new neighbor could be on good terms with the giant bone snake king, they would be willing to lower their heads to Li Changsheng. After all, in the boundless sea, being able to know a true demon king was a golden ticket to avoid death. I have some grudges with the giant bone snake king. Li Changsheng said casually. General Fan Hai and the other two's expressions changed drastically. The carp demon Li Gan could not help but say, Mr. Li, the gigantic bone serpent king is very powerful, yet you dare to offend him. In my opinion, you should take the initiative to apologize. Otherwise, no faction in the sea would dare to oppose the Demon Alliance. He's not worthy of me apologizing to him. Li Changsheng coldly snorted. Look, what is this? With a wave of his hand, a white elephant and a white bear appeared in the hall at the same time. They were the mighty Elephant King and the White Bear Demon King that Li Changsheng had sealed in his arms. Seeing these two behemoths, Li Gan and the other two immediately trembled with fear. Both the mighty Elephant King and the White Bear Demon King were top-notch experts. The powerful pressure caused Li Gan and the other two demons to tremble. Demons followed the law of the jungle. The suppression that the Demon King exerted on ordinary demons was something that humans could not understand. After receiving Li Changsheng's permission, the White Bear Demon King and the mighty Elephant King returned to their human forms. In that instant, Li Gan and the other two demons were so frightened that their bodies began to tremble. "You are the mighty Elephant King?" The mighty Elephant King and the White Bear Demon King were two of the 9 demon kings of the Demon Alliance. They were very famous and intimidated thousands of miles of the sea region. Li Gan and the other two demons were fortunate enough to meet them. The White Bear Demon King and the Mighty Elephant King did not pay attention to Li Gan and the other two demons. Instead, they respectfully knelt down to Li Changsheng and saluted, "Greetings, Master." Li Gan and the other two demons were shocked. The two demon kings actually called this human expert their master. It was too scary. Who exactly was this person? The three of them said that the leader of the Demon Alliance is going to celebrate his birthday. "Tell me, what's so great about the leader of the Demon Alliance?" Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the mighty Elephant King said, "The leader of the Demon Alliance is a water-repellent golden-eyed beast. He was originally the overlord of the ocean. After he transformed into a demon, he became even more gifted. Very few demons of the same level can defeat him, especially in the ocean. His strength is greatly enhanced. He calls himself the golden-armored heavenly demon, and he is the overlord of the 90,000 miles of ocean. As expected, as the leader of the Demon Alliance, he is very powerful. I wonder who is more powerful, him or me?" Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the mighty Elephant King hesitated and said, "The leader of the Demon Alliance is very powerful. In my opinion, he should be on par with you, but what?" Li Changsheng furrowed his brows. "It's just that he has a unique advantage in the sea. If we choose to fight him on the sea, the chance of winning is very small, right? Is he an expert in the Earth Celestial Realm?" The mighty Elephant King hurriedly shook his head. "No, I haven't heard of anyone in the Earth Celestial Realm in the Demon Alliance. As long as he's not in the Earth Celestial Realm, it's not a big deal." Li Changsheng said calmly. With his current strength and the power of the indestructible body, he could even fight against an expert in the Earth Celestial Realm. Those below the Earth Celestial Realm were not worthy of his attention. "When will the birthday party of the leader of the Demon Alliance be held?" Li Changsheng looked at Li Gan and the other two demons. At this moment, the three demons were looking at Li Changsheng with fear in their eyes. How powerful must he be to be able to make two demon kings submit to him? But they didn't know that Li Changsheng had killed 3 of the 5 demon kings of the Demon Alliance, let alone the 3 demon kings. In 7 days. "Well, you can leave now." Li Gan and the other 2 demons left. Li Changsheng sealed White Bear and the other 2 demons back in his arm. In the hall, the sect leaders of the major sects looked at the scene in front of them thoughtfully. 3 days later, the people of the various sects left one after another, leaving only Ding Qingyang, Ding Qingxue, Jiyu Mangong, Xu Xiaolin, and Kai Yu, who were close to Li Changsheng. In addition to Li Gan and the other 2 demons, many demons came to visit him in the following days. Li Changsheng was the new overlord of this area. None of the fairies in the area dared to offend him. There were hundreds of fairies in total, which was an eye-opener for Li Changsheng. He had lived for so many years, but he had never lived on the sea. He didn't know there were so many demons in the sea, which gave him a flash of inspiration. He remembered that he had read in a book about refining weapons that there was a kind of magic weapon used to catch demons. It was called the demon binding rope, which had an innate restraining effect on demons. If the strength of the demon was lower than that of the owner of the magic weapon, it couldn't escape the binding of the magic weapon. Even if the demon was of the same level as the owner of the magic weapon, it would be restrained by the demon binding rope. The island that Li Changsheng occupied was not deep in the sea, so the spirit chi was relatively poor. However, Li Changsheng sensed that there was a huge spirit vein in the sea deep in the island. If he could connect it, this island would immediately become a paradise. However, connecting it was easier said than done. Even with Li Changsheng's strength, it would probably take him a few years to dig it out. Li Changsheng naturally didn't have the time, but it would be a good choice to catch some demons to do manual labor. Li Changsheng ordered the disciples in the sect to help prepare the materials. He borrowed a tripod furnace from Shushan with Ding Qingyang and Ding Qingxue and made a special trip to Shushan for this. By the time they returned, it was already the birthday of the leader of the Demon Alliance. He had no choice but to put down the work at hand and ride the white bear that the White Bear Demon King had transformed into, to the Divine Flame Island where the Demon Alliance's headquarters was located. Chapter 710. Li Changsheng rode the White Bear Demon King in the sea. The poor white bear, a demon king of a generation, had been reduced to a mount. Its 4 claws dug in the water. Li Changsheng sat on the bear's back, leisurely. "Master, don't you feel bumpy sitting on my back? Why don't you get a boat and ride the waves? Wouldn't that be faster? I know a sea market nearby where you can buy a magic artifact boat. It's more comfortable to sit there." The White Bear Demon King's eyes rolled. Many people on the sea knew him, especially the Demon Alliance. Most of them used to be his subordinates. If people saw him reduced to a mount, he would lose all his face. How could Li Changsheng not understand the White Bear Demon King's little scheme? When he heard the sea market, his eyes showed some interest. "What kind of sea market? Take me there." When the white bear heard Li Changsheng's words, he was so excited that tears almost flowed out. He hurriedly changed direction. After traveling for about 1,000 miles, they saw an island in front of them. Demon Chi soared into the sky from afar. Who knew how many demons had gathered there? It was very likely that there was a finger-profound realm demon overseeing it. Li Changsheng rode the white bear forward. He saw all kinds of strange creatures on the island. Some had human heads and snake bodies. Some had cow heads and human bodies. They were all small demons that had not fully evolved. Most of them were weak. He saw a few that had fully transformed into humans. Their auras were more powerful. Li Changsheng did not deliberately hide his human aura. Along the way, he did attract the attention of many demons. However, no one came to find trouble with him. The white bear explained that any human cultivators who dared to wander around the sea were all relatively strong. In the past, there were indeed some demon cultivators who wanted nothing more than to skin, pull out their tendons, and stew them into a pot whenever they saw them. But later, without exception, they all received a painful lesson. Now, although humans and demons might not be able to coexist peacefully, they could still stay out of each other's way under normal circumstances. Li Changsheng strolled around the island and found many magic artifacts for sale. However, most of them were crudely made and of very low quality. In the innermost ship shop, they finally saw someone selling large ships. Although these ships were of low grade, they were very expensive. Moreover, they didn't accept money, but barter. At this time, Li Changsheng realized that his family background was indeed a little thin. He took out a few low-grade magic tools and finally exchanged them for a medium-sized boat. When they came out of the attic, they heard a commotion outside. It turned out that 2 demon clans were fighting over a fist-sized mermaid pearl and almost came to blows. "I was the one who bought this thing first. How can you snatch it from me?" A brawny man said angrily. The one who was arguing with him was a feminine-looking man. "So what if you took a fancy to her first? I'm the steward of the White WRM King's residence. Are you trying to snatch something from the White WRM King?" When he heard the words White WRM King, a trace of fear clearly appeared in the man's eyes. After that, he grunted coldly and actually gave up on fighting for it, and then he turned around and left without even looking back. "Is this White WRM King very famous?" Li Changsheng looked at the White Bear Demon King beside him. The White Bear Demon King was still in his demon form. Without Li Changsheng's orders, he didn't dare to transform back into his human form. The White WRM Demon King is a powerful demon nearby. In the entire sea region, WRMs are the most domineering. This White WRM Demon King is a 1,000-year-old White WRM that attained the Tao. Ordinary demons don't dare to offend him. So that's the case. Li Changsheng nodded and directly left. When he came to the side of the island, he placed the Dharma artifact boat he bought in the water, and it instantly turned into the size of a house. Just as he stepped onto the boat, he heard a voice behind him. "Fellow Daoist, can you give me a ride? I'm going to congratulate the leader of the Monster Alliance, but because my family background is poor, I can't afford to buy a boat. I'm also not very proficient in water. As long as you're willing to give me a ride, I'm willing to pay for the journey." Li Changsheng turned around and saw a brawny man rushing over, panting. It was actually the person who was arguing with the White WOM King's steward. Come on up. Li Changsheng also wanted to know more about the demon race, so he readily nodded and agreed. The other party was also a straightforward person. Not long after he boarded, he couldn't help but talk about what happened in the sea market. He directly said that the people in the White WM King's residence were too much. What did you buy that pearl for? Li Changsheng sat at the bow of the boat and chatted with him. Of course, it's to buy it as a birthday gift for the leader of the Monster Alliance. I want to see if I have a chance to join the Monster Alliance. For a loose demon like me, without a backer, I might be skinned alive one day. In the demon race, only the fittest survive. Without anyone to uphold the rules, things like killing demons and seizing treasures often happen. Then what if you didn't buy the shark pearl? Li Changsheng asked. What else can I do? I can only find something slightly inferior as a birthday gift. How much is that shark pearl worth? Why don't we wait until we reach the Monster Alliance and I help you take that pearl back from the White WM Demon King? You can give me the item that you originally wanted to exchange for the shark pearl as a reward. How about that? Li Changsheng thought about how he was short of money. The shark pearl seemed to be worth a lot. The item that the other party used to exchange for it would definitely be something extraordinary. However, after hearing Li Changsheng's words, the burly man shook his head. Brother, don't joke around. The White WM Demon King is an extraordinary existence. Aren't you courting death if you want to take the treasure from him? Seeing that the burly man obviously didn't believe him, Li Changsheng didn't say anything else. Since the demon race at sea burned, killed, and plundered everywhere, he could just rob any demon king and become rich. If he went to the Monster Alliance this time, he would immediately become one of the richest people at sea. Thinking of this, Li Changsheng couldn't wait. Oh right, Brother Li. Since you're going to the Monster Alliance's birthday, have you prepared a gift? The burly man looked at Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng sighed on purpose. Me? I don't have much money, so I really don't have a gift. Then why don't you give your Dharma artifact ship away? Although the price isn't high, it's still a Dharma artifact. Or the white bear beside you isn't bad either. If you skin it and refine it into a robe, it might be able to gain the favor of the gold-armored sky demon. Hearing the burly man's words, the white bear immediately cast an angry look. A terrifying aura emanated from its body, scaring the burly man so much that he involuntarily took 2 steps back. White bear. Li Changsheng went up and patted the white bear's head. Only then did the white bear demon king lie down on the deck and close his eyes. The burly man patted his chest with lingering fear and said in surprise, Brother Li, could this white bear have a special bloodline? What a powerful aura. Why don't you just offer it to the gold-armored sky demon? Demons with special bloodlines are very popular at the Demon King residences. Li Changsheng smiled. He was going to take the gold-armored skydemon's head. Chapter 7:11. The celestial artifact ship moved very fast on the sea. About half a day later, they saw an island filled with demonic aura. It was said that this was where the mansion of the leader of the Demon League was located. The Demon League was equivalent to an organization of demons. Grand Demon Kings and the like usually lived in their own mansions. As soon as the celestial artifact ship approached, they saw several other celestial artifact ships that were bigger than Li Changsheng's were coming from all directions. At the entrance of the island, several strong men were patrolling. These were all demons who had transformed into humans. Their transformation was very complete, which also proved that their strength was not low. It seems that the Demon League is really something. Li Changsheng was slightly surprised. Even the ones patrolling the area were in their complete human form. This was enough to show just how powerful they were. That's for sure. The Demon League is the most powerful force on the sea. After the strong man finished speaking, he immediately cupped his hands and said to the demons who came up to interrogate him, I'm Xinghu, a rogue demon from the East Sea. I'm here to celebrate the birthday of the golden-armored demon. A rogue demon from the East Sea? The other party frowned and said, Show me your original form. Yes. Xing Hu did not dare to disobey and immediately turned into his original form. It was a big tiger. Okay, you can go in. Thank you, sir. Xing Hu stepped into the island. At this moment, his eyes fell on Li Changsheng. You don't look like a demon. Who are you? I'm also here to celebrate the birthday of the golden-armored demon. This is the birthday banquet of the demons. You humans are not welcome. Get lost. That demon was very rude and unreasonable. At this moment, the white bear demon king, who was lying on the deck, jumped to the shore and shook his body. The demons immediately showed fear. The white bear demon king's powerful demonic aura almost made them kneel. I plan to offer this tiger to the golden-armored demon. If you don't let me in, then forget it. Li Changsheng finished. The demon who blocked the way hesitated for a moment and finally said, I didn't expect a human like you to have such a powerful pet. You must be a human immortal master from the Three Immortal Island. How dare we stop you? After saying that, he immediately stepped aside respectfully. Li Changsheng didn't say anything and just walked in. Xing Hu gave Li Changsheng a thumbs up. Brother, where did you get this white bear? If you were to offer him up, you would probably immediately gain the favor of the golden-armored sky demon. Li Changsheng smiled and ignored him. The two entered the island together. Many demons had already gathered on the island. When Li Changsheng entered the island with his human aura, he was like a speck of green in a field of flowers, extremely eye-catching. When they entered the guest hall, they saw demons of all shapes and sizes eating meat and drinking wine. A few demon race beauties danced to the music, graceful and graceful. As soon as Xing Hu entered, he bumped into a good friend of his. It was a scorpion that had turned into a demon. It wore a black robe and gave off a very sinister feeling. Brother Tiger, what birthday gift did you prepare for Lord Heavenly Demon? I've scoured the entire sea and only managed to gather some aged spirit herbs. I wonder if they're enough to catch the eye of Lord Sky Demon. Hearing the scorpion demon's words, Xing Hu couldn't help but sigh. I originally bought a shark pearl at the sea market, but it was snatched away by the steward of the White Flood Dragon King's residence. At this moment, the other party looked at Li Changsheng in confusion. Brother Xing Hu, is this human cultivator with you? It was no wonder he found it strange. Although the humans and demons at sea didn't interfere with each other's business, human cultivators rarely participated in such demon gatherings. This Daoist brother is here to celebrate Lord Skydemon's birthday. I boarded his boat here. At this moment, a few demons that knew the two of them came over. I heard that apart from the people of the Three Immortal Island, another powerful figure has appeared in the human race. Some time ago, the 5 demon monarchs of the Demon Alliance went inland, but only the giant Bone Snake King returned. The other 4 demon monarchs might have been killed. No way. The 5 demon monarchs are so powerful. Could they have been attacked by human sects? They were killed by a human expert. Even the giant Bone Snake King was severely injured when he returned. Lord Skydemon happened to go inland and encountered him. That was how he was rescued. Hearing the discussions of the demons, Li Changsheng finally understood why his divine senses had disappeared. It turned out that the golden-armored Skydemon had also gone inland that day. At this moment, there was a commotion at the door. Someone said, "The people from the White Flood Dragon King's residence are here." Instantly, everyone looked at the door and saw a handsome man in a white robe walking at the front with a group of guards behind him. Among them was the steward of the White Flood Dragon King's residence who had a dispute with Xing Hu at the sea market. That should be the White Flood Dragon King's son. He is indeed dignified. I heard that the White Flood Dragon King's son, Bai Zhu, is already at the Vaja realm at such a young age. I'm afraid he will become another demon monarch at sea in a few decades. When Bai Zhu appeared, the important figures of the island immediately came out to welcome him. Then, he was led to the innermost seat and sat down. Li Changsheng also found a seat. However, when he saw the food on the table, he saw that it was all raw meat and was dripping with blood. When he saw the demons beside him eating with relish, he couldn't help but frown. At this moment, a few flirtatious women came in with roasted chicken, duck, and fish. Xing Hu explained to Li Changsheng, "The White Dragon King's residence is different from other demons. They like to eat cooked food. These cooked food are specially prepared for the White Dragon King's residence. Is that so? I like to eat cooked food too. As he spoke, Li Changsheng suddenly asked when the women walked past him, "Can you leave some cooked food for me?" When he said that, the entire place fell silent. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on him. This was food prepared for the people of the White Flood Dragon King's residence. The people of the White Flood Dragon King's residence were of noble status. Who would dare to snatch food from them? When the maidservant saw that Li Changsheng was sitting at the end, she knew that his status was definitely not high. However, the white bear lying beside Li Changsheng made her heart palpitate instinctively. While she was in a dilemma, Baizhu whispered a few words to the housekeeper beside him. The housekeeper then walked over to Li Changsheng's seat. If this immortal master likes to eat cooked food, then give some to this immortal master. When the housekeeper finished speaking, he threw a dagger and stuck it on Li Changsheng's table. This is a magic artifact, the Ice Soul Saber. It is my prince's favorite item. I will give it to you in exchange for the white bear beside you. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and wrapped a rope around the white bear demon monarch's neck. He wanted to take the white bear demon monarch away. I'm sorry, but this white bear is not for sale. Li Changsheng grabbed the Ice Soul Saber and cut the rope around the white bear demon monarch's neck. Then, he handed the saber back to the housekeeper. The housekeeper's expression immediately changed. He did not take the saber back. Instead, he turned to look at his prince. Baizhu nodded slightly. The housekeeper then waved his hand and threw out an ancient bronze seal. An Ice Soul Saber and a magic artifact, a refined bronze seal. Friend, this price is already very high. However, Li Changsheng shook his head again. This time, even Baizhu frowned. The housekeeper's eyes flashed coldly. Chapter 7:12. A fine copper seal and the Ice Soul Saber. Friend, no matter how precious your mount is, this price is not low. No one has ever dared to refuse the things that the White Flood Dragon King's estate wants. The steward said coldly. Xing Hu, who was sitting beside Li Changsheng, quickly advised in a low voice, "Brother, we can't afford to offend the White Flood Dragon King's estate. Just accept his offer." In the sea market, Xing Hu had also challenged the White Flood Dragon King's estate in the beginning. However, when the steward revealed his identity, he immediately left. This was the power of the White Flood Dragon King's estate. The White Flood Dragon King was a supreme existence in the sea. No one could challenge him. However, Li Changsheng acted as if he didn't hear Xing Hu's words. He only said one word, "Scram." As soon as he said that, the entire hall fell silent. How dare he ask the White Flood Dragon King's estate to scram? The White Flood Dragon Prince, Baizhu's expression changed. Before beating a dog, one had to look at its master. Li Changsheng dared to treat the steward of the White Flood Dragon King's estate in such a manner. It was clear that he didn't put him in his eyes. Baizhu slowly stood up and walked towards Li Changsheng. The entire hall fell into silence. In this sea region, no one dares to provoke the White Flood Dragon King's estate. A fine copper seal and an icy soul saber. If you had obediently accepted these two items, the White Flood Dragon King's estate would have been willing to owe you a favor. But since you're so stubborn, not only will I take back the icy soul saber and the fine copper seal, I'll even take your mount away. And you, scram immediately. Otherwise, I'll destroy your body and soul. Baizhu's face was filled with pride and his voice was filled with dominance. Who do you think you are? However, Li Changsheng didn't even raise his head as he spoke. Baizhu's expression turned extremely ugly. Hiss. He took a step forward. One could see the shadow of a three-clawed flood dragon roaring behind him. A terrifying aura spread throughout the room. That's the White Flood Dragon clan's 9 transformations of the true dragon. Judging from the flood dragon's silhouette behind Baizhu's back, I'm afraid he has already cultivated it to the 3rd stage. It is said that when one cultivates it to the highest stage, one can transform into a supreme dragon emperor bloodline. Even though it's only the 3rd level, it's already extremely terrifying. There are only a few people below the profound finger realm who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Baizhu. This human kid is in for it. The surrounding people let out a burst of exclamation. Baizhu raised his hand and transformed it into a dragon claw. You overestimate yourself. Li Changsheng raised his finger and pointed. A sword light appeared out of thin air. Poochie. In the blink of an eye, the aura that enveloped his body was destroyed. At the same time, a bloody hole appeared on the white dragon claw. What powerful swordsmanship! Baizhu's expression changed several times. The sword cultivators of the human race are known to have the greatest killing power and are invincible in the same realm. It seems that I have underestimated you. Baizhu glared at Li Changsheng. The surrounding people also held their breaths. Boom! Baizhu's aura surged as a golden spear appeared in his hand. The spear was covered in dragon patterns, and the dragon head looked very lifelike. Many people exclaimed when they saw the spear. That's the White Flood Dragon Clan's scorching dragon spear. This spear is made from the true fire of the sun. It's extremely tough and young. It's the most precious treasure of the White Flood Dragon Clan. The White Flood Dragon King has a total of 9 sons. Since the scorching dragon spear is in Baizhu's hands, it means that Baizhu has already been selected as the next leader of the White Flood Dragon Clan. The scorching dragon spear was so famous that it caused an uproar as soon as it appeared. The dignity of the White Flood Dragon Clan cannot be offended. Kid, you forced me to do this. Baizhu slowly raised the spear in his hand. The shadow of the 3-clawed flood dragon behind him suddenly turned into a ray of white light and entered the scorching dragon spear. Immediately, a terrifying aura spread out from his body and flooded the entire room. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. What a terrifying power! Everyone felt their hearts palpitate. Xing Hu and the other members of the monster race who were sitting beside Li Changsheng hurriedly moved to the side, afraid that they would be implicated. Kid, I'll give you time to prepare. Let's see if you can stop me. With the White Flood Dragon Clan's divine weapon in hand, Baizhu was filled with boundless confidence. He looked down at Li Changsheng condescendingly. You're not worthy of me using my full strength. I only need 1 palm to deal with you. Li Changsheng's voice was calm. But to the others, it sounded extremely arrogant. Baizhu was one of the elites of the younger generation in the 10,000 miles sea region. With the White Flood Dragon Clan's divine weapon, the Scorching Dragon Spear, his combat strength was close to that of the top experts of the monster race. And yet, Li Changsheng dared to look down on him. Little did he know that no matter how strong Baizhu was, he could only dominate the younger generation. On the other hand, Li Changsheng was someone who could defeat the combined forces of several monster kings. Therefore, Li Changsheng felt that it was normal for him to say such words. At this moment, Li Changsheng slowly stood up. The moment he straightened his body, the qi and blood in his body surged. A powerful qi and blood qi soared into the sky, turning into rolling red clouds above his head, surging like a tidal wave. At the same time, 2 rays of golden light shone in his eyes. The shadow of a fiend god roared behind him. This phenomenon appeared in front of everyone's eyes. In an instant, it suppressed the powerful aura that Baizhu had just released. Seeing this, Baizhu's pupils shrank. Warning bells rang in his head. He thrust the Scorching Dragon Spear in his hand forward without hesitation. Scorching Dragon Spear, destroy. Baizhu let out a loud roar. Endless sun primordial fire spread out along with the spear and wrapped around Li Changsheng's body. This was Baizhu's strongest attack. It shook the hearts of many people present. The White Flood Dragon Clan was the king of the sea. Together with the Scorching Dragon Spear, they could even fight against a profound Finger Realm expert. However, Li Changsheng only raised his palm and gently slapped down, ignoring the raging fire. How dare you look down on me? Baizhu was furious. The raging fire turned into a scorching sun. The entire house began to shake. If one was outside, they would see that the island's surroundings were stirred up by this powerful force. Just as the sun was about to swallow Li Changsheng, the palm suddenly grew larger. It was like a tall wall that blocked all the fire. No matter how the fire burned, the palm remained unmoved. At the same time, Li Changsheng slowly pressed down with his palm. The endless fire was extinguished bit by bit. Finally, it completely dissipated into the air. He had actually managed to block Baiju's strongest attack with just a single palm. Many people widened their eyes in disbelief. How can he be so strong? Baiju's expression changed completely. He made up his mind. He bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood essence into the scorching dragon spear. Immediately, the scorching dragon spear emitted a golden light. The blood essence of the White Flood Dragon clan was extremely precious. It contained vast divine power. At this moment, the power of the scorching dragon spear was truly unleashed. Chapter 7:13. Rumble. Baiju's hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes shone with divine light. Behind him, a white dragon let out a dragon roar that shook the 9 heavens. The scorching dragon spear in his hand shone brightly and shot out a golden light that instantly engulfed Li Changsheng. The entire ground began to shake, and countless monsters kept retreating. Baiju sneered, "Die, brat." The golden scorching dragon spear shone brightly and kept moving forward, pressing down on Li Changsheng's body. However, when the tip of the spear came into contact with Li Changsheng's body, he could not move forward no matter how hard he tried. You're borrowing the power of a divine weapon, not your own strength. If you want to hurt me, go back and cultivate for another 300 years. Suddenly, a huge palm appeared and grabbed the tip of the spear. A vast aura flowed out from the gaps between the 5 fingers, and the golden scorching dragon spear let out a wail. Suppress. Li Changsheng spat out a word. The flickering golden light receded like the tide. Under the powerful force, the scorching dragon spear was tightly grasped by Li Changsheng. When all the light disappeared, the scorching dragon spear was in Li Changsheng's hands. Phut! Baiju spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the divine weapon of the White Dragon clan. Baiju was the next clan leader, so he was qualified to refine the scorching dragon spear. Although he could not completely refine the scorching dragon spear into his own divine weapon, it was still connected to his mind. Now that Li Changsheng had forcefully erased his imprint in the scorching dragon spear, his mind was immediately damaged. You're a profound realm expert. A profound finger realm expert dares to bully a junior like me? Baiju ignored his injuries and stared at Li Changsheng. His words shook the hearts of the monsters present. A profound finger realm expert was a lofty existence regardless of whether it was a human or a monster. In the monster race, he could be considered a monster king. The eyes of the surrounding people were filled with awe. This scorching dragon spear is not bad. I'll take it. Li Changsheng brandished his spear and was very satisfied with this White Flood Dragon race's divine weapon. Moreover, there was a trace of doubt in his heart. The White Flood Dragon clan was obviously of the water attribute, but the Ardent Dragon Spear was of the extreme yang attribute, as if it was a divine weapon that was nurtured in a land of fire. You're just a mere White Flood Dragon, yet you're so arrogant and overbearing. It just so happens that your Flood Dragon clan's bloodline has a nourishing effect on this Ardent Dragon Spear. I'll use your blood to refine this divine weapon. As soon as Li Changsheng finished speaking, he raised the Ardent Dragon Spear in his hand and stabbed it towards Baiju. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded. Baiju immediately reverted to his Flood Dragon form. A 3-clawed white flood dragon broke through the roof and flew into the sky in an attempt to escape. Li Changsheng took a step forward. His figure rose from the ground and flew into the sky. The Ardent Dragon Spear in his hand was brandished in a golden radiance, blocking all of the White Flood Dragon's escape routes. Between the heavens and the earth, the light was resplendent, and the dense vitality gathered in the Ardent Dragon Spear. In Li Changsheng's hands, the divine weapon was even more powerful than in Baiju's hands. Countless demons were alarmed and looked at the sky in shock. When a profound finger expert made a move, the powerful pressure made them have the urge to crawl. You. The White Flood Dragon roared and spoke in human language. Human, don't go too far. The White Flood Dragon opened its ferocious mouth and pounced towards Li Changsheng with bared fangs and brandished claws. Break. Li Changsheng finally took out the spear in his hand. The wind and clouds stirred, and it turned into a blazing golden light that struck the Flood Dragon's body. Instantly, the spear pierced through the Flood Dragon's abdomen, revealing a hole. Green blood dripped out. Baiju let out a pained cry. He looked up at the sky and roared. His dragon body continued to expand. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, and finally, it was 1,000 feet long. It stretched between heaven and earth. The terrifying aura made one's heart palpitate. That's the Flood Dragon clan's ancestral secret technique. The crowd of monsters exclaimed in surprise. When Baizhu reached his maximum size, he once again charged at Li Changsheng. This time, he was 300 meters tall, and every single one of his scales shone with a powerful light. It was as if he had transformed into a primordial ancestor dragon and reigned supreme over the world. His divine power was vast and mighty like a prison. I didn't expect Baizhu to be able to use such a powerful secret technique. Although this secret technique will cause great harm to himself, even a profound finger expert would be seriously injured. This human expert is too much. Baizhu was clearly about to escape, but he insisted on stopping him. Now, he's reaping what he sowed. Seeing how powerful Baizhu was, many people didn't think that Li Changsheng would be able to win. You think you're so great just because you have a big body? Looking at the white flood dragon, Li Changsheng didn't show any fear. Instead, his face was filled with excitement. He raised the spear in his hand and suddenly thrust it forward. The moment the long spear moved forward, the entire world rumbled. The void began to become unstable under this powerful force, and there was a sense of distortion. Boom! Finally, the spear collided with Baizhu's powerful body. Fart! Baizhu's 4 claws turned into a mist of blood under the spear. At this moment, the ardent dragon's spear shone brightly. The blood and flesh didn't fall down at all. Instead, they were absorbed by the spear like rivers flowing into the sea. Li Changsheng felt that the ardent dragon spear seemed to have changed a little. Li Changsheng waved the spear and swept it out again, smashing into Baizhu's body. Half of the dragon's body exploded. The mist of blood was absorbed by the spear again. The remaining half of the dragon's body quickly escaped and fell to the ground, writhing continuously. The surrounding people fell into silence. No one expected Baizhu, who had used the ancestral secret technique, to lose so miserably. With half of the dragon's body destroyed, it was extremely difficult for even the powerful Flood Dragon clan to recover. Xing Hu, who came with Li Changsheng, opened his eyes wide. His legs were trembling. He didn't think that this human youth, who seemed to be very approachable, would have such terrifying strength. The housekeeper of the White Flood Dragon clan rushed to Baizhu's broken body and cried out, "Young master! Young master!" That housekeeper raised his head and looked at Li Changsheng with a venomous gaze. "Damn human, my young master is the young master of the White Flood Dragon clan. Since you have offended the White Flood Dragon clan, just wait to be cut into pieces." How noisy. Li Changsheng waved the ardent dragon spear in his hand and stabbed it out. A golden light descended from the sky. The housekeeper was horrified to find that his body was imprisoned. In the next second, the golden light exploded into a mist of blood from head to toe. His body and soul were destroyed. Unfortunately, the housekeeper wasn't from the Flood Dragon clan. The ardent dragon spear wasn't interested in his flesh and blood. Li Changsheng felt a little regretful. Li Changsheng raised the spear and aimed at Baizhu's broken body. At this moment, Baizhu had completely lost the ability to resist. "Stop!" At this moment, a majestic voice was heard. A man in a golden robe rushed over. Chapter 7:14. "Stop!" The golden-robed man shouted. Seeing the golden-haired man's face, everyone's eyes were filled with awe. Gold-armored heavenly demon. It's the gold-armored heavenly demon. It's said that the gold-armored heavenly demon has a good relationship with the White WM King, the patriarch of the White WM clan. This human dared to injure the White WM King's son. I'm afraid he's going to be in trouble. The gold-armored heavenly demon in golden robes was quickly approaching with a group of subordinates behind him. He was originally reminiscing with the other demon kings in the back garden, but the battle between Baizhu and Li Changsheng had caused too much of a commotion and attracted his attention. Hearing the voice of the gold-armored heavenly demon, Baizhu, who was already in despair, finally let out a long sigh of relief. Just when everyone thought that no matter how arrogant Li Changsheng was, he would have to obediently obey the orders of the Demon League's leader, The ardent dragon spear in Li Changsheng's hand shone brightly and stabbed down without hesitation. Poochie. The golden spear nailed half of Bai Zhu's dragon body to the ground. The light on the spear continued to circulate, and the flesh became visible. Bai Zhu's body turned into liquid and was absorbed by the spear. A white WM's soul continued to struggle, but in the end, it was unable to escape the fate of being devoured. Li Changsheng had actually killed Bai Zhu in front of the gold-armored heavenly demon. The scene became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Li Changsheng was simply too bold. This human is finished. The heavenly demon will definitely not let him go. How dare he come to the Flaming Flame Island and behave so atrociously? He really doesn't know the meaning of death. Sure enough, the gold-armored heavenly demon's eyes were filled with anger. A powerful aura condensed on his body, and a divine beast covered in golden armor appeared behind him. It roared loudly. This was the true form of the gold-armored heavenly demon, the water-repellent gold-eyed beast. The moment the gold-armored heavenly demon released his aura, all the demons present had the urge to prostrate themselves on the ground. This was the suppression of bloodline, the majesty of a king. The gold-armored heavenly demon is about to attack. This human expert is dead for sure. The scorpion demon muttered to himself. Xing Hu sighed. Although there were differences between humans and demons, after spending time with Li Changsheng along the way, he actually felt that Li Changsheng was a pretty good person. However, Li Changsheng had offended the golden-armored sky demon, so it was likely that he would not be able to escape the fate of being pulverized. Some of the surrounding demons were gloating, while others were lamenting. Without exception, all of them believed that Li Changsheng would definitely die today. The followers of the White Flood Dragon clan were looking forward to the scene of Li Changsheng being torn to shreds. Although they were only servants of the White Flood Dragon King's estate, their status as servants was enough to make them proud. At this moment, the giant Bone Snake King, shrouded in a black robe, also rushed over. When it saw Li Changsheng's face, it let out a cry of surprise. Lord Heavenly Demon, this human expert is the one who injured me. Unfortunately, the golden-armored monster had already made his move. A powerful force rumbled in the air, completely drowning out his words. Rumble. The golden fist smashed towards Li Changsheng, shaking the heavens. Faced with the golden-armored monster's powerful attack, Li Changsheng's expression did not change much. All he did was raise his palm to meet the attack. When the golden fist hit the palm, it was instantly smashed into pieces. How can this be? The golden-armored monster was alarmed. He never expected Li Changsheng to be so powerful. He hurriedly stopped underestimating him. Li Changsheng swung his fist, condensing an even bigger fist of golden light. However, before he could unleash it, Li Changsheng abruptly rose into the sky. He raised his foot and stomped down on the golden-armored heavenly yarrow. This was, without a doubt, an extremely humiliating action. It made the golden-armored heavenly yarrow's heart burn with rage. However, when Li Changsheng's foot landed, a footprint that was hundreds of feet wide appeared in the sky. By the time the golden-armored monster reacted, it was as heavy as a mountain. Rumble. Endless heaven-earth yuan qi churned under the foot. The powerful force caused the entire void to distort. How can he be so powerful? The golden-armored monster's eyes revealed a look of shock as he raised his fist to meet the attack. However, the golden fist was almost instantly stomped into a pile of fragments. Rumble. The huge foot came crashing down. The golden-armored monster was stomped down from the sky. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the foot came crashing down from the sky and stomped the golden-armored monster into the ground. The world fell silent. Only the whistling of the wind could be heard. The scorpion demon's eyes were wide open as he watched the scene unfold in disbelief. Xing Hu, who was beside him, nearly bit his tongue. He never expected Li Changsheng to be so powerful. Even the golden-armored monster was no match for him. The giant Bone Snake King's heart gradually fell to the bottom. He had already seen how terrifying Li Changsheng was. He originally thought that the golden-armored monster's strength would be on par with Li Changsheng. However, from the looks of it, Li Changsheng was stronger than he imagined. At that moment, the huge footprint disappeared. Li Changsheng stood in the air with his clothes fluttering. He quietly looked down and said, "What bullsh *T Demon King? You're too weak." If Li Changsheng had said something like that before, the demons would have thought that he was extremely arrogant. However, the truth was right in front of them. The golden-armored monster was known as the #1 expert of the 100,000 miles of sea region. He was the king of kings. Now, he was stomped into the ground after just his second move. "Giant Bone Snake King, we meet again." Li Changsheng's gaze fell on the Giant Bone Snake King. At that moment, the Giant Bone Snake King felt a huge sense of danger. "It's a pity that you escaped that day. Today, I will take you as my mount no matter what." Hearing Li Changsheng's words, there was another uproar. "I remember now. It is said that the Giant Bone Snake King and several demon kings of the Demon Alliance went inland. In the end, only the Giant Bone Snake King managed to escape. The other demon kings were either captured or killed by human experts. Could it be that this young man did it? No wonder he can compete with the golden-armored monster." The demon kings of the Demon Alliance beside the Giant Bone Snake King were also in an uproar. In the beginning, when the Giant Bone Snake King said that there was a super expert among the humans, they were skeptical. Now, it was proven that the Giant Bone Snake King was not exaggerating. "So, it's you." At that moment, the golden-armored monster slowly climbed up from the huge footprint on the ground. His eyes were filled with crazy killing intent. He was wary of Li Changsheng's strength, but he was also furious. The golden-armored monster was the leader of the Demon Alliance. He was born with a supreme bloodline that made all monsters submit. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Feeling the violent killing intent from the golden-armored monster, Li Changsheng only sneered, "A beast will always be a beast. If you don't hurt, you won't know fear." Chapter 7:15. Take my 9 heavens dragon roar. Li Changsheng lifted the ardent dragon spear and locked onto the golden-armored demon's position. Suddenly, the terrifying energy condensed into a golden dragon and pierced towards the demon. At this moment, many people exclaimed. Especially the followers of the White Flood Dragon King's estate. The ardent dragon spear was the White Flood Dragon King's estate's legendary divine weapon. Only the purest White Flood Dragon King's bloodline could unleash its power. But now, Li Changsheng, an outsider, had actually used the 5-clawed golden dragon. One had to know that the White Flood Dragon Prince, Bai Zhu, could only summon a 4-clawed golden dragon at most. The golden-armored demon's expression changed drastically as a huge sense of crisis rose in his heart. He knew that he couldn't take this attack head-on, or he might be severely injured. He hurriedly retreated. In the next second, there was a violent explosion where he was just a moment ago. A huge pit was blasted out, and the entire blazing island was shaking. Boom! 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 Li Changsheng followed up with another attack, and the ardent dragon spear in his hand kept stabbing. Li Changsheng's 9 transformations of divinity and demon was originally an imitation of the ancient divinity and demon's Tao. It was extremely ferocious, and with the help of the ardent dragon spear, it was even more majestic. Every move had the power to split the sky and earth. Everywhere it passed, the void would shatter, and the earth would be turned upside down. Rays of golden radiance were emitted from his body, and there were dragon roars and divinity's roars. It was earth-shattering. Continue. The golden spear in Li Changsheng's hand swept out, and a huge ancient tree was instantly pulverized, fluttering about. The golden-armored demon king was swept in the abdomen, and his body flew backward while he began to vomit blood. Not bad, to be able to block so many of my moves. Li Changsheng fought to his heart's content. Even a casual attack had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. At this moment, it was like a deity beating a drum, shaking one's soul. The golden-armored heavenly demon groaned in his heart. How could he have imagined that a human expert would suddenly appear with such terrifying strength? What made him most aggrieved was that the reason why demon cultivators could suppress human cultivators in the same realm was because of their huge bodies and terrifying strength. However, when facing Li Changsheng, these advantages were all gone. He didn't dare to let Li Changsheng get close to him at all. It made him feel that Li Changsheng was not a human, but an ancient wild beast in human form. In particular, The ardent dragon spear in Li Changsheng's hands was becoming more and more like a fish in water. The White Flood Dragon King had once told him that the ardent dragon spear could only be unleashed by the Flood Dragon clan. Others might not even be able to unleash half of its power. But why was it that in the hands of Li Changsheng, they were even more skillful than the Flood Dragons? The golden-armored Skyfiend had many questions in his mind. He was already regretting standing up for the White Dragon King. Although he had a good relationship with the White Dragon King, he wasn't so close that he would risk his life to avenge Baizhu. Rumble. Li Changsheng lashed out with his spear, and a 10-foot-long crack appeared on the ground. Wherever the spear passed, the surrounding sea had already been stirred up by the power of the spear. Many of the weaker aquatic creatures even fainted from the shock. Even those great demons who were intimidating felt their minds waver, and they were extremely terrified. The giant bone snake king stared at the scene. He had already seen Li Changsheng's strength, but seeing it again today still made him feel excited. Even the golden-armored Skyfiend had lost to Li Changsheng. Who could stop him? If you can take this attack, I'll spare your life. In the sky, Li Changsheng's voice was heard. The dazzling ardent dragon spear suddenly left his hand and drew a straight line in the sky. It broke through the layers of the void and shot towards the golden-armored Skyfiend with a terrifying power. The golden-armored Skyfiend's expression changed drastically. The strong sense of crisis made his eyes filled with panic. However, he didn't have much time to think. The ardent dragon spear had already landed on his face. Block it for me. The golden-armored Skyfiend's body changed, and the golden robe turned into a shining golden armor. This was his life source magic item, and also the origin of his name. The golden armor was extremely sturdy and had blocked countless attacks for him. However, the golden armor that used to be extremely sturdy was now pierced through like paper by the ardent dragon spear. The spear then pierced into his shoulder. The powerful force sent the golden-armored Skyfiend's body flying backward, and finally nailed him to an ancient tree behind him. To be able to take a spear attack from me and not die, you truly are the king of the demons. Li Changsheng stood in the air and looked down at the golden-armored Skyfiend that was nailed to the tree. Such an evaluation was already very high. The scene was quiet for a few minutes. Everyone could see that the golden-armored Skyfiend had lost. In the hands of Li Changsheng, the golden-armored Skyfiend had been passively defending from beginning to end. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. This wasn't a battle of evenly matched strength, but a crushing defeat without any suspense. The golden-armored Skyfiend, who was known as the #1 demon king of the 50,000-kilometer sea region, had suffered a crushing defeat. I heard that the water-repellent golden-eyed beast lineage is extremely rare. There haven't been many of them since ancient times. Furthermore, you have an innate divine ability that allows you to avoid water. Even if you walk in the depths of the sea, not a single drop of water can get within 30 feet of your body. You are like a living submarine. As long as you are willing to be my mount, I can spare your life. What do you think? Li Changsheng really wanted to subdue the golden-armored Skyfiend. Unlike the White Bear Demon King and the Mighty Elephant King, they could at most carry him on the surface of the sea. There were many restrictions when it came to entering the depths of the sea. However, it would be different if he had the water-repellent golden-eyed beast. It meant that Li Changsheng could roam the vast sea at will. However, when he heard Li Changsheng's words, the water-repellent golden-eyed beast's eyes revealed a look of anger. He was the king of beasts. Although he was very afraid of Li Changsheng's strength, he absolutely could not allow himself to be a mount. He raised his head and stared angrily at Li Changsheng. He reached out and slowly pulled out the ardent dragon spear that was nailed to his shoulder. Then, he shot it at Li Changsheng without hesitation. The ardent dragon spear that had been refined by Li Changsheng naturally could not hurt its master. When it approached Li Changsheng's body, it gently fell into Li Changsheng's hand. It seems that you are unwilling to submit. Li Changsheng shook his head. The golden-armored Skyfiend was different from the White Bear Demon King and the others. Li Changsheng could even feel his inner determination. He would rather die than submit. To be honest, Li Changsheng somewhat admired the golden-armored Skyfiend. However, he would not be soft-hearted because of this. The golden-armored Skyfiend would definitely regard today's matter as a disgrace. If Li Changsheng let him go, he would not be grateful. As long as he became stronger, he would seek revenge on Li Changsheng. Demons were generally like this. Since you are unwilling to submit, I will have to send you on your way. As soon as he finished speaking, the ardent dragon's spear in his hand flew out again. This time, the golden-armored Skyfiend's vital point was injured. The golden-armored Skyfiend did not have the strength to block it. His lower abdomen was directly penetrated, and his vitality began to fade bit by bit. A Skyfae of a generation had ultimately perished in body and soul. Chapter 7:16. The golden-armored heavenly demon was killed by Li Changsheng. Everyone present was in a daze. That was a super expert at the profound finger realm. Yet, he had fallen just like that. This was something that none of the demons dared to imagine. A loyal follower of the golden-armored heavenly demon revealed a mournful expression. "How dare you kill our leader? You will die a horrible death." That great demon glared at Li Changsheng. "Since you are so loyal, you can go with your leader." Li Changsheng waved his hand in the sky. A beam of light shot down from the sky. That great demon was instantly reduced to ashes under the light. He did not even have time to scream. At this moment, the demons that were originally enraged by the death of the golden-armored heavenly demon felt like they had been doused with cold water. Fear appeared in their eyes. Li Changsheng's strength was too terrifying. Furthermore, he killed without a word. Who would dare to go against him? He was even more demonic than a fairy. He was a devil. The Demon Alliance was known as the #1 faction in the Sea region. Today, they were trampled under the feet of a human youth. Even their leader was killed. The Demon Alliance could no longer be as mighty as before. "Giant Bone Snake King, I let you escape that day. Today, I will give you one last chance. Submit or die." Li Changsheng's gaze locked onto the giant Bone Snake King's body. In an instant, the giant Bone Snake King felt a powerful pressure descend. His body trembled. He knew that Li Changsheng was not scaring him. Even the golden-armored heavenly demon was mercilessly killed by Li Changsheng, let alone him. In the end, he chose to submit. Plop! The giant Bone Snake King knelt on the ground. Then, he transformed into a huge bone snake and lowered his proud head to Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng waved his hand and put the giant Bone Snake King away. At the same time, he looked at the other great demons of the Demon Alliance. Apart from the leader of the Demon Alliance, there were a total of 8 demon monarchs. Apart from Demon Monarch Heavenly Eagle and Demon Monarch Golden Silkworm, who had been killed by Li Changsheng, Demon Monarch Mighty Elephant, Demon Monarch White Bear, and Colossal Bone Snake King had all been subdued by Li Changsheng. There were only 3 demon kings left. They were Lion Camel King, Golden Rooster Demon King, and Wild Boar Demon King. Seeing that even the gigantic Bone Snake King, which was second only to the gold-armored Skyfiend, had chosen to submit, the 3 demon kings naturally did not dare oppose Li Changsheng. They obediently reverted to their original forms and submitted to Li Changsheng. 6 of the 8 great demon kings had become his mounts. The Demon League only existed in name now. With the golden-armored heavenly demon dead, there was naturally no need to continue the birthday banquet. Li Changsheng took the opportunity to spread the name of the Verdant sect to intimidate everyone. All the demons present knew that the Verdant sect had replaced the Demon League's position and became the true overlord of the ocean. For the next few days, Li Changsheng temporarily stayed on the Inferno Island and spent his time studying the Ardent Dragon Spear. The Ardent Dragon Spear was very powerful and seemed to have its own life. It could absorb the blood and soul of the flood dragons to strengthen itself. After absorbing all of the power of the White Flood Dragon Prince, Baizhu, there were obvious changes. The Ardent Dragon Spear was closely related to the Flood Dragons, but it was definitely not just a divine weapon of the White Flood Dragons. After Li Changsheng's research, the Ardent Dragon Spear's attributes were completely opposite to the White Flood Dragons. I wonder what the true origin of this Ardent Dragon Spear is? Just as Li Changsheng was pondering, Xinghu hurried in. Now that Li Changsheng had taken over the Demon League, Xinghu's wish was finally fulfilled. He joined the Demon League and became a protector. Xing, whose strength was low, but along the way, even the mighty demons of the Demon League had to greet him respectfully. Xing, who was a 7th-rank official in front of the Prime Minister's door. Because of his relationship with Li Changsheng, he was now a well-deserved favorite of the Demon Alliance. "What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" Seeing Xing Hu come in, Li Changsheng put away the Ardent Dragon Spear. He wanted to study the Ardent Dragon Spear and had already told Xing Hu not to disturb him if there was nothing important. For Xing Hu to come in such a hurry, he must have encountered something important that he couldn't decide. Sure enough, as soon as he came in, Xing Hu said anxiously, "Mr. Li, I just received news that the White Flood Dragon King learned that his son, Bai Zhu, died in your hands. He was furious and said that he will seek revenge from you." White Flood Dragon King? Li Changsheng's heart couldn't help but tremble. He had been studying the Ardent Dragon Spear for the past few days and wanted to visit the White Flood Dragon clan. The White Flood Dragon King's provocation was exactly what he wanted. "All right, I got it. Manage the Demon League well for me. Tomorrow, I will go to the White Flood Dragon King's residence." "Yes." Xing Hu quickly nodded. The White Flood Dragon King's strength was on par with the golden-armored heavenly demon. In fact, the White Flood Dragon King was not as strong as the golden-armored heavenly demon. Therefore, he wasn't worried about Li Changsheng. However, he still reminded, the White Flood Dragon King is a rare variant in the White Flood Dragon clan. He awakened a divine ability the moment he was born, but no one has ever seen him use it. "Mister, you have to be extra careful." "All right." Li Changsheng nodded. In fact, he didn't care. Those demons with powerful bloodlines had a certain chance of awakening the divine ability of their ancestors. However, those divine abilities sounded mysterious, but it was nothing more than that. In the depths of the ocean, there was a huge cave entrance. Several demons in human form were guarding the entrance. The inside of the cave was extremely spacious and a huge palace was built. In the innermost hall of the palace, the door suddenly opened and a man shrouded in golden radiance walked out. The man's aura was as deep as the sea. His eyes carried an aura that could sweep away the world. He stopped at the entrance of the palace. His subordinates quickly rushed over and knelt on the ground, calling him patriarch. The golden-robed old man's indifferent gaze swept across the prostrating demons and said coldly, "I'm in seclusion. My connection with my only son in the world has been cut off. Did something happen?" At this moment, a great demon raised his head and reported, "Patriarch, Lord Heavenly Demon was killed by a human cultivator a few days ago." "What?" The golden-robed old man was instantly enraged. A terrifying aura spread out from his body. The demons below trembled under this aura and were filled with fear. "My son was already at the peak of the Finger Profound realm. How could he be killed? Even the people from the Three Immortal Island can't kill him unless he was ambushed. Find out everything about that human expert. I want to avenge my poor son." The old man's voice was cold. It was difficult for the water-repelling golden-eyed beasts to reproduce. He only had one son and had high hopes for him. Now that he was killed, how could he not be angry? Chapter 717. After leaving Flame Island, Li Changsheng set off for the White Flood Dragon King's residence. The White Flood Dragon King's residence was built in the depths of the sea and wasn't easy to find. Fortunately, the demon kings that Li Changsheng subdued were all familiar with the sea. The White Bear Demon King transformed into his demon form and laid on the deck, lazily basking in the sun. He had already gotten used to his identity these days. Li Changsheng, who was bored sitting alone on the boat, took out a jug of fine wine and sat at the bow of the boat, enjoying the sea breeze. Drinking the fine wine in his mouth, he was quite happy. "How far are we from the White Flood Dragon King's residence?" Li Changsheng asked. The mighty Elephant King replied, "Master, we're about 80,000 miles away." That far? Li Changsheng also knew that the speed of his ship couldn't compare to those high-grade ships. But at this rate, how long would it take to reach? Li Changsheng lay on the bow of the boat with his legs crossed and his arms behind his head as a pillow. He looked at the blue sky. The autumn waters were the same color as the sky. Although the scenery on the sea was beautiful, one would get bored after looking at it for a long time. Just as his thoughts drifted further and further away, the blue sky had already disappeared. It was replaced by rolling dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. "Looks like it's going to rain," Li Changsheng muttered to himself. On the sea, rainstorms were often very dangerous. But for a martial cultivator like Li Changsheng, it didn't make much of a difference. Rumble. Thunder rumbled, echoing in all directions. In the instant that it was as bright as day, a black-haired figure in the dark clouds allowed the lightning to strike him. This time, even White Bear, who had been lying there lazily, suddenly stood up. Li Changsheng's eyes widened. Heavenly lightning tempering body. This guy is awesome. Heavenly lightning was something of extreme yang. Daring to temper one's body in heavenly lightning meant that one's strength was extraordinary. He should be the strongest person in the Xian Finger realm, and he was a body cultivator. He must have cultivated a method that could refine heavenly lightning. Otherwise, even a powerful body cultivator would be half dead after being struck by heavenly lightning. If I could compete with such an expert, it would definitely be very satisfying. I have never learned the body tempering technique before. Li Changsheng's mind began to stir. Brat, there's a super expert refining his body in the sky. Why aren't you hiding far away? If you provoke a super expert and he thinks that you're spying on his cultivation method, you'll die without a burial ground. A cold voice sounded. Not far away, a huge sailboat had appeared out of nowhere. A man and a woman were standing on the bow of the boat. The man was burly and had a full beard. His large eyes were the most eye-catching. The woman next to him was beautiful. She had bright eyes and white teeth. She was slender and elegant. Her big, watery eyes were staring at Li Changsheng. Compared to the huge sailboat, Li Changsheng's Dharma artifact boat was extremely shabby. Although the man's tone had a hint of reprimand, it was a kind reminder. It's fine. A big shot like him probably won't bother with a small fry like me. That's not necessarily true. A small fry like you is just an ant in his eyes. He can crush you to death. Moreover, the one-legged ox clan has a violent temper. If his body tempering is perfect, then it's fine. But if he doesn't succeed in refining the qi, he will definitely kill you to vent his anger. The man looked at Li Changsheng with disdain. Brat, I've already reminded you out of kindness. Even a Vajra realm expert like me has to stay far away. If you don't want to die, then just watch from the side. After the man finished speaking, he immediately turned the boat around and headed in another direction. Li Changsheng looked at the figure in the dark clouds. His eyes glowed as he thought to himself, no wonder he was unscathed in the lightning. So it's the legendary one-legged ox. Legend has it that the one-legged ox has the shape of a dragon and can swallow lightning. In ancient times, it was a divine beast that was as famous as the true dragon and immortal phoenix. If he could capture a one-legged ox, it would definitely be very impressive. Li Changsheng thought about it but didn't do so in the end. The other party had no enmity with him. If he went up and captured it, it would be too overbearing. Hence, he stayed for a while and steered the boat around this area. As the sky was getting dark, there was a small island in front. Li Changsheng steered the Dharma artifact boat to the side of the island and put it away. He planned to find something to eat inside. However, just as he reached the shore, he saw a cluster of flames rising. The burly man and the slender woman were surrounding the bonfire, roasting something. After seeing Li Changsheng, the burly man didn't give Li Changsheng any face. Instead, the woman was very enthusiastic and invited Li Changsheng to eat together. When Li Changsheng approached, she immediately walked over to the white bear demon king with shining eyes. This white bear is so beautiful. Indeed, the white bear demon king had a rare bloodline of the white bear clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate into a demon form. His entire body was snow-white without a single blemish. It was no wonder that he attracted the love of girls. However, when the woman approached, the white bear demon king suddenly cracked open his mouth, revealing ferocious fangs. He was a demon king, so it was fine if he was captured and turned into a mount by Li Changsheng. However, if he was turned into a pet, it would undoubtedly be a humiliation to him. The woman didn't panic when the white bear demon king suddenly became angry. However, The burly man glared and raised his hand to hit the white bear demon king. Reckless beast! How dare you scare my sister? You are courting death. In that instant, the white bear demon king's eyes revealed a bloodthirsty glow. This was a demon king. Although the burly man's strength wasn't bad, he had just broken through to the Vajra realm. The white bear demon king was a finger mystic realm great demon. In the next second, the woman suddenly stopped her brother's action. Brother, don't hurt him. He is an animal, and it is normal for him to be vigilant against humans. Hearing his sister's words, the burly man put down his hand and pointed at the white bear demon king. He shouted coldly, "You beast! If you dare to bare your fangs at my sister again, I will peel off your skin." The white bear demon king had a terrifying aura brewing in his body. It was obvious that he was about to get angry. Li Changsheng promptly went over and patted that massive bear head. Only then did the white bear demon king calm down. Since the white bear demon king didn't allow strangers to get close, the woman didn't provoke him anymore. Instead, she apologized to Li Changsheng. "I am so sorry. I just thought this white bear looked cute. I didn't mean to offend you." "It's fine." Li Changsheng smiled. "My name is Ji Meng, and this is my brother, Ji Wu. It is fate that we met on this vast sea. Shall I treat you to barbecue?" The woman tore off a piece of meat roasted over the fire and handed it to Shen Yan. Shen Yan threw it to the white bear demon king. Most demons ate raw food and rarely ate cooked food. However, when the white bear demon king swallowed a mouthful of meat, saliva flowed out of his mouth. Obviously, this was the first time he had tasted cooked food. However, seeing Li Changsheng's actions, Ji Wu couldn't help but fly into a rage. "Kid, what are you doing? My sister was kind enough to give you meat. Why did you give it to your pet? What's wrong with pets? Can't pets eat meat? Besides, my pet is not necessarily weaker than you. You were rude to him just now. Take it as an apology." Li Changsheng was also a little unhappy with Ji Wu's behavior back then. If his sister wasn't sensible, Li Changsheng wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Chapter 718. What did you say? I'm not as good as that beast of yours. Ji Wu's eyes widened. His bell-like eyes were now filled with killing intent. In his opinion, Li Changsheng's words were an insult to him. Yes, I'm just stating a fact. Li Changsheng completely ignored Ji Wu's killing intent. Good boy, then I'll skin you, you beast, and pull out your tendons. Saying this, Ji Wu stood up. At the same time, the white bear monster king's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. All right, brother, father told you to cultivate your mind. You're so hot-tempered, I'll go back and complain to father. Hearing Ji Meng's words, Ji Wu snorted and looked at Li Changsheng with hostility. My brother has a bad temper. Don't argue with him. Ji Meng tore off another piece of meat and handed it to Li Changsheng. This girl is very kind. They stayed on the island for a night. The superstorm didn't come. The next morning, the sun rose from the east and the sea was sparkling. Li Changsheng got up and took out his magic boat. Along the way, he found that Ji Wu and his sister were going in the same direction. What a coincidence. Ji Meng smiled at Li Changsheng. Your boat is slow. Why don't you put it away and sit with us? You can leave when we're not going the same way. Hearing Ji Meng's invitation, Li Changsheng thought about how slow his ship was and accepted her invitation. He put away his ship and sat with the white bear demon monarch on their ship. Although Ji Wu didn't like Li Changsheng, he loved his sister very much. Since his sister invited him, he didn't refuse. Ji Meng was obviously interested in the white bear monster king. Along the way, she kept teasing him. Unfortunately, the white bear monster king was very dissatisfied with being treated as a pet and didn't treat Ji Meng well. In his boredom, Li Changsheng took out his wine gourd. Although the wine gourd was only the size of a palm, it was actually a spatial magic artifact. It contained several hundred gins of fine wine. Smelling the aroma of the wine, Ji Wu rolled his eyes. He was addicted to alcohol. Li Changsheng had brought a lot of fine wine with him when he went out to sea this time, but he couldn't stop himself from drinking. He had already finished all of it a few days ago. Although he was still a little greedy, he could still endure it. Now that Li Changsheng had drunk so much, the aroma of the wine wafted over. To him, it was like 100 claws scratching at his heart, causing him so much pain that he wished he was dead. Li Changsheng saw Ji Wu's greedy face, shook his head and handed the gourd back to Ji Wu. At first, Ji Wu was a little embarrassed, but in the end, he couldn't resist the charm of the wine. He thought for a while and took the wine. He opened his mouth and poured the wine directly into his mouth. He was really swallowing like a whale. Li Changsheng couldn't help but shake his head. In the end, he simply asked him to find a wine jar and pour out an entire jar of wine from the gourd. However, he had underestimated Ji Wu's alcohol tolerance. After a while, the jar of wine was emptied. Li Changsheng had no choice but to pour more wine. With Ji Wu's drinking style, even the wine in Li Changsheng's jar wouldn't be able to withstand a few rounds of drinking. After drinking Li Changsheng's wine, Ji Wu's attitude towards Li Changsheng changed 180 degrees. Later, he even patted Li Changsheng's arm and called him brother. Brother Li, at the beginning, Big Brother misunderstood you, so I apologize. However, Big Brother still wants to say a few words to you. With your temper, you really aren't suitable to travel the world. That Kuei cow's temper is so irritable, yet you dared to look at it. Even I couldn't withstand a slap from it, let alone you. And last night, you actually said that I'm not as powerful as that pet of yours. Do you know that I have a nickname? I'm called the Whale Tamer. The whales in the sea are strong enough, right? But when I stand on their backs, even the whales have to be obedient. Although that white bear of yours looks mighty, I can subdue it with a single slap. I don't think so. Li Changsheng smiled. Ji Wu's eyes widened. I just criticized you, but you don't remember. What should I say about you? 5 days later, Li Changsheng and Ji Wu finally finished their wine gourd. Ji Wu asked, Brother Li, we'll reach our destination in half a day. Where are you going? Even if Li Changsheng was going in the same direction as them, they had traveled tens of thousands of miles in the past 5 days. Ji Wu couldn't help but doubt Li Changsheng's intentions. Although Li Changsheng hadn't been overly enthusiastic about his sister these past few days, who knew if he was playing some sort of game to loosen the reins in order to grasp them better? Youngsters nowadays were full of tricks. I'm going to the White Dragon King's mansion. When Li Changsheng said these words, Ji Wu and his sister were both surprised. What a coincidence. We're going to the White Dragon King's mansion too. Ji Wu grinned and thought that he was being too narrow-minded. Brother Li, why are you going to the White Dragon King's mansion? I have some grudges with the White Dragon King's mansion. Li Changsheng said casually. Brother, you're bluffing again. The White Dragon King is a profound realm expert. If you have some grudges with them, why are you going there alone? You must have something to ask of them, right? Li Changsheng didn't explain much to Ji Wu's presumption. Instead, he asked, Brother Ji, why are you and your sister going to the White Dragon King's mansion? We really do have some grudges with the White Flood Dragon King's estate. One of the White Flood Dragon King's juniors was stirring up trouble in my family's territory. When I saw how handsome that White Flood Dragon was, I immediately went to capture it and wanted to make it my mount. Who knew that it was actually a disciple of the White Flood Dragon King's estate? That White Flood Dragon is not someone I can trifle with. In the end, I had no choice but to release that White Flood Dragon. Furthermore, I was chased here by my master to apologize to the White Flood Dragon King's estate. Not only did I fail to capture his mount, I even had to become his grandson. But what can I do? The White Dragon Demon King is a profound realm expert. Even my father doesn't want to provoke him. I see. Li Changsheng couldn't help but sympathize with Ji Wu. Along the way, Li Changsheng found that Ji Wu was a man with a strong sense of self-esteem, even though he looked like a reckless and heartless man. Coming to apologize to someone was a disaster for him. Half a day later, the ship stopped in the middle of the sea. Li Changsheng looked around and found that the sea was calm. Just as he was feeling puzzled, the tranquil surface of the sea suddenly churned as if it was boiling. Then, a white flood dragon rushed out of the water and attacked the magic toolship without any explanation. Chapter 719. This white flood dragon came with a menacing momentum. It opened its mouth and endless waves swept up from the water, rolling towards the magic treasure ship. Jiwoo was about to launch an attack when he saw the white flood dragon rushing towards him, but then he remembered that he was here to apologize to the white flood dragon family. Therefore, he put down his hand. I'm from the Ji clan, and I'm here to see the white flood dragon king. Jiwoo shouted. However, the white flood dragon didn't care at all. A wave crashed down, and the entire ship was damaged. Li Changsheng and the others were drenched. The white flood dragon turned into a handsome young man with a long spear in his hand. He said loudly, Jiwoo, I know it's you. You injured my cousin a few days ago, and now you're in my territory. If I don't teach you a lesson, how can I vent my anger? Hearing this, Jiwoo realized that the white flood dragon was doing this on purpose. He had a fiery temper to begin with, and at this moment, he had a stomach full of anger. However, he did not vent it out, because his old father's words were still echoing in his ears. This time, he came to the White Flood Dragon clan to apologize, not to cause trouble. The White Flood Dragon King was powerful, and if he couldn't resolve this grudge, he might bring disaster to his clan. Since you've already shown us your power, can you let us go to the White Flood Dragon King's mansion? Jiwoo asked, trying to suppress his anger. Ha ha. Ha ha. The White Flood Dragon man laughed disdainfully. That was just the appetizer. Do you think you can let it go by just pouring some water on you? In your dreams, I'll destroy your ship and show you the power of the White Flood Dragon clan's spear. With that, he raised the long spear in his hand and smashed it toward the ship. You've gone too far. Jiwoo's veins popped out. However, no matter how reckless he was, he knew that he couldn't act wildly in the White Flood Dragon clan's territory. At this moment, Li Changsheng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stepped forward and reached out his hand to meet the falling white spear. Boom! There was a loud bang. The spear was sent flying back by Li Changsheng's punch. At the same time, Li Changsheng took a step forward. His body turned into a blur as he charged into the air. He kicked the youth in the chest, sending him flying back into the sea. The young man thought that Li Changsheng and Jiwoo were on the same side, so he was furious. He raised his spear and thrust it towards Li Changsheng. The spear drew a trajectory in the air, and with a sharp sound of wind, it pierced towards Li Changsheng's chest. But when it approached Li Changsheng's body, Li Changsheng stretched out his hand and instantly grabbed the spear head. The incomparably fast and violent spear could no longer move forward. The young man did not expect Li Changsheng to be so strong. Just as his expression changed, he saw Li Changsheng holding the white spear in his hand, then stepping on the air, he rushed towards the young man. The young man instantly transformed into a flood dragon and pounced towards Li Changsheng. But with a poochie sound, the spear pierced through his lower abdomen, and he was lifted up by Li Changsheng. On the side, Jiwoo and his sister turned pale with fright. The young man let out a painful scream. Brother Li, don't. Jiwoo was shocked by Li Changsheng's strength, but his heart was in his throat. This time, he came to the White Flood Dragon King's mansion to apologize. Now that Li Changsheng had beaten up a member of the White Flood Dragon clan, even though he had nothing to do with Li Changsheng, now that Li Changsheng was on the same boat as him, it would not be easy to cut ties with him. Looking at the White Flood Dragon, Li Changsheng swung his hand and smashed it into the water with the spear. Immediately, green blood floated on the surface of the sea. The White Flood Dragon did not have time to care about its injured body and directly dove into the sea. Li Changsheng then flew back to the ship. Jiwoo couldn't help but sigh. Brother Li, you're making things difficult for me. The White Flood Dragon clan is not that easy to offend. You dared to injure their clan's disciple, and the White Flood Dragon King will punish you personally. What should we do? Jimeng also frowned. She originally thought that her brother was unreliable enough, but she didn't expect that a random guy she met on the road would also be so reckless. If the White Flood Dragon King's mansion wants to punish you, just let them come at me. I won't drag you and your sister into this. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Jiwoo and Jiwoo were moved. Jiwoo and his sister were touched, but they weren't willing to go against the White Flood Dragon King's estate for Li Changsheng, a stranger they had met by chance. Brother, sigh. Jiwoo didn't know what to say. Let's go, We'll talk about it when we reach the White Flood Dragon King's mansion. Then, Ji-woo put away the ship and stomped his foot on the ground, creating a path in the sea. Then, they walked in at the same time. After descending for about a few hundred meters, they saw a magnificent palace. This should be the White Flood Dragon King's mansion. As soon as they landed, a group of small demons rushed out of the palace with weapons in their hands. The leader was an armored demon with a spear in his hand. How dare you injure a member of the White Flood Dragon clan? You're courting death. With that, Li Changsheng and the others were surrounded. I'm a disciple of the Ji family of the East. I'm here on my father's orders to see the White Flood Dragon King. Were you the one who injured our sixth young master? Ji-woo was about to speak when Li Changsheng stepped forward. I injured him. If you have any problems, just come at me. Good boy. Guards. Take him down. The group of small demons immediately rushed toward Li Changsheng. Ji-woo was about to speak when Li Changsheng patted the White Bear Demon King. The White Bear Demon King suddenly grew to the height of a two-story building. He raised his paw and slapped down. 7 or 8 small demons were smashed into meat paste. At this moment, Ji-woo and Ji-woo's eyes widened. This was because the aura emanating from the White Bear Demon King's body made both of their hearts palpitate. The demon general holding the spear was also shocked. Just as he was about to dodge, the White Bear Demon King opened his mouth and grabbed the spear. Then, the White Bear Demon King swallowed the spear. This scene made Ji-woo and Ji-woo's scalp tingle. They thought to themselves, Li Changsheng's pet is too fierce. Ji-woo was furious when Li Changsheng said he couldn't beat the white bear. But now, he wondered who would win if he really fought the white bear. Although Ji-woo was still unconvinced, he wasn't as confident as before. Brother Li, you've completely offended the White Flood Dragon King's estate. Listen to me, you should run away. Otherwise, it'll be too late when the experts from the White Flood Dragon King's estate come. I won't run away. I'm here to flatten the White Flood Dragon King's estate. Ji-woo's heart skipped a beat when he heard Li Changsheng's words. This brother's tone was ridiculously arrogant. The White Flood Dragon King's mansion was a famous existence within this sea region, and Li Changsheng actually said that he wanted to flatten it. At this moment, a series of rumbling sounds came from the White Flood Dragon King's estate. Then, countless demon soldiers rushed out. Li Changsheng's lips curled up. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Chapter 720. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the White Dragon King's estate? The leading demon general was clad in white armor and had a very powerful aura. Behind him were 7 or 8 subordinates with extraordinary auras. It's over. Ji-woo sighed. The 9 generals of the White Dragon King's estate. If I'm not wrong, the leader should be the White Dragon King's younger brother, Bai Kang. I heard that he's the second strongest in the White Dragon King's estate, second only to the White Dragon King. He's already at the Finger Profound realm. The other 9 generals are also at the Finger Profound realm. They're the strongest force in the White Dragon King's estate. Ji-woo stepped forward and cupped his hands at Bai Kang. I'm Ji-woo of the Eastern Ji clan. I'm here on my father's orders to apologize. Apologize? To me. You just arrived and you already injured a disciple of the White Dragon King's estate. I think you're here to provoke us. Bai Kang snorted and held a black spear in his hand. Li Changsheng noticed that all the members of the White Dragon King's estate used spears as their weapons. General Bai Kang, please don't misunderstand. I'm not the one who injured the Bai family's members. I have nothing to do with him. Ji-woo quickly drew a line between himself and Li Changsheng. Although he had a good impression of Li Changsheng and felt that he was someone worth befriending, he wasn't willing to offend the White Dragon King's estate for Li Changsheng. Moreover, this wasn't his personal matter. The White Dragon King's estate was so powerful that even the Eastern Ji clan didn't dare to offend it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come all the way here to apologize. If he's not with you, then why did you come in with him? Bai Kang frowned and asked. General Bai, you should know the sincerity of the Ji clan. No matter how stupid I am, I wouldn't dare to cause trouble in the White Dragon King's estate. Although Ji-woo was usually arrogant, he was extremely polite to the people of the White Dragon King's estate. All right, I'll believe you for now. Step aside and wait for us to take down this bastard. General Bai Kang, there might be some misunderstanding. Ji Wu thought for a while and decided to defend Li Changsheng, who knew that when Bai Kang heard this, his eyes immediately widened. Impudent! You still dare to plead for him? If you say another word, I'll take you down as well. Bai Kang's aura was so strong that Ji Wu immediately shut his mouth and pulled his sister aside. Who are you? You dare to barge into my White Flood Dragon King's estate? At this moment, Bai Kang's gaze descended onto Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng had stabbed a hole in the stomach of one of his clan's nephews. This meant that Li Changsheng's strength was extraordinary. However, Bai Kang was an expert second only to his elder brother, the White Flood Dragon King. Naturally, he wouldn't put Li Changsheng in his eyes. I am Li Changsheng, the new leader of the Demon League. The new leader of the Demon League. Bai Kang's expression changed drastically. You're the one who killed the young master of the White Flood Dragon King's estate, Bai Zhu? At this moment, it was obvious that everyone from the White Flood Dragon King's estate was nervous. The news of Li Changsheng's battle at the Demon League's banquet had already spread to the White Flood Dragon King's estate. Even the leader of the Demon League, the Golden Armor Heavenly Monster, had died at the hands of Li Changsheng. How could they not be afraid of such a dangerous person? Kid, you killed the young master of the White Flood Dragon King's estate, and you dare to come here? You're asking for death. Bai Kang calmed down a little and his expression immediately changed to one of murderous intent. The Flood Dragon clan was a godly beast of the water element. They had an innate advantage in the sea. In addition, they were in the White Flood Dragon King's estate. Their battle strength would be enhanced here. After understanding this, they weren't so afraid of Li Changsheng anymore. Instead, they were eager to fight. I heard that your White Flood Dragon King has already come out of seclusion and is preparing to take revenge on me. Where is he? Tell him to come out, Li Changsheng said loudly. Everyone in the White Flood Dragon King's estate was enraged. Running to their doorstep, killing their young master, and even saying that he wanted to challenge their Demon King. In their eyes, this was insolent. On the other hand, Ji Wu and Ji Meng were completely dumbfounded. Although they didn't know why the leader of the Demon League had become a human being, they knew that the young man who was traveling with them was a powerful expert. Killing the son of the White Flood Dragon King and provoking them at their doorstep. The siblings' hearts were in a perilous situation. They thought to themselves, this Li Changsheng is too daring. General Bai Kang, the young clan leader, and I were the closest. Now that he is dead, I swear that I will avenge him. Although this Li Changsheng is powerful, since we are in the ocean, there is no need for us to be afraid of him. Why don't you let me fight first and test his capabilities? A muscular demon general stood out. His weapon was different from the others. It was a steel fork. He wore a green armor with a black robe at the back. It was obvious that he was a strength-type fighter. Actually, Bai Kang couldn't figure out Li Changsheng's strength, but after hearing his subordinate's words, he felt that his subordinate was right. In the sea, with the support of the White Flood Dragon King's estate's array formation, they didn't have to be afraid of Li Changsheng. He purposely let his subordinate test Li Changsheng's strength and nodded, "Be careful. If you feel danger, stop immediately. Coming to my White Flood Dragon King's estate to cause trouble, we must kill him today to avenge our young master." That demon general nodded and took a few steps forward. I am General Tian Kuei of the White Flood Dragon King's estate. Kid, I will let you experience my strength today. General Tian Kuei didn't finish his words. Li Changsheng raised his palm and slapped down, "So noisy. Let's fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Bang! Waves rippled on the seabed. Then, that General Tian Kuei was directly sent flying by the palm strike. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Although they knew that Li Changsheng was strong, they didn't expect him to be this strong. He attacked without saying anything, and he even showed his strength to the 100 Flood Dragon King's estate. Too strong. Ji Wu couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Thinking back to when he first met Li Changsheng and how he disdained and provoked Li Changsheng, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. He thought to himself, fortunately, Li Changsheng didn't bicker with me at the beginning. Otherwise, with my strength, I would have been smashed into a meat patty with just one slap. After all, although General Tian Kuei wasn't the strongest among these demon kings, he was still a finger-profound realm expert. The gap between the finger-profound realm and the Vajra realm was like a natural chasm. At this moment, even Bai Kang couldn't stay calm. He shouted, "Everyone, attack together. We must take down this bastard." The remaining demon generals all clenched their weapons and rushed toward Li Changsheng. Rumble. The entire bottom of the sea was in turmoil, and a violent aura instantly enveloped Li Changsheng. Ji Wu and Ji Meng watched this scene with their hearts in their mouths. No matter how strong Li Changsheng was, could he withstand the joint attack of 8-finger profound realm experts? In their opinion, there wasn't much hope. Rumble. Countless violent auras instantly enveloped Li Changsheng. The powerful force caused the entire seabed to shake, and a huge crack appeared on the soil under his feet. Facing this powerful attack, Li Changsheng patted the White Bear Demon King's head, telling him to hide first. Then, he raised his hand into a fist and punched out. Bang, 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 bang. A series of muffled sounds like thunder rang out. If one flew above the sea, they would see that the entire sea was shaking, as if there was a tsunami or an earthquake. At this moment, the demon kings that rushed up were all sent flying by this punch. Li Changsheng himself, under the powerful force, sank into the mud at the bottom of the sea and disappeared without a trace. This kid won't take the opportunity to escape, right? Quickly set up the array, we can't let him escape. Demon General Bai Kang shouted loudly. In his opinion, Li Changsheng must have been seriously injured after taking the attacks of so many demon generals. He would take the opportunity to escape. Although he was shocked by Li Changsheng's strength, he thought that this was the best opportunity to kill Li Changsheng. However, he soon realized that he was wrong because Li Changsheng didn't have any intention to escape. He directly rushed out of the seabed, and it seemed that he wasn't injured at all. In Li Changsheng's hand, there was a golden spear shining brightly. It was the White Flood Dragon tribe's heirloom, the Ardent Dragon Spear. The moment they saw the Ardent Dragon Spear, the eyes of the White Flood Dragon King's palace turned red. Their tribe's young master was killed by Li Changsheng, and now, even their tribe's heirloom divine artifact was in the hands of the enemy. Kill him and take back the divine artifact. Bai Kang roared. Take back the divine artifact. Take back the divine artifact. The group of lesser demons raised the weapons in their hands. However, Li Changsheng's eyes revealed a cold light. Every time the Ardent Dragon Spear was stained with the blood of the Flood Dragon tribe, there would be a slight change. Among the demons present, 80% of them were from the Flood Dragon tribe, especially the demon generals. Each of them had a pure bloodline, and their cultivation realm was even higher than the White Flood Dragon Prince, Bai Zhu. At that moment, he clearly saw that the Flood Dragon Phantom behind Demon General Bai Kang had already reached the 5th claw. Although the 5th claw wasn't fully formed, it was already very impressive. In Li Changsheng's eyes, these flood dragons were all his prey. Kill! Bai Kang roared. The densely packed White Flood Dragon tribe members charged towards Li Changsheng. Die! Li Changsheng casually swung his spear and picked up a lesser demon. The Flood Dragon's body could be seen withering rapidly, and the Ardent Dragon Spear's aura changed a little. Li Changsheng's eyes were filled with killing intent as he charged into the group of demons. Every time he swung his spear, a group of White Flood Dragon tribe members would turn into blood. Especially when Demon General Kuei charged forward again, he was picked up by Li Changsheng's spear. The remaining few demon kings couldn't help but hesitate. Li Changsheng was too terrifying. Every time he made a move, there would be blood. Just based on the battle strength that he had now, even if the few demon generals joined forces, they would still end up in a miserable state. Just as the demons were hesitating, a 5-clawed white flood dragon rushed out from the Golden Palace. How dare you? How dare you barge into my White Flood Dragon King's estate? Do you really think that there's no one in my White Flood Dragon King's estate? A dignified voice sounded. The members of the White Flood Dragon King's estate revealed a respectful expression. A golden dragon transformed into a middle-aged man with a dignified expression. He was glaring at Li Changsheng with rage. He was the owner of the White Flood Dragon King's estate, the White Flood Dragon Demon King. Chapter 721. Li Changsheng, how dare you come to my White Flood Dragon King's estate and behave so atrociously? Do you think there's no one in my White Flood Dragon King's estate that can stand up to you? An old figure quickly appeared. He held a long spear in his hand and looked majestic. His terrifying aura had already locked onto Li Changsheng. The White Flood Dragon Demon King was the only existence within the 100,000 miles of sea region that could contend with the gold-armored heavenly demon. He was many times stronger than ordinary demon kings. White Flood Dragon Demon King, I heard that you wanted to take revenge for your son and came looking for trouble with me. Look at how considerate I am, taking the initiative to come knocking on your door. Aren't you excited? Li Changsheng looked at the White Flood Dragon Demon King quietly. This great expert from the Four Seas didn't make him nervous at all. Li, you killed my son. Today, I will skin you alive. The White Flood Dragon Demon King gripped his spear tightly. He didn't dare to let his guard down against Li Changsheng. After all, the gold-armored heavenly demon had died in the hands of Li Changsheng. Although he could traverse the 100,000 miles of sea region, there was still a gap between him and the gold-armored heavenly demon. The aura behind the White Flood Dragon Demon King was constantly surging, and the White Flood Dragon King's estate actually began to shake. Li Changsheng, if you leave my White Flood Dragon King's estate, I might really have to take a detour. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have come knocking on my door. The White Flood Dragon Demon King's voice resounded. The palace behind him suddenly rose from the ground and emitted thousands of golden rays as it smashed down towards Li Changsheng. The entire White Flood Dragon King's estate was actually a powerful artifact. From the top of the palace, Li Changsheng could feel the same aura as the ardent dragon spear in his hand. They should be from the same person. Li, tremble before me. The huge palace brought along thousands of torrents of seawater as it came crashing down on Li Changsheng's head. At this moment, even with Li Changsheng's strength, he felt a powerful threat. Since the palace and the ardent dragon spear came from the same source, then let's see which one was stronger. The ardent dragon spear appeared in Li Changsheng's hand and emitted the same radiance. Haha. Li, this ardent dragon spear is the inherited treasure of my White Flood Dragon clan. Only those who cultivate my White Flood Dragon clan's true Dragon 9 transformations can unleash its power. You're actually using my White Flood Dragon clan's inherited divine weapon to fight me? Isn't that laughable? White Dragon Demon King's eyes were filled with mockery. Ji Wu and Ji Meng also shook their heads. They had also heard about the White Flood Dragon clan's ardent dragon spear. Except for the White Flood Dragon clan, even if other clansmen obtained it, they wouldn't be able to use its power. Really? You're too confident. Li Changsheng sneered as he lifted the ardent dragon spear. Rays of light blossomed as a water dragon art condensed beside Li Changsheng and swept towards the huge palace. At the same time, a 5-clawed golden dragon flew out from the ardent dragon spear, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. How is this possible? This was beyond White Dragon Demon King's understanding. Since when was an outsider able to use the ardent dragon spear? Furthermore, he was able to create the illusion of a 5-clawed golden dragon. Rumble. Li Changsheng was indifferent to the surrounding people's astonishment. He aimed the ardent dragon spear directly at the falling palace, causing the entire sea to tremble. The weaker demon soldiers vomited blood one by one under the terrifying energy. That palace was actually pushed back by Li Changsheng's spear by a few dozen feet. White Dragon Demon King, hand over your life. Li Changsheng brandished the ardent dragon spear in his hand and performed various spear arts. The golden dragon danced around him. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a member of the primordial divine dragon clan. Let's attack together. The other demon generals saw that even the golden palace couldn't suppress Li Changsheng and joined the battle. Come on. Li Changsheng laughed maniacally as the long spear in his hand was fully unsheathed. While fighting against the palace, he didn't forget to attack the surrounding demons. Every time the spear landed, a member of the White Dragon clan would die. Their blood and divine soul would be absorbed by the ardent dragon spear. After killing a few demon generals, Li Changsheng felt a majestic energy spreading in his hand. The Ardent Dragon Spear finally had a qualitative upgrade. At this moment, the vast palace came crashing down again. "Break for me!" Li Changsheng roared and released all the terrifying energy in the Ardent Dragon Spear. Bang, 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 bang. Waves rolled in the sea. This spear actually sent the palace flying. White Dragon Demon King was also sent flying out of the sea. He vomited blood and transformed back to his original form, a huge white dragon. "Take another spear from me." Li Changsheng felt the excitement in the Ardent Dragon Spear. He swept the spear and smashed it on White Dragon Demon King. That huge white dragon that was hundreds of feet long was sent flying into the sky. Li Changsheng stepped on the sky and swept out again. Bang! White Dragon Demon King's huge body was split into two by the spear. Dragon blood splattered on the sea. The Ardent Dragon Spear was shining brightly. "I'll fight you to the death." White Dragon Demon King let out a furious roar. The two halves of his body merged back into one. His eyes turned bluish-purple and a strange light flowed on his body. Obviously, he was using a secret technique. The Golden Palace rushed out of the sea and flew into the sky. It kept growing bigger and bigger until it covered the entire sky. One could see countless illusory shadows of flood dragons flying in the palace. Imperial Ancestor Shi, descendant of the monarch. May the monarch descend and eliminate the Avildor. White Dragon Demon King murmured. A huge whirlpool appeared in the sky. Terrifying auras spread out. Ji Wu, Ji Meng, and the other demon soldiers also appeared on the sea. When they looked up at the huge whirlpool in the sky, everyone's face turned solemn. Patriarch is summoning the ancestral dragon. He will definitely be able to kill this human kid. Many members of the White Dragon clan murmured. At that moment, Li Changsheng clearly felt the Ardent Dragon Spear in his hand tremble slightly. The Golden Palace suddenly emitted a beam of light that connected with the whirlpool. A huge golden dragon claw slowly reached out and pressed down on Li Changsheng's position. "It's the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon has appeared." The members of the White Dragon clan prostrated themselves on the ground. Even White Dragon Demon King showed signs of submission. The dragon claw has 9 claws. It's the legendary 9-clawed golden dragon. Li Changsheng couldn't help but feel shocked. A strong sense of danger rose in his body, making him feel small and insignificant. The Ardent Dragon Spear in his hand almost flew out. He almost couldn't resist. "No. So what if it's a 9-clawed golden dragon? No one can make me submit." With a thought, Li Changsheng immediately raised his head and straightened his back. A powerful battle intent soared into the sky. In his divine soul, the fiend god was roaring. At that moment, Li Changsheng seemed to have discovered something. His eyes lit up. What ancestral dragon? Legend has it that the ancestral dragon has already fallen. This is just a remnant of the ancestral dragon's consciousness in a certain world. It was summoned here. Li Changsheng discovered the true face of the ancestral dragon's claw and sneered. A powerful force penetrated the Ardent Dragon Spear in his hand, and the violent feeling of the Ardent Dragon Spear gradually subsided. "Break for me." He stepped on the sea and soared into the sky. The long spear directly pierced the descending golden dragon claw. Rumble. At that moment, the golden dragon claw showed signs of collapsing. Li Changsheng's face was filled with joy. His guess was right. Although the dragon claw was powerful, it didn't even have 1/10,000th of the 9-clawed golden dragon's strength. Chapter 722. When Li Changsheng thrust out his spear, an endless roar resounded through the world. The golden light became the only thing in the world, as if it was going to pierce a hole in the sky. The golden dragon claw, which carried an intimidating aura and the supreme majesty of an emperor, was originally going to completely crush Li Changsheng. However, the moment it came into contact with the Ardent Dragon Spear, it began to collapse. In the end, the 9 dragon fingers exploded one after another, turning into streams of golden liquid. "Break for me." The Ardent Dragon Spear in Li Changsheng's hand bloomed with thousands of rays of light. A golden dragon shadow roared loudly, and the golden liquid was slowly absorbed by the Ardent Dragon Spear. How could this be? The demon generals of the White Flood Dragon clan widened their eyes. This is the ancestral dragon's claw. The ancestral dragon was one of the top creatures in the world even at the beginning of the world. Even if the ancestral dragon had fallen, and the dragon claw only had 1/10,000th of its power, it was still terrifying. But now, it was broken by Li Changxing in one move. It was shocking. How is this possible? How can you unleash the power of the ardent dragon spear? Even the White Flood Dragon Demon King was completely shocked. The ardent dragon spear was the heirloom of the White Flood Dragon clan. He was once the owner of the ardent dragon spear, but the power it could unleash was limited. Otherwise, he wouldn't have passed it to his son. But now, in Li Changxing's hands, the ardent dragon spear seemed to have been reborn. Its power was outrageous. The treasures of heaven and earth can only be obtained by the virtuous. This ardent dragon spear is destined to be with me, so I can unleash its power as soon as I get it. However, it is not destined to be with your White Flood Dragon clan, so even if it has been passed down for countless generations, you can only unleash the tip of the iceberg. Li Changxing wasn't talking nonsense. From the first time he held the ardent dragon spear, he could feel the excitement in the spear. Although he still couldn't fully understand the ardent dragon spear, every time he used the ardent dragon spear, he felt a connection with it. Although the ancestral dragon's claw was powerful, it was still only a fraction of the ancestral dragon's strength. In addition, the ardent dragon spear seemed to have an innate ability to restrain the true dragon's bloodline. This allowed Li Changxing to break the White Dragon Demon King's ultimate move. Li Changxing, you are indeed very terrifying. But do you think that my White Flood Dragon clan will be eaten by you? White Dragon said coldly. He waved his hands, and the golden palace was like a mountain. Endless heaven and earth yuan qi gathered, forming a vortex. As it spun, it seemed to carry the power of the entire world as it pressed down on Li Changxing. Li Changxing slowly raised the ardent dragon spear, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Indeed, although the ancestral dragon's claw was powerful, its true power lay in its effect on one's mind. Even an expert like Li Changxing was almost suppressed by it, but this golden palace gave Li Changxing an extremely dangerous feeling. It seemed to have the same origin as the ardent dragon spear. Moreover, White Dragon Demon King had a secret technique that could fully activate this palace. Li Changxing, if you are willing to cripple your cultivation and become a slave, I might spare your life. White Dragon Demon King's voice echoed from the sky. Rumble. The speed of the palace's descent was very slow, but every inch it fell was like a mountain pressing down on Li Changxing's heart, giving him a suffocating feeling. Not only Li Changxing, but even the members of the White Flood Dragon clan had pale faces and were struggling to hold on. Today, I will remove the White Flood Dragon clan from the 10,000 miles of sea region. Li Changxing's aura surged, and the shadow of a demon god roared continuously. I don't believe that you can resist my golden palace. White Dragon Demon King's hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were filled with madness and killing intent. Indeed, this golden palace was the true trump card of the White Flood Dragon clan. In the ancestral teachings of the White Flood Dragon clan, the descendants were warned not to use this palace unless it was a matter of life and death for the clan. This palace wasn't just a powerful artifact, it also stored the power left behind by the White Flood Dragon clan's patriarchs. In the palace, the shadow of the White Flood Dragon clan's patriarchs were the trump cards left behind by the White Flood Dragon clan's patriarchs. It could be said that Li Changxing wasn't just facing the White Dragon Demon King, but also the countless experts of the White Flood Dragon clan. Even a peak finger profound realm expert wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack. However, under such a powerful pressure, the shadow of the demon god behind Li Changxing roared continuously. Then, it turned into a black mist and rushed into the ardent dragon spear. At this moment, the ardent dragon spear was vibrating non-stop. Then, it turned into a 5-clawed golden dragon that seemed to be cast in gold. It let out a deafening roar and flew out, crashing into the golden palace. Rumble. This was the sound of the collision between the two. Then, the 5-clawed golden dragon rushed into the palace. Countless shadow dragons in the palace fled in panic as if they had met the god of plague. However, they still couldn't escape the fate of being devoured by the 5-clawed golden dragon. How could this be? The White Flood Dragon Demon King's face was filled with fear. The five-clawed golden dragon was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. The shadow dragons were quickly devoured by it. Then, the entire palace began to collapse, turning into a golden liquid that was absorbed by the five-clawed golden dragon. In the end, under such a powerful force, the entire palace disappeared and turned into nothingness. The five-clawed golden dragon gradually grew its sixth claw. At the same time, a string of golden words appeared in the sky, shining brightly. I am the first dragon emperor. I dominated the 9 heavens. However, I was too strong and the heavenly Tao didn't tolerate it. In the end, I would die in this world. At the moment of life and death, I used the bones of the dragon god to refine this spear. I named it the Ardent Dragon Spear. It was born to carry my will and fuse with the blood of the divine beasts. Seeing this string of words, Li Changsheng finally knew the origin of the Ardent Dragon Spear. It was actually refined from the bones of the first dragon emperor. Moreover, it could not only absorb the blood of the dragon clan, but also the blood of any divine beasts. How could the treasure of the dragon clan fall into the hands of a puny person like you? The White Flood Dragon Demon King's eyes flashed with passion after seeing this string of words. The Golden Palace was refined from the head of the second dragon emperor. It was already incomparably noble. Previously, the White Flood Dragon clan thought that the Ardent Dragon Spear was a claw of the second dragon emperor. They didn't expect it to be the bones of the first dragon emperor. No wonder it could devour the blood of the dragon clan and even the Golden Palace. Return the treasure of the dragon clan to me. The White Flood Dragon Demon King rushed towards Li Changsheng in a frenzy. The White Flood Dragon clan had the treasure for thousands of years, but they couldn't find out the secret within. Now that it was in the hands of an outsider, how could he accept it? You're courting death. Seeing the White Flood Dragon Demon King rushing towards him, Li Changsheng stabbed his spear without hesitation. After devouring the Golden Palace, the Ardent Dragon Spear's power had reached an unimaginable level. With a loud bang, the tip of the spear pierced into the White Flood Dragon Demon King's abdomen. Visible to the naked eye, the White Flood Dragon Demon King's blood was being absorbed. In the end, even his divine soul was struggling to fuse with the Ardent Dragon Spear. The White Flood Dragon Demon King was completely annihilated. Li Changsheng looked at the White Flood Dragon clan below, his eyes filled with killing intent. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.